Welcome back to Newcastle Motorsports Park. Pro Show qualifying getting set to get underway here, folks. And the first of the two groups from Pro X30 are now headed on to the racetrack. 12 drivers in group number 1, 13 in group number 2. This is the even-numbered drivers from final practice yesterday, where Diego Ramos and Ryan Norberg, Paulie Massimino, 3 of your championship top 5 find themselves in this first group, and there's only 6 tickets to Super Pole to set the grid for the top 12 in overall qualifying. So again, while there is, this track has the biggest toe advantage, you don't need to go fastest in this first session when you're all together and just sent out onto the racetrack. And for the fast drivers like Ryan Norberg, Diego Ramos, Paulie Massimino, they don't mind, at least as of right now, towing the rest of the field around, and you're not seeing kind of that gamesmanship. That, to me, Rob, first step on what has made this a bit of a win.
Yeah, what I love about the fact that it's this new level of strategy you have to kind of play, right? You got to make sure you transfer through the Super Bowl run, and you got to be smart. There's a strategy you have to play that we've never had to play before. Going for this outright lap is key, but now you got to think about the next session as well, doing exactly the right things and not finding yourself on the outside looking in.
And again, 10 bonus points up for grabs in Pro X30 overall qualifying as well. That could mean a lot when the top 5 in the championship are separated by 98 points or less, and there's no drops. Every point matters. So for Diego Ramos, who leads the points, that could give him a little bit more of a cushion into the heat races. It could make it a 56-point margin back to second. Ryan Norberg, winners of the weekend, 5th, 97.5 back. He needs every point he can get. But for both of them to even get a chance at that 10-point bonus for the pole, they've got to transfer out of their group. Now this is, again, what we mentioned off pole. So that's the even-numbered results from happy hour. That's the 12 on the circuit. If they do not make it into the top 6, they will line the outside or even-numbered positions for row 7 on back. So 7th in this session will start you 14th for both pro heat races. First lap's in. Norberg to the top. Keeble, Ramos, Massimino, Cicero, Josh Holtz on the bubble by about a 10.5 over Brett Rivetta in the 89.
Yeah, drivers further back looking to get more speed. Of course, Aiden Levy, Brian Garcia, Nicholas Trelecki as well. All going to find more speed here in this one here. Barroso and Scarborough further back. They need big speed here. And again, Norberg, Keeble, Ramos, Massimino, yeah, we'd expect to see those drivers up front. Gia Cicero has been looking very good as well. She's P5 and not that far back. You see the gap less than a 1/10 of a second for the fast 5 right now. Josh Holtz almost 2/10 of a second back. But again, opening laps, bring those tires up to temp the way you want. Position yourself correctly on the racetrack. You see Norberg right there getting the toe he wants off Diego Ramos. So everything going in the right direction now. But again, this is not really what counts. You just got to get through the Super Pole. Just get the lap you need to make sure you're top 6.
Now we're going to get another lap in here. How much will it change on lap 2? That first lap's just building up. The packs have shuffled around. Ramos and Norberg will stay towards the top. Norberg quickest, and I believe a big lap out of Paulie Massimino to P2. Ramos now bumped all the way down to 5th. That's dangerously close to the cut line. Nick Terlecki up and into the top 6. His teammate Josh Holtz bumped out. Aiden Levy outside looking in here with 2/10 to find on the final lap, we imagine, as everyone's pretty much gotten 3. This group of 4 on screen should be safe. Ramos, Norberg, Massimino, Keeble. That is 1st, 2nd, 5th, and 3rd. I don't see them going so much slower on the last lap or the rest of the group picking up enough that they would bump out. But behind them, this is where this last lap's going to be critical, and we'll have to keep our cameras on it. There's Brian Garcia. There's Gia Cicero on the bubble right now. She's got a bit of a gap up to Aiden Levy. Oh, and Norberg's already bailed out of the pack. Ramos did as well. I don't know. Ramos was leading there in that corner. Did he try to all of a sudden bail on lap 3 to slow this pack down? Maybe to make sure they didn't transfer. That could be an impeding penalty. That could bump him out of the group.
Yeah, indeed. And you saw that Norberg pulled out of it in the cell tower corner. Massimino was lined up nicely. Here they come across the line one more time. It's still a Norberg on top. Cicero on the bubble by 0.06 of a second to Levy. Rivetta does not go quicker. Neither does Scarborough or Holtz. So the checker flag coming. Norberg with the fast time, a 108.123. A 10th back is Massimino. Keeble, Terlecki. Ramos falls to P5. Whatever happened, whatever strategy there, he almost, I wouldn't say lucked out a little bit, just about 2/10 quicker than Aiden Levy on the outside. Look at him, but there's Gia Cicero, final transfer spot. Xander, 0.06 of a second quicker than Aiden Levy. So there is your 6 drivers, the first 6 to transfer into Super Bowl: Norberg, Massimino, Keeble, Terlecki, Ramos, and Cicero.
And again, this is provisional. There is still penalties and scaling to see if the top 6 will be the 6 that go to Super Bowl. So Aiden Levy, it's not over yet. It's a bummer if it sticks, puts him 0.5 off. Looks like the first group may not have gotten the checkered, so they're going to come around now, or the first couple. There goes Keeble by the line. Session's already over on timing, so I don't think this should change anything. I mean, I believe they all got the checker last time, no? No, they didn't. Yes, they got the 4th lap in. It didn't change anything really.
That's weird.
Hold on, we'll pull that ticker back up for you. Sorry about that. Yeah, we saw the checker on screen. Bunch of drivers went after it. That could also be a penalty if that wasn't it. It didn't change our top 6. Gia Cicero and Aiden Levy both went better, but they both stayed 6th and 7th. Everyone actually ran all 4 laps except for Ryan Norberg and Fernando Barroso. So maybe the checker wasn't for that lap. But let's see if we can take a look back on a quick shopakr.com replay of that cell tower moment. Norberg went to pass. Oh, Ramos, he wasn't impeding, but he definitely was not letting Ryan go by. So there you have it. Let's see. Can we pull that up one more time? Take one quick look here as the outlap goes again for this group coming in. Yeah, Norberg sending it. Ramos looked like he might have crowded him. That's a side angle, so I don't want to play it too hard, Rob, but definitely no love lost.
An interesting approach. What would you stand to gain from making that move to the inside other than potentially a pushback bumper? Like, I don't understand the move to the inside in cell tower corner. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, in both cases, right? I mean, again, you don't know what is good enough to transfer, but Ryan had already gone a 108.1. That put him quickest overall in the group. So I guess that takes out, now that we got to see it from that angle, that it wasn't obviously a brake check or impeding. So that should kind of absolve Ramos of any potential for penalty. In both cases there, just a side-by-side moment that burned their lap, and that's why Ryan bailed in early. So sadly, it looks like outside of anyone coming in underweight, Aiden Levy will not transfer to Super Bowl. Gia Cicero will transfer through out of the first group. Now, Group 2, the 13 drivers that were on the odd-numbered side of the happy hour results sheet, beginning with that young man right there. I shouldn't say young anymore, 20 years old, Jonathan Ports, making me feel old. As he makes his return to the pro national scene this weekend, his first time in this format, and he went quickest in happy hour yesterday, so he leads us out.
Yeah, definitely a driver to watch after being the fastest driver yesterday afternoon. A couple of championship contenders in this fight as well, as we know, Hayden Jones and Brandon Carr, both in this particular group. Those 2 drivers in the fight of the 5 drivers who are up top within 98 points of Diego Ramos as the leader coming into the Summer National. There's the 92, a driver we expect to be quick here on a kind of a momentum run here to the middle part of the season. That's Austin Garrison and his Team Concepts Racing machine. Hayden Jones in the 13, Carr in the 26, Donovan Bonilla in the 29, DeTulio in the 20. Other drivers to watch, of course, we said Port's already in the 15. So again, everybody's settling in. Those are the drivers we would potentially expect to see into the top 6 now. But again, the opening couple of laps are going to give us a look at it. A little confused, as we said at the end of that first group. I was sure that we saw the checker flag with the 3 laps. A number of drivers went around to get one more in. The checker flag was thrown potentially again at start-finish.
I thought so too, but I'm getting reports from one of our cameramen and spotters around the racetrack saying only the last driver officially got the checker waving.
So they just snuck through. Very interesting. Yeah. So let's take that into this session now.
Yeah. We've
been very used to 3 laps, what they've been getting. Indeed, these guys potentially getting the 4th lap in. So that kind of changes our mindset, Xander, in terms of the strategy of what you would do here on the racetrack, kind of settling in a little bit here.
Yeah, and I think part of that comes from them all going full bore on the outlap. The faster classes, KA Senior, X30 Junior, even Master Shifter, Master Shifter for a different reason. They're taking a little more time to warm up than the single-speed classes with the more complex gearbox engines, and then the other 2 fast divisions, X30 Junior, KA Senior, well, they kind of took their time positioning, especially X30 Junior. So, yeah, maybe 4 laps for the majority. Maybe the last driver kind of gets burned a bit on the timer. But as we watch them work their way through, let's get the opening lap in. Brandon Carr safely in. ADT, Alessandro Tullio on the bubble after going fastest in warm-up, 6th on the opening lap. Santi Fernandez on the SCR Red Speed is 7th. Outside looking in this group, Hayden Jones and Brandon Carr, 2 drivers you just saw the points below earlier, 5th and 1st on the opening laps for them to try and transfer to Super Pole. So was a 108.1 for Norberg that went quickest overall in Group 1. What is Group 2 going to do on their second lap? A potentially 4. We're watching ADT come around. Jones to the top at a 107.9 to Tullio. 108 flat. That'll put him P2.
Yeah, Jones, DeTulio, Carr, Garrison, Ports, and now Fernandez. Santi Fernandez able to go quicker than Donovan Bonilla. Bonilla rather there. He is 7th. That gap, not much, less than a 1/10 of a second, just 900ths between Fernandez and Bonilla. And Xander, we may find ourselves with a more hotly contested bubble spot here right now. We saw it easily for Gia Cicero for majority of that run, although we know that
Levy was close,
yeah.
to be fair, but yeah.
700ths of a second. No, indeed, at the end got very close. Right now, very similar to the gap between Fernandez and Bonilla.
Yeah, what a story that could be for Dono Bonilla, the Super Nationals winner and already a race winner multiple times in the category, might not make it out of Super Pole or into Super Pole and make it out of stage 1 in qualifying and have to start 13th. That's where he would end if he doesn't go better this lap, but he's trying. A big push on lap 3. Right now here, coming to the line. Will the checkers be displayed? Will the field all get it in? Hayden Jones and John Ports are by. They're going to stay at the top. Garrison will go quicker. There's Likens holding on the flag, waiting to see it. Bonilla will jump to 6. He'll bump Fernandez out now, and back goes the way of the 29 into the top 6.
You can also see Aaron Likens with the stopwatch in his hand. You know he always knows exactly how long his section is and waiting to throw that checkered flag. So indeed, we are going to get that additional lap. I like seeing this right now. The end of this one coming through. DeTulio goes P1 on the 3rd lap with a 107.942, just 14 thousandths quicker than Jones. And how about this? Top 4 separated by just 300ths of a second. DeTulio, Jones, Ports, and Garrison. Carr 5th. Bonilla does move himself up into the 6th spot, Xander, by 2/10 over Fernandez.
And does that worry you if you are Brandon Carr, or mainly the Trinity Karting Group guys watching on the sidelines? Austin Garrison, 2/10 better than Brandon Carr. His teammate, same equipment, same team, engine, chassis, the like, Santi Fernandez, looking like he's on a clean lap by himself. Can he pick up a 1/10.5 to bump Bonilla, or no, he'll have to go to the pit lane? Didn't make it for lap 4.
Oh, he was
or bailed on it, maybe.
Or potentially the first driver to get the checker.
Yeah, one of the two. It looks like a couple behind him are still going to finish, so it will not be enough. Fernandez will not go through. Lucas Nanji gets close. He cannot go better than Santi. He'll end 8th. And Donovan Bonilla will skate by with a good run on his 3rd lap to leapfrog Santi Fernandez and transfer to Super Pole along with championship contender Brandon Carr, Austin Garrison, Johnny Ports, Hayden Jones, ADT, all separated, like you said, 31 thousandths. And Hayden Jones, really, really good for him because he needs every point he can get. If he could get 10 points here, he'd knock the margin down to 36 markers to Diego Ramos entering 2 rounds of heat races.
DeTulio, Jones, Ports, Garrison, Carr, and Bonilla getting the job done in stage 1. They'll go into Super Pole qualifying, joining the previously qualified 6 drivers. And as Xander said, you still got to get through the scales. You still got to look at penalties. And so everything's unofficial in terms of which drivers will roll out here to get things underway for that session. A little break for them, though, Xander. Give them a chance to get things dialed in, get through the scales. Pro shifter ready to roll out.
Yeah, so it's a quick turnaround, but there is a short break. Allows the tires to cool down. They can reset tire pressure. That is all they can do. They have to roll through and meet the minimum weight both times, obviously, to that way they know if the driver should have gone through. If you get DQ'd for getting underweight, then you get bumped out of the group, obviously, and don't get to go to Super Bowl. Once you go through the scales, cart onto the stand, roll back over towards the grid area, reset your tire pressures while the Pro Shifter class runs their opening stage of qualifying with their 2 groups. And they are an additional about 10 drivers more than the Pro X30 group. So while in this case, all of our championship top 5, the majority of the big names, no real major notables that you would be surprised to see outside of transferring to Super Pole based on how they've been through the year in X30 or Pro X30. I don't think that's going to be our case at all in Pro Shifter. There's just too many names and only 12 spots to battle for the pole position overall. So we'll take a look now at the 17 on the left side of your screen that will line up here for the even group here. Off pole, 17 drivers. 18 will go in the odd number group to try and make it into the top 6 overall. And we start with the number 3 plate there, Jacob Gulick, along with Philip Niemkowicz.
Man, I'm telling you, this is going to be good. Look at the drivers in here. Marian Kremers in this group. As we know, Jay Irwin, Billy Musgrave, AJ Myers on there. Michael Avancino was quick this morning in the morning warm-up. A lot of drivers. Marcus Kajak as well. Saracino, Ray City. I like the way this one's lining up to see which drivers potentially able to go into the top 6. They'll crawl their way out from pit lane to get things underway. First driver is working around the corner. We'll start there with the 22, Billy Musgrave, the American-made factory kart machine pulling out. AJ Myers behind him, Jacob Gulick as well. This will be a fantastic qualified session. This has been an awesome way to get this thing underway for the weekend. I love this post-show program. And this particular qualifying, I love it in IndyCar. I love it here. I like the extra level of competition when the 12 drivers are going to roll up and go ahead.
And it is probably not the worst thing in the world for the number 3 plate, Jacob Gulick, to line up behind these two to go back onto it. The last time we were on this layout, and the only time a lot of these drivers in gearbox action have driven this layout with the shark fin, was at the Stars event. AJ won the race, Billy was second. So you've got 2 drivers with some of the most experience on this layout on all conditions. And obviously they were quick at the end of yesterday, 2nd and 4th in happy hour. That's released them in this order for the stage 1 of qualifying. But like you said, Rob, this is so fun to watch. And while before, this was, again, a big moment for some of the drivers in the middle of the field in a 25-driver grid to maybe transfer through. We're going to see probably a couple big names get left outside the window to go to Super Pole. This is going to be super critical. The difference here for the pro shifters, they're going to take a little while to build up temperature in the engine and the tires. So it may be 1, maybe 2 money laps for them, and it will come towards the end.
That's what I was thinking. We're not going to get that 4th lap that we saw a number of the drivers get in the Pro X30 category. Very likely just a 3 here. Like you said, maybe just that 2nd push lap. We'll see how it plays out. This will kind of give us a good indication. Again, we'll have a look here in the first group. The second group will have a better idea of how the strategy may play out. But indeed, which drivers drop the hammer first?
Oh, and watch this. I just saw that at the edge of the screen. So keep in mind, again, Marian Kremers did not make it to the track yesterday for practice in time. Kyle Wick did not get a lap in practice either. He broke on the out lap. The 2 of them are lined up and sent off the racetrack, released 17th and 18th here in this grouping. They've waited because the group is released in order of the practice results, so they did not want to catch any slow traffic. They are nearly half a lap behind. They may only get even 2 laps at speed. So the first few are going to come through on lap 1. We'll see where that puts everyone. Musgrave, Myers, Gulick. First laps by the line, 106.4. Big lap for Gulick, a 106.3. Michael Avancino, 106.2. Vincenzo Saracino up, but again, Myers and Musgrave were kind of cruising on that opening lap. Jay Irwin's going to be the first one to really set a heater. He'll do a 105.72, but keep an eye on the number 2 and the number 1 plates. They're half a lap behind. They will be one of the last ones to cross and could very quickly bump someone out.
Yeah, Irwin up front, Niemkowicz 2nd, Avancino 3rd, Saracino 4th, Ruscitti rounds out the top 5, Gulick, Musgrave 6th and 7th. Again, waiting Myers down to the 9th on the opening lap. Wick and Kremers have not yet laid down their first circuit, so indeed, they may only get 2 as we're into the last 2 minutes of this session. There is AJ Myers.
Just got confirmation as well. Sorry, Kremers will be in the other group. It's Wick in this group. I'm not sure the way it listed because there were 3 drivers didn't turn laps.
Copy that.
Sorted out. So yeah, but Wick definitely at the back of the pack.
Yeah, Kyle Wick 10th on his opening circuit. 8/10 back for Myers, 1.2 back for Wick from Jay Irwin's 105.727 to get things underway. Again, watching the time click away here. How many laps will they get in? They come across start finish once again. There you go. We've got Avancino up into the 4th spot. Saracino on the Maranello makes it Maranello 1-2. Vincenzo Saracino and Marcus Kajak go 1-2. Irwin, Musgrave, Myers, Gulick on the bubble. Avancino on the outside looking in.
Wow, how about that for Saracino? Vincenzo Saracino, this is a big lap for him and a potential to move into Super Pole, bump some big names out. Again, Avancino on the outside looking in, Gulick on the bubble, and it may be worse when Kyle Wick, his teammate, hits the line. We're still waiting on Wick's 2nd lap. There it is. Kyle Wick moves in. Jacob Gulick bumped out, but only by 300ths. This is going to be super close here, Rob. We got 30 seconds more or less on the clock right now showing on our screen. So Vincenzo Saracino safe, but only by 0.2 back to P7. And Gulick is slowing. Jacob Gulick backing off. Was that all she wrote? He's going to pull into the pit lane. So will Marcus Kayak. Jacob Gulick is not going to transfer. He's going to not be able to fight on this last lap. Irwin still going for more.
That is huge. Billy Musgrave goes to P1. Saracino second, making Avancino to the top. So we already know right now Gulick on the outside looking in, and so is Kyle Wick right now. Remo Rossetti works his way up into the 9th spot as the time is hit.
Where is Kyle Wick? We're still waiting on Kyle Wick to go by for his next lap. Trying to find Kyle Wick on the GFC, the black number 2. Did he go to the pit lane as well? If Kyle, no, here he is. Here he is, coming right to us in the scale tower. Kyle Wick through the last couple turns. Outside. If he moves in, he'd bump AJ Myers, second in the championship, out from Super Pole. Checkered flag for Wick. It's not enough. Kyle Wick will not go through.
Wow, we talked about the fact that some big names could be on the bubble, and I think that led to the fact that Saracino and Kajak, the two Maranello drivers, so super impressive. Michael Avancino and the Ron White Racing CRT goes P1 to transfer through to Super Pole. 105.014, just 28 thousandths of a second quicker than Billy Musgrave. Look at the top 4 right there, Zender. 75,000 separate Avancino, Musgrave, Saracino, and Kajak. Jay Irwin P5. AJ Myers gets in by the skin of his teeth. Kyle Wick and Jacob Gulick, the GFC drivers, will not go to Super Pole.
Both of them, 3rd for Gulick, 4th for Wick, within about 10 points of each other. They need a major weekend. They enter about 150 and some change points back from Mateus Morgado. They will not get a chance to fight for 10 bonus points, and they will now start 14th and 16th in both heat races. That's going to be an uphill battle for them. AJ Myers skates through by a 10th, but again, he now gets a full shot to go from what could be 12th all the way to the pole. The Magic Man has been phenomenal. He has won more at this racetrack than any other driver in this grid combined. And last year, he put nearly 10 seconds on both main events as Marin Kremers cruised to the title. AJ was well up the road from everyone in those pro shifter events. So we know he was probably, or we would expect him to be even closer.
Little update from EKN's David Cole from down on pit lane, said the wheel was falling off for Gulick. So an issue with the wheel for Jacob Gulick, and that's going to put him at the tail, or outside of the top 12. He will not transfer into Super Pole, so an issue there for Jacob Gulick. So much work to be done, as Xander said, starting outside the top 12 for the main event. Regardless of what happens in Super Pole, those two GFC drivers will be on row number 7 and row number 8.
And again, they were still ahead of a number of big names. Eli Fox and the Factory Fury GP Kart Motorsport Group. Granted, it's his first full season, but this is his home racetrack where he's had a lot of development. Him and Charlie Steins hovered the top 10, top 15 overall yesterday. He ended 9th. Remo Ruscetti rolled off in the top 10, finished on the podium at the Super Nationals last year, 10th in his group, which will put him 20th on the grid for both heat races on that Catalyst driver development Ital Kart. But now it's time for the pole group, the odd numbered group here in qualifying. This group should feature potentially Marin Kremers, but he's not shown on the initial leaderboard. We did not see him on track in group number 1. So I would think that he would be out in this group, but initially on our ticker, we're not showing Marin in the session. So we'll wait and see if the number 1 plate will be joined into this pack, as Kyle Wick is shown in this off-pole group as well. I think that will probably populate on this end. It should be Kremers in this group, and I guess Wick not. But regardless, Mateus Morgado, Alan Isambar, Josh Conker, some of the fastest ones. There is Marin right there on screen in the number 1 plate. So he's here in this group, right behind his teammate Cooper Becklin, ahead of Cameron Reed. There's our fastest man from warm-up, our back-to-back champ, who, while he had to miss the Cincinnati round and had a DNF in the Orlando main, he has a major weekend here. He can still find his way into the SKUSA Circle of Champions program in the top 10 of the points.
Xander, a couple of drivers as well. We talked about Alessandro D'Antulia already, who ran just last weekend on the streets of Toronto at the IndyCar event in the USF Pro 2000 category. It was a fantastic weekend for Cooper Becklin with PJ Speed Motorsports. Got quicker and quicker throughout the weekend, so the fastest lap of the race in race number 1 was battling for a top 6 finish in race number 2 after an incident took him out with a couple of the drivers in turn 1. But great to see him come right back here, back behind the wheel of a 125. here at the Summer Nats, but we'll see what he's able to do here this weekend.
Now, speaking this weekend, Mateus Morgado has had a record-setting rookie season in the pro shifter category. Granted, he's gotten some shifter experience over in Europe last year, but he was still a single-speed man in North America. And then this year, he has won the SKUSA Winter Series Championship. He has the best average finish, the most wins by anyone when it comes to main events. He's won both of the mains here in the Pro Tour, but he has not been that fast until Sunday. He's been kind of in the mix on Friday and Saturday, but that's not been the case so far. Yesterday ended fastest in happy hour, and that is a warning shot across the bow for everyone. If he's that good on Sunday and he starts even better now on the weekend, the championship points leader trying to continue this storybook season, this fairy tale season for Mateus Morgado.
Let's talk about one thing while we get before the lap times come down here. One of the things I think we were all looking forward to this weekend was seeing Danny Formal making his debut on the Sodi kart. We talked to him yesterday. Some issues in the early part of practice, just injured his ribs. He will sit out the day. Not going to be able to make it to the Super Nats this year with a conflict with the World Final for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo program. So we're not seeing him in the Super Nats. We won't even see him here on the debut this weekend.
What a bummer. But how about it for Alan Isambard? Just like Caleb Gaffarin K Sr., Alan Isambard answering the call, was here to coach and work this weekend under Sodi USA. Danny Formal gets injured mid-Thursday. Alan gets his gear overnighted from his dad back in Florida, his helmet, his suit. He was wearing a borrowed rib protector, borrowed helmet, borrowed gear. He's like, dude, the shoes are too small. They're pinching my feet. The rib protector's hurting me. And he still went in the top 10 overall through nearly every practice session. He looks good, but right now, he's not too great. Outside of the transfer window as the first laps come in, Kremers with a big lap, 104.96. My goodness. That is fast for the RPG Cosmic.
Yeah, 3/10 quicker. Look at Andy Rule up there into the second spot on the Magic. Great job for Andy. Morgado goes in third. Right there, then Samuel Dicker in fourth spot. Talon Yockel in fifth. And Ian Quinn on the bubble. Gavin Bailiff, Hunter Pickett, Charlie Steins just on the outside right now, seventh, eighth, and ninth.
It would be a first Super Pole appearance for Annie Rule. The young lady in the number 77 has been good here in years past. She's closing up to Hunter Pickett, who is on the outside looking in eighth right now. Both of them trying to get a little more on this last lap. Kremers is going to hit the pit lane. He's bailed in. I believe one or two more may join him. But Morgado up to second. And across the line for Rule and Pickett. Any better on that lap for them? It will not be. In fact, they're going to lose some time. Ian Quinn into the top six. He'll bump Isambard out. Checkers flying now. Talon Yockel on the bubble by just 300ths over Isambard, 100th. And he's bumped Quinn back to the bubble. Yockel back up to fourth. Still going. Cooper Becklin across the line. Will not make it through. There is one of the CRG entries, potentially Barroso or David Williams going by. Charlie Steins there. You just saw the GP kart trying to go. Here's a look at the Sodi. Alan Isambard needs a couple hundreds. Needs to go better. He's chasing Josh Conker. He's on the outside. So is Conker. He's eighth.
Yeah, Conker eighth. Isambard seventh. Quinn on the bubble. He's only there by 400ths of a second right now. The PSL driver on the Borel Ort, number 97. Ooh. Just quicker than Isambard. But watch these drivers roll through. Isambard up on the wheel in the 55 Sodi. Can he move his way into Super Pole qualifying? It'll have to be a magic final lap here for Alan Isambard.
It is not for either him or Josh Conker. Neither one will transfer.
Wow.
Gavin Bailiff splits them both and goes just in between to go to eighth. Isambard, man outside of the bubble, and he on that last lap did improve a couple of hundreds. Alan Isambard is going to end up 5 1,000ths shy of going to fight for pole. Instead, he has to start 13th.
Pro X30, we get Gia Cicero. Pro Shifter, we get Annie Rule. What a run for Annie. 3/10 off of Kremers. Just a 10th and a half off of Morgado. She transfers through the number 77 P3. Talon Yockel in the fourth spot for Privateer. Samuel Dicker, the Aussie, for TKG in fifth, and Ian Quinn. And look at that margin, Xander. How close is that between sixth and seventh? 5
incredible
thousandths of a second. 19,000 back to Bailiff, 62,000 back to Conker. You're talking less than a tenth of a second from sixth to ninth. That's how close it was to transfer through in Pro Shifter Group number 2 to head to Super Pole qualifying.
Well, for Annie Rule and Sam Dicker, it's a first career Super Pole appearance. Marin Kremers, Mateus Morgado top the group. Dicker was what looked to be on pace at Cincinnati and had a hose clamp for the radiator start leaking. The motor temp started to skyrocket. He had to bail on his fast lap and his last lap. He ended 7th just outside the cut window. Sadly, his teammate Gavin Bailiff will not get to join him into Super Pole. Gavin did transfer at round 2. He will not. He will end up starting in the 15th spot on the inside of row 8. Josh Conker on the inside of row 9. Hunter Pickett will be right around his GFC teammates of Kyle Wick and Jacob Gulick back there on the 8th, 9th, and 10th rows.
Wow.
Charlie Steins on row 11. But again, can't say enough about Annie Rule, the young lady. What an impressive run for her. Charlie Steins, again, he'll go to row 11. David Williams, Justin White, Cooper Becklin, Cameron Reed, Matt McCoy, Angel Barroso, and Muhammad Karaman will also, sadly, watch their quali efforts end here. So Kremers, Morgado, Rule, Talon Yockel, Sam Dicker, Ian Quinn transfer out of this group. There you can see the drivers checking in with our very own Kyle Cuthbertson. He was just going through the scale line, and a few of them letting him know, hey, you made it, or sadly you didn't. But now, this is a bit different here for Pro X30. They're supposed to be gapped on the release of the grid, but they're all looking, or maybe they're being released right at the end of the access road. They've sent them all the way up here. Yeah, there it is. They're going to stop right here. Got worried for a moment. So there is Neil Strickland, the on-track race director marshal. He's making sure they have a huge gap, no tow, no impeding, go out, run, and it's only 2 laps for qualifying. 2 laps the distance for Super Pole qualifying here in Pro X30.
I like it, the opportunity to get it done by yourself. Like we said, no tow whatsoever. You're not able to wait up and wait for one of your fellow drivers, your teammate, whatever it may be. You're by yourself on the racetrack, and you got to get it done in 2 laps. You know, the first lap is not going to be the one. Second lap is going to be when you have those tires where they need to be, the temperatures are up where they need to be. And again, you've had a chance to feel what the kart did. If you have to make any, obviously personal adjustments the way you're driving the kart a little bit, you've had time to go over that. There's Josh Holtz rolling out there as well. We are getting set to go. This is going to be a good one here, folks. Norberg, Jones, Ports, DeTulio, Carr, Bonilla, Massimino, Keeble, Cicero, Ramos. I said Holtz, it was actually Terlecki in the Holtz machine, and then Austin Garrison. There's the 12 drivers. The beauty of this thing, again, is that narrowing of the spotlight on the drivers who have shown so well here today. There's ADT right there, the Floridian for Inter MS, Alessandro DeTulio rolling out on track here. And again, 2 laps. I like it. Get the job done quick.
Yeah, there is no room for error, no time to waste. You've got to get out there, get the tires turned on the out lap, hopefully put a good lap in, a good banker lap on lap 1, and then really get your good push lap on lap 2, because the progression is going to be quick. So you have just got to get out there and start working. Our fastest man for morning warm-up was quick in his group. Can the number 20 put it on the pole for the first time this season for the Inter MS Kart Republic group? And again, they've got 2 chances with both Alessandro DeTulio and Harley Keeble. And for Keeble especially this weekend, coming in 10th in the points, needs a good run through the points to secure a full Circle of Champions funded entry and tires for 2025, as well as a cash prize, $1,000 from 6th to 10th, and then it only skyrockets up to that 10K for the overall champ. So across the line, Hayden Jones, ADT going by there. Ryan Norberg was quick, Ryan Norberg already went by. That was him going through. There was Hayden Jones. Here's Johnny Ports starting his lap as well. His first lap, a 1:08.88. Best of the initial 3. There's Austin Garrison, his first time, decent, as it will update here. Garrison at a 1:08.68. 2/10 clear. Now Norberg, 1:08.46. So he's the 5th one in line.
And you mentioned the banker lap being crucial because you have to do it. If you've made a mistake on the opening circuit, then the pressure's on for lap number 2, right? If you can get that banker lap in, which you think close, you know what it is once you've come across. You see it on the dash. If it's a good lap, then you're like, I can push a little extra here. But you have to have that banker. Otherwise, if you've made a mistake, you put so much pressure on yourself for lap number 2.
Well, we talked about Austin Garrison, who we just showed on a wave of momentum. Ryan Norberg is trying to turn the tides of momentum for the number 2 plate. A year that started so hot for him in the winter into the spring has had nothing but bad luck. A crash at the U.S. Pro Kart Series at Trackhouse Motorplex in the middle of May. Breaking the reeds, fighting for the win in Cincinnati. Now trying to maybe get a pole and bring his championship back into the fray. Jones to the top here on the last lap. DeTulio 2nd. Here comes Johnny Ports. He'll go P2 by 7 thousandths. Norberg will be the next one to the line.
as well as Austin Garrison, who goes all the way to the top here, Rob.
Jones would like to have had that pole. Remember, he's the one in second place with Diego Ramos right now. 46 back, across the line comes another driver moving to the top of the chalk. That is Ryan Norberg, and he almost needs one of those old-school Ryan Norberg perfect weekends to find himself as the champion. A 108.004, 2/10 clear right now. And Garrison, the remainder of the field coming through. Massimino will go to 7th. Ramos all the way back to 9th right now.
Keeble now into 6th. Yeah, that's the points leader. Bumped way down the order with more to go. Here's Bonilla. He'll bump him back to 10th. Dono to P7 on the last lap. But an old school lap from Ryan Norberg. A 2/10 cushion is going to be hard to beat. Nick Terlecki, big last lap. He'll go to 6th. And Diego Ramos, last one to cross, all the way to P2 in the 85. He was one of the last ones to transfer. He'll bring it back. Gia Cicero will move up to 11th. Massimino bumped all the way back to 12th. So Ryan Norberg will start that climb in the points. Make it now 87.5 back from the lead as he scores the overall pole provisionally in Pro X30 qualifying. Ramos 2nd, Garrison 3rd, Jones, Ports, Terlecki right behind ADT and through the rest of the grid. But it was a near 10th.5 spread for flying Ryan Norberg on that money lap, lap number 2. What a performance for Ryan, and right when he needs it here in the clutch.
Almost a must-do situation, right? We know what he has to do. He's got a job done. And I'll say Diego Ramos, we were waiting. He was back in 9th or 10th position. Puts it down the final lap. Ramos will be P2 when it's all said and done. But again, in a situation where he needed to maximize, get every point possible, Ryan Norberg does not leave the pole position. Those 10 points on the table. He picks it up, takes it back to RPG, and he is P1 in Super Pole qualifying.
And that is a clean sweep on the pole awards, I believe, on the year for Ryan Norberg. Pulled it in Super Pole in Orlando, put it on pole in Cincinnati. It's actually a repeat of our front row from Cincinnati with Ramos and Norberg 2nd and Norberg 1st. So now it was 97.5 back. It is now 87.5 back from Diego Ramos to Ryan Norberg in the top 5 standings for the Pro X30 Championship. He moves to now also within just about 15 markers of Brandon Carr to take over 4th. And I believe that is also a little bump in the prize package if that shifts as well. But this is just the 10. There is 100 total points, 50 apiece to win the heat races later on this afternoon. Ryan's got the easiest place to get those 50 points, though, with a pole award here in Super Pole for Pro X30, Rob.
Yeah, I like it. That was a fantastic qualifying run. And again, some late session heroics for Diego Ramos, who was pushed all the way down. I think at the 10th or 11th at one point. That final lap, he was able to lay it down. So congratulations to Diego. Did not get the 10 points he wants, but definitely salvaged a front row starting spot. We're not done yet still, though, with pro qualifying, folks, before we wrap things up and go into the lunch break ahead of a 12:30 start for KA100 Junior and their 8-lap pre-final. Pro Shifter Super Pole. Listen, we've got a couple of really cool storylines. The drivers who have worked up. The Maranello drivers looking good, and Saraceno and Kajak. We got Andy Rule in there as well. The drivers we expected, Kremers, of course, Billy Musgrave. But this is going to be a really, really fun session to see who's able to maximize on their 2 laps.
Well, while they roll up to the grid, man, are we excited to break down that Pro Shifter qualifying. To book note here, or put the bookend on Pro X30 qualifying. Can you imagine what's got to be going through the head of Diego Ramos right now? Does it feel a little deja vu-esque? Last year, led a national championship into the final weekend, and Ryan Norberg did Ryan Norberg things and pulled himself up from a major gap. He's already getting a little closer. He's still got, again, a healthy margin, 46 points, nearly an entire heat race over the rest of the field. He'll start 2nd and go right alongside him, but he's just got to be thinking, man, a 10th.5, 10 more points. Still, though, P2, great spot to fight from here for the heats. Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, exactly that, right? And listen, he's got 3 more sections. He's got the heat races. He'll do the things he needs to do to make sure he gets in the position. You want to be in the best spot you can come main event time, and at that point, everybody's got a different storyline. Everybody will have to understand exactly what they need to do to end up winning the championship. And we know what the battles are like at this level of competition. Everybody in the middle of the fight. I do like the concept. We talked about it quite a bit today already. Is that whole top 10, the reward package that's been put together this year. You're going to have good fights, not only for the championship, but you mentioned before, we're going to have great fights for guys just trying to get in to the Circle of Champions, try to get themselves into the top 10.
Right. Harley Keeble enters with just a bit of a cushion on the Circle of Champions on the Pro X30 side, but it is less than, I believe, 10 markers for the bubble spot in Pro Shifters Championship of who is going to make it into the Circle of Champions and who won't. And then outside the top 10, there's a bunch of guys that maybe only ran one of the 2 rounds at this point, so it could be a major, major swing. But P2 for the points leader, Diego Ramos, in Super Bowl qualifying. He's standing by with Dave.
Championship leader, Diego, that's what you needed to do. Second place, but behind Ryan Norberg. What do you got to do to knock him off?
I mean, I think I was a bit far from him in the championship, but now he got 10 points. But I mean, it's just race like with my head, finish in front and all the hits in the final. Try don't crash, just finish in the front, and I think we can get it.
So that's the thought process, right? You're points racing. You're not necessarily saying I've got to win. Do you kind of know your championship spot? Do you know where you need to finish to make this a secure championship for you?
Not yet, but I think if I finish top 3 in all the hits and in the final, I think I can win the championship. I just need to maintain the front, do my best. Of course, I want to win. If I can win, I'm going to win, but also drive with my head.
There's a lot of prize money, a lot of incentives that SKUSA and the Pro Tour have put up. I mean, how important would it be to you to win this championship?
I mean, it would be really important, not just for me, also for the team. They are putting a lot of money for the season, and this prize money is just give him back a bit the expenses.
Diego Ramos looking for a podium finish to secure a championship. He's off to a good start, P2.
Thank you, Dave. And again, that's a great point as well, Rob, about the championship, the Circle of Champions, the prize fund as well as the entry. Right now, the entry, as of this year, I believe, will be tied to the driver name, which will help them as they shop around to try and put a program together. And again, also kind of golden handcuff them to come back and race with us in 2025. But as well, for many drivers, again, in these categories, it's a mix that brings all the funding together, and some of them backed by manufacturers to put the brands and the teams up front. And Diego Ramos, again, he has been with PSL Karting. He's been very thankful. They've kind of revitalized a career that was, potentially going to come to a close for a little while. He was not sure what things would look like until he got the opportunity with them 2 years ago, around to this time. And since then, they have had a great relationship together. They have kept him busy, kept him behind the wheel, and he's done a great job as well, putting their Red Army go-karts right at the front. So that's another cool part to hear that, it's going to help him give back to a team that's given him so much.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities in the paddock right now for the top drivers in the sport, which is not something we've seen over the, you go a couple decades ago, and that wasn't happening, right? You couldn't be, there's a factory driver in Europe. We haven't really had the top team driver here. We have a lot of that now, where not only are you the team driver, the lead driver, where you get paid and actually get your racing funded, you're coaching everyone else. There's a really cool component that's developed within the paddock in our sport right now for a guy like Diego to come in, do what he's done. Again, like you said, to bring that Burrell Art machine up front, put the red up front, and as he has throughout this year. He and Morgado, very impressive. I'm sure he would love to be able to bring those guys the championship they want here in 2024.
And that's another great point about him and Mateus Morgado.
Yeah.
Those two best of friends, and on and off the racetrack, they had a great time being teammates in the same class last year. This year, split between Pro X30 and Pro Shifter. And to my knowledge, at least in the 13 years of the SKUSA Pro Tour history, and probably for the first time in who knows how long that it's been measured in the U.S., 2 Brazilians leading the national championship standings, and it could be a pair of Brazilian champions as well. Brazil, and probably due a good bit in part to having those 2 superstars here racing in the U.S. so much, is one of our bigger markets that we have viewership from outside of the U.S. and Canada. There are a ton of fans and friends and family that follow along with Diego Ramos and Mateus Morgado, and I know there's a lot of them that will be rooting them on this weekend, and especially watching, if they aren't a premium member, sharing around the free stream for their mains tomorrow to see if their 2 countrymen could secure the U.S. Pro Tour National Championships, a major prize fund, and maybe even get Diego's first SKUSA Pro Tour win, or Mateus Morgado complete the season sweep of main events 3 for 3. It would be incredible if that was able to happen. Now, we see some movement over there on the PSL hauler. We have not seen movement yet on the grid. We will take a quick break. We will come back after this commercial break here, folks. with the Super Pole qualifying, and if it is ready to roll, we'll interrupt the interruption.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
apologies for a bit of quietness on the airwaves, folks. There was still some discrepancies going through the tech area of who would officially make it into Super Pole for Pro Shifter. They wanted to take their time, make sure they had it right. David Land is down there getting the scoop and keeping us informed of what is going on the Pro Shifter side of things. But ultimately, it looks like if nothing has changed based on how they have set them in the timing group, which again, once the names populate up on the screen, this is directly from the SuperKarts USA official timing computers. So I would imagine that this is correct and that this would be the 12, which this looks to be the exact 12 that we got based on raw speed out of both groups of qualifying. Well, we've got them on our screen, Rob. Let's break it down. First and foremost, top of the heap, number 1, Marin Kremers did only 1 lap at speed, did a warm-up lap, a push lap, pulled in. More than enough to transfer through, put a massive gap in. We've seen, if we think back to that original season, he came over in Pro Shifter here in the US on a last-second opportunity, by the way. He was just like that. Incredible in qualifying, of turning the tires on, getting the lap, getting out. So he's got 1 less lap than most of the drivers in the group, maybe 2 less. And he's got a combined amount of maybe 7 laps total over the last 3 days. The rest of the field has 10 additional sessions on it.
Sure enough, yeah, so it's behind the 8 ball to a certain extent, but obviously not. Laid down some that 1 great lap there and qualified to put him where he needed to be. Then you look at Jay Irwin as well for PSL Karting, a young driver on the momentum, on the up right now as the driver's finally rolling off the grid to get things underway. Billy Musgrave having a pretty solid bit half of the season right now, looks very good in his qualifying run. He's done extremely well at this racetrack over the years. Then you've got the privateer Talon Yockel, the number 24. AJ Myers, you mentioned how many times he has won in SKUSA competition here at Newcastle. Michael Avancino, the Challenge of the Americas champion from the West Coast with Ron White Racing, getting into the Fast 12 here Super Bowl. You got Morgado, you've got Kajak, and how about the 2 Marinellos, Kajak and Saraceno, very impressive in their qualified run.
First U.S. regular season event for Marcus Kajak. He made his U.S. debut a year and a half ago at Supernats 25, finished P2. And beyond him, Vincenzo Saraceno in the number 71 was quickest in the group for most of that original rotation. So super impressive for Vincenzo Saraceno, that has been kind of knocking on the door of this main pack at the Pro Tour this year. But this is a track layout that he has run probably more than the rest of our Super Pole group, since he's run the Stars Championship Series for multiple seasons, and they've run this exact configuration. Then, of course, Sam Dicker, Annie Rule. Super cool to see her go 3rd in the group. What an awesome run for that young lady.
Kidding. For Annie Rule, we've seen here running the shifter kart category for a couple of years to go P3 in her group, her stage 1 group to get through the Super Pole qualifying. Let's see if she's able to transition that into a top 10 starting spot. If all goes well, top 5, top 6, we'll see what happens. Could be a start in the front 3 rows for her in the opening heat race. But indeed, Kremers, well, I expect to be the guy to beat right now. He and Musgrave, of course, quickest in their groups.
Now, AJ Myers here at Newcastle Motorsports Park won this event, swept it last year, has been quick in years past. He, I think, probably won during the Summer Nationals weekends, especially during the double finals era up until this year. He's probably won at least 1 main event more than he's not won either main. So he is absolutely someone that everyone's got to keep an eye on. And for AJ Myers, could this be a major, major weekend here, because he needs it. He comes in just shy of 60 markers back from Mateus Morgado, who was fastest in happy hour. And again, we know he's been the best man on Sundays. So can AJ get it up the boards as well here on Saturday, just like we talked for Ramos or the rest of the Pro X30s? Can AJ Myers get 10 points right now?
Yeah, that's it, right? Again, optimize every opportunity to get points, especially if you're not P1. Morgado's got a bit of room, 63.5 points on Myers, 119 on Jacob Gulick, who is not in this session right now. He'll start the heat races outside the top 12. Same goes for Kyle Wick. Jay Irwin, P5, coming up here in the points to see how he rolls out here. And I love the fact, again, this is not another 4-lap run, Xander, is it? It's just 2 laps to get the job done in Super Pole.
So Morgado, a 105.81. I don't think that's really a push lap, considering Kremers at a 104.9 in his group. Now Marin, he did not go fast at all. He went super slow on the outlap. So I think it's really all going to be this last lap, folks. this opening lap here might be a decent read. Myers a 105.49, but I would bet every dollar that I've got right now on me that this is going to change a ton by the time they get back around to the line. So Morgado, he's about midway through with the way he transferred out of his group. But Marian Kremers will be the first one to the line. Here comes the number 1 plate, the Rawlison Performance Group Cosmic, making only 9 laps on Saturday so far. Can he go to the top? 105.17 for Marian Kremers here. 3/10 clear, but here comes the rest of the pack as a little bobble for Avancino. Not a great second lap for Michael, I believe. Billy Musgrave will cross the line. He'll go to P2.
Yeah, Musgrave about 0.08 of a second back. Saraceno will go up into third spot. Avancino not happy with that at all. How about Kajak to P1? He goes quicker than Kremers. Morgana goes up to third. It's the Maranello on top for Marcus Kajak. Not quite done yet. Jay Irwin will go to 6th spot. Who else is left on the track to potentially battle it out? AJ Myers, not quite. He goes to P2.
Here comes Annie Rule. She'll go all the way to 6th. Her best career SKUSA Pro Tour qualifying effort. A couple more to roll. Talon Yockel will go to 9th there across the line for the privateer. Here comes Sam Dicker. Nothing better than P10 for the 72, the Aussie. Final feud across. Ian Quinn, I believe, will be our last one. And the 97 will bump Avancino down to 12th in 11th. How about that? Marcus Kajak by 29 thousandths prevents the Magic Man from scoring that elusive 10 points. And that would have been a huge dent into Mateus Morgado's lead fractionally.
Yeah, again, Myers leaves that 10 points on the table. We saw the Maranello guys, the Vermont Kart Company crew, Saraceno and Kajak quick in their qualifying stage 1 push. But man, Kajak goes P1, final lap, drops the hammer, and able to outgun Kremers, able to outgun AJ Myers. And I think, again, you talked about how crucial that was, Xander, that Myers needed those 10 points, not able to come up with it. We'll see a Maranello start in the pole position for heat number 1.
Hopefully we'll get to chat with Marcus Kajak here about that lap. That's a big one. Sadly there, you can see the Red Army starting to make their way off the top of the hauler. Mateus Morgado, 2/10 off the pole, but more importantly, about a 1/10.5 slower than AJ Myers. The good news, he lines up behind him for both heat races. And on the clean side of the racetrack, during the break, Rob, you and I were chatting a little bit about the new tire compounds, the build-up, and the marbling. That has been such a storyline over the summer when we really brought over the new compound for first the Avinco Blues, the harder compound classes. That began a bit sooner, but then we got to across the board on the U.S. Nationals, beginning with both the soft and the hard compounds at Houston for the U.S. Pro Kart Series opener in April. It was warm, but there was nothing like the track development or marbling on the offline there. Wasn't really there at Trackhouse Motorplex either in the month of May, but for the U.S. Pro Kart Series second round. But when we rolled in to the SKUSA Pro Tour at Cincinnati in the middle of June, and then after that 2 weeks later went to Badger Kart Club in Dowson, Wisconsin, it was unbelievable how dirty and slippery it was offline. And Marcus Kajak masters it the best, but he will start on the inside lane for his heat races, and the outside lane was the preferred lane for both heats and the main event back at Cincinnati. That gave the driver starting P2 the whole shot. So technically, by that standard, AJ Myers might be in the captaincy.
We'll see how it plays out in that run down to the I-70 right-hand hairpin. Kajak quickest by 29 thousandths over AJ Myers. Marian Kremers in third. Mateus Morgado, your point leader, coming in P4. Billy Musgrave in 5th. 6th, Annie Rule. Shout out to Annie Rule. Great job for her. Her best qualifying run, as you said. Vincenzo Saraceno ends up in 7th. Jay Irwin in 8th. Talon Yockel 9th. Sam Dicker in 10th. Ian Quinn 11th. And Michael Avancino, that little bit of a bobble on that last lap coming over to the checker, obviously affected him and his pace. He was 1.2 seconds off. Otherwise, other than, you look at 9/10 of a second separating the top 11 drivers, and really 2/10 the top 4. Kajak, Myers, Kremers, and Morgado. This is going to be a fantastic run through to the main event on Sunday.
Well, we are hoping that we'll be able to chat with them. It looks like we've already got our top driver from Super Pole qualifying, Marcus Kajak. First U.S. regular season event period, so this new format for everyone else is new to him, just as any other event would be, but he was able to master that 2-lap run, and he's standing by with David Land.
Yeah, Marcus, we do things a little bit differently here in the U.S. How did you feel? I mean, obviously you adapted to it very well, but what's this qualifying format like?
Of course, it's a bit different compared to Europe, but also that's a little bit of the excitement element here. So, yeah. I like it.
Yeah, well, yeah, you definitely like it. You made it work. You got P1. So tell me, kind of walk me through that lap. I mean, how did you put it together, and where do you think you found the speed?
First push lap I make wasn't really great, so in the second lap I just went all in. If I make a good time, I do it, but if I don't, then yeah. So everything worked out in the end, and yeah.
Now there's some heavy hitters, Mateus Morgado, guys like that. I mean, this is a strong field. This is one of the strongest fields that we've seen in SKUSA competition here in the States. To be P1, how do you stay P1 later today?
For me, I just stay calm and see what happens.
Keep calm and see what happens. This is a cool cat, I'll tell you what. P1 in his first American session. That's pretty good, I'd say, guys.
Well, part of that, Dave, as well. It's not just first American session. Well, it's first American regular season session.
Yeah.
He's been on our biggest stage.
Indeed.
He stood on the podium, and for the entire race, where he ended up second to Pedro Hiltbrand, he was right there on his heels, nipping away on his U.S. debut, his first time over here. SRP Racing Engines bringing him in coordination with the Maranello USA group. They have him rolling, obviously, very, very good. And, I mean, Marcus Kayak, when we spoke to him during that event in Vegas and how he's been here, he's man of few words, cool, collected. It's just another weekend at the racetrack for Marcus.
Again, that tightened up qualifying run, excuse me, just the 2 laps, that's, I think, leans all on the driver, right? It's not about the chassis coming in. It's not about giving you a couple laps to get ready, a couple opportunities to get that 1 lap. It is literally, we saw how slow the drivers were on the opening lap. They really used that opening lap not to set up anchor lap, but really to get the tires where they wanted them to be, right? Get the car ready to go, and then they had that 1 push lap. That's why I really love the 2-lap format, because you have to get it done in the last lap, and John made it happen.
And with that concludes all of the hot lap sessions, folks. Grids are set. Pre-finals for the St. Pro Divisions kick off in exactly 1 hour for KA100 Junior at 12:30, KA100 Senior at 12:45, and then on down, Pro Heats kick off at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. So again, we'll throw that countdown to green for you, because it'll be continuous racing from 12:30 p.m. all the way to about 5:30 p.m. local time. 5 hours of pre-finals, heat races, and semi-pro main events to roll in just about 60 minutes. Motorsports Park, and the pre-finals are getting set to roll for the semi-pro divisions. One driver a little bit slow rolling off the grid, but well, let's take you through this grid because this is the biggest class on the table here. K100 Junior at 46 total drivers for the Supercross USA Summer Nationals, and Chico Brown on the RPG Cosmic was able to put her on pole with a nice toe lap at the end of qualifying. Got him a nice little margin over Enzo Vidmontien. They have had plenty of battles in 2024 already. Mad Max Weiland and Diego Ardiles on row number 2. Ty Fisher and Jackson Woolney cap off row number 3 here, David.
Yeah, Chase Gassiet Lee on the inside of row number 4, and Martin Jamillo on the outside of row 4. Isaac Malkit on the inside of row 5, and the outside is Dean Peterson. Row 6 is Drew Jensen alongside Johnny Stamps. Row 7, Alexander Vanchev alongside of Nico Sarfati.
Travis Pettit, Darren Kidd, row 8, Tristan Murphy, Nick Eggleston, Jackson Gibson, and Ethan Sky Manuchek on the top 20 starters. We'll quickly cycle through the next page as they begin to form in the back few corners. Here's Kyle Drysdale, Ezekiel Height there on row number 11, all the way down to 39th and 40th with Jake Resende and Jude Thuramalaswamy. And finally, the last couple of rows ready to roll here for the pre-final, just cycling on by. But 46 in total, going all the way back to Lillian Scarborough, Luca Popescu, Alexis Bayarjon, Christopher Yutzi, 44 across the loop. They're headed onto the front straightaway for the first pre-final of the 2024 SKUSA Summer Nationals. Are we going to get the green? We do. Great start for Chico Brown on the inside. He'll bring them down into the hairpin, the I-70 corner. They're going to fan 2, 3, 4 wide, and it'll be a miracle if they can all get through unscathed. There's a little bit of pushing and shoving, but everyone's on the racetrack into the shark fin here on lap 1, Dave.
It's a miracle. They all made it, and it's great. And Chico Brown is getting challenged right now. Can he hold the lead? No, he will not. So Chico Brown falls back to the second position, and he'll have to work to get to the front.
So 1 lap already, but he's going to go right back on the inside of the green corner. Great shot right there, and he and Enzo Vidmontien are already throwing haymakers back and forth. Diego Ardiles on that black and white and red Speed Concepts Racing entry moved into 3rd with a good opening half lap. Mad Max Weiland right behind him on the Magic Kart sits in 4th. He's got that black front bumper and the orange and blue and black suit. But Chico Brown leads us out of turn 14 over the short chute to the 90s here, and we'll go 1 lap complete, 7 laps to go here in the pre-final. It doesn't seem like a lot. It still is a good bit on this 1.2 estimated mile layout here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. 18 turns, and we've just completed 1 full lap of it here. Turner Brown, your leader over Vidmontien and Ardiles. Little gap to Mad Max, and then a bit more to Jackson Woolney, Chase Gassiet Lee, Ty Fisher. Into turn 1, you can already see Chico going to the center of the racetrack, just defending a little bit there going into the first hairpin.
That's interesting because most of the times we come here to Newcastle, they've changed the layout a little bit from what we're usually used to. It looks like you maybe want to actually lead. Sometimes you don't here at Newcastle, but certainly Chico Brown has decided that Enzo Vidmontien needs to be behind him, but it's brought the whole rest of the field, and now we've got 7 or 8 kart breakaway as Vidmontien goes to the inside, takes the lead. Ardiles looked, he couldn't quite make the move on Turner Brown, but these top 3 are super strong, and the guys behind him are just hoping they make a mistake.
Yeah, and look at them all. How about Weiland all the way down on the inside, caught Ardiles by surprise. The teammates side by side there, Jackson Woolney and Ardiles. Jackson kind of caught a bit of a rear bumper as he tried to get into line. There's Ty Fisher on the Race Lab TV kart there in the 838. He's up to 6th. Isaac Malkiewicz, Alexander Vanchev. All of this stacking up and white lining right now is stacking our field together. They had the opportunity of maybe a 4 or 5 car breakaway. That will not be the case for now, but a great last couple turns for Enzo Vidmontien. He now leads at the end of lap number 2. And like you said, Dave, it's a great point as we're just beginning this pre-final that, you know, typically this straightaway is the run to the line as there's a move for 3rd with Ardiles going through. But now with it being the beginning of the lap and the final portion of the lap in kind of some 90-degree corners that are easy to block, easy to defend into because they've got short straightaways and the next one's the opposite direction pretty much. If you're leading out of turn 14, it's going to be really hard for second place to get around you. Quite the contrary of what we usually see with the run to the line coming out of I-70 or down to the end of the 90s and then this finish line in the middle. But either way, it has given us a lot to talk about here as we have just gotten this show rolling. Ardiles now up to 2nd, former teammates with Turner Brown back in 3rd now. Weiland still hanging on in 4th as they run through the horseshoe. and Enzo Vidmontien on the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic leads the way, Dave. So while they begin to roll, I'm going to leave you in here for a moment alongside Rob Howden. I will step away for a second, but you, as a viewer, cannot take your eyes off for a moment. This has been a crazy pre-final already, and it's just getting going.
Yeah, it's great to see Diego Ardiles move up to the second position. Turner Brown now into third. He's fallen back from that pole position, and now it looks like Ardiles and Vidmontien are working together a little. Well, I say that now, and Ardiles makes the move to the inside, and Diego Ardiles will take the lead. Rob, to catch you up a little bit, it's been a battle between the top three, Vidmontien, Ardiles, and Turner Brown, and Turner has really been making a lot of moves. He and Vidmontien not cutting each other a lot of breaks right now.
Well, second there, you tried to use the word working together. And obviously they heard you say that and said, no, we're more than happy to fight it out up front, even though we have, to a certain extent, a three-driver breakaway now pulling away here with that next group of five behind. But you're right, I was walking back over to the booth. I saw Turner Brown getting aggressive, but you that Vidmontien be right back in this as well. So Ardiles there as well, too. So a good group up front here right now, halfway through this pre-final.
Yep, and we've seen the top three. They've been the top three most of the day. They haven't really been challenged as of yet. Vidmontien and Ardiles working together just a little bit. Turner Brown trying to get the push to get back up there and challenge for the lead. But we saw, when they weren't playing very nice together, we saw a group of 6, 7, 8 karts getting together. But now that we've seen a little bit more single file at the front, now we're starting to see the fast karts and the fast drivers start to pull away just a little bit so they can set up for that final run to the checker.
First couple laps always have a little bit of chaos in there. Then everybody kind of settles in finally midway through and start to pull away. And now you're seeing this battle a little further back with Jackson Wolney, Isaac Malkin, and Max Weiland as well. And again, always the underlying theme, Dave, as we're thinking about the championship, right? Who's putting the points up? With the fact that the front three drivers right now on the racetrack are the first three drivers in the points as well. Not surprising what you would see, the cream rising to the top. We're getting fights further back at the pack. But those championship contenders, and there's more contact, couple of drivers going around.
Boy, that was rough right there. One of the Sodi karts in the back of the field got a little bit of airtime there, but you're right, Rob. It's not a surprise that the top three in the championship are running top three on Situation Saturday, making the right moves, trying to score as maximum points as possible. And maybe that's why they're racing each other a little harder than we would have expected early in the race. You got to kind of establish dominance here in a championship fight when, hey, it's going to be decided this weekend.
We talk about chaos just sometimes happening. In big car races, on a restart, you expect it. Yellows breed yellows. We don't have that in karting, but sometimes you have to force the chaos. Maybe fuel that chaos. You're the guy either, like you said, leaning on the guy beside you, bringing more guys into the fight. This is that next group here right now as you see the drivers working their way up into the I-70 hairpin once again. Max Weiland puts the magic cart back up front. You can see the PSL Karting Burrell art right there from Malkit right there on as well. The third generation driver into the inside of the corner through the shark fin. Book it. He's through. Malkit now goes up to P4.
Yeah, these guys are fighting really hard right now. It's all, this is kind of what we talked about a little bit earlier with Xander. This is a little bit more of a track position layout than we're used to at Newcastle Motorsports Park. So if you can get a spot in a pre-final, you've got to do it because you might not be able to get it in the final. And so these guys are racing extremely hard to get that ultimate starting position for the final.
Yeah, that's so true, right? Because the guys up front, top three, top five, they're thinking, okay, if I can get one spot or move myself forward, if I'm in the championship, I need to make sure I finish ahead of the guy I'm chasing the championship. It's the guys that started on the outside of the top 10, right? 15th, 16th. I got to get to the top 10. That's my goal for this pre-final. And it's a relatively short one. I heard you guys talk about the fact it's only 8 laps, but it's a 1.2-mile racetrack. So there's still lots of opportunities throughout that 8-lap run. You can see Aaron Likens giving them, I believe, the 2-to-go side potentially coming through here.
Yes.
So again, 2 laps remaining. Here's that run with Malkin, who's behind him right now, Jackson Wolney. Yeah, you can still see that Max Weiland kind of on defensive right now. Dean Peterson, the Nash Motorsports driver in the 859. Dave now trying to go to work on him.
I'll tell you what, once Malkit made it to the front of that pack, he just pulled away, right? So he's got a very fast go-kart right now. Vidmontien pushing Turner Brown right now. They're trying to catch up to Diego Ardiles. I wonder if we're going to see a battle. We're seeing a battle right here in front of us.
There it is.
As we've got a little bit of shuffling there. The magic cart falling to the back.
Yeah, it's Peterson, Nick Eggleston now in there, the driver in Arizona for Ruthless Karting. You see him there, third in line. He's got himself up into the fight as well. Peterson having a good run. And again, everybody in this group, you're trying to get to the front because you believe in your mind you'll be able to pull away. You'll be able to do what Isaac Malkit did. Let me go to the front. I can pull away from everybody. They're holding me up right now. It's not always the case.
No.
But oftentimes it is. You're able to pull away. We saw Malkit giving himself a lot of room right now back in that battle where Jackson Wolney is kind of leading the way here. White flag fly into our leaders right now, though. Diego Ardiles, point leader coming in. What do you got to do? You try to qualify on pole, you try to tick the boxes. If he can win this, he'll keep the points away from Turner Brown and Enzo Vidmontien.
That was probably right on the border. I don't know. We'll see what the officials have to say about that, but that was close. Turner Brown now making the move, or trying to. It's going to be tight. It looks like maybe Vidmontien will capitalize on Turner Brown kind of getting held up here.
Yeah, everybody's kind of dicing it up here right now. There goes Montien to the inside. Brown's going to go back to third. Big defense at the end of the straightaway, as David said there, as they came into I-70, threw it to the inside, did Ardiles. This has put Vidmontien now back into second, as, of course, Brown a little checked up by that, trying to make a move to the inside. We're a long way from being done. Final lap, though, here. Down the, big over-under coming for Brown coming through the cell tower corner. Can't quite make it stick. He'll try to go to the inside, the double left-hander. He gets to the inside of Vidmontien. Not enough, though. Vidmontien drops the right side wheels. Big outside run onto it for Turner Brown. Huge head of steam for Turner Brown coming down into turn 14. He is outside. Book it. Gone to the lead. David, that was fantastic.
What
Turner Brown's going to win.
Outside pass to win a pre-final. Are you kidding me? That's unbelievable.
The amount of pace and the amount of run he had out of that corner, David, at the right-hander to lead back onto that straightaway. He just literally powered by it like he had pushed a pass to try to drive by Ardiles. Big win for Brown in the championship for sure.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge, and that's exactly what he wanted to do, and that's why he was racing so hard, right? When points are on the line, any points that you can score, and especially over your championship rivals, you have to do it. Yep. And Turner Brown, we might be looking, on Sunday and saying that outside pass was a championship move.
Well, just what he did over in the cell tower, the over-under, he tried to get to the inside of Vidmontien, coming to the double left-handers there, couldn't quite get it done, but had himself the outside line. Vidmontien dropped the wheel, like you said, and he just rolled the outside. Normally, conventional wisdom would be over-under to try to get Vidmontien. He's like, nah, I can run the outside here. Puts his left side on the rumble strips, the exit curbing, and powers by Diego Ardiles. A half a second victory for Turner Brown. Ardiles able to hold off Enzo Vidmontien. Isaac Malkit, as you know, coming out of that battle with Wolney, Peterson, and so on down the line. He ends up in fourth. Jackson Wolney in fifth. 16 Peterson, 7th Martin Jaramillo, 8th Drew Jensen, 9th Nix Eggleston, and 10th was Jackson Gibson. Action-packed 8-lapper to start off our semi-pro pre-finals. David, that was fun to watch.
Yeah, that's a good start to the day, I'd say. If that's what the racing we're going to see today, I'm going to be a very happy puppy at the end of the day. And I got to give a shout-out to Isaac Malkit. I think he's going to be a super big factor when we get to the final later on today. That go-kart was super, super quick. And if you look at the times, he was right there. If we would have had one more lap, maybe he would have been a factor for the win.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Able to get in front of Wolney and Peterson. Everybody he was able to power through there and then pull away, as you said. He ended up getting over a second on them by the time the checkered flag flew. So Malkit has got to be happy with the way that thing's working. Here's the remainder of the field. 16 down. Matthew Cale, Lillian Scarborough, Bristol Borman, Alex Bergeron in the 19th spot, back into 20th. No, don't have that in front of me any longer. There it is right there, Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller actually way to the tail of the field, so not quite sure what happened with Stephen there, but nonetheless, one down. Still a lot of pre-final racing to come for you here. KA100 Senior on the grid, getting set to go, and you had a chance to talk with him. Caleb Gaffera, very impressive in qualifying, new track record, and very comfortable through all of yesterday's action as well.
Yeah, and what a story, too. Wasn't even planning on racing, borrowing a suit, borrowing a helmet. He won't make that mistake again, I guarantee you.
Yes.
But Caleb Gaffera, I mean, he looks super, super strong. I'm very interested to see in this pre-final, is anyone going to be able to challenge him? When you set a track record, when you establish that kind of dominance, especially when you weren't planning on racing, that's a shot across the bow to the rest of the field. I would just say that.
Yeah, well, the thing is, can you pull away, right? It's such a hard category to pull away from you on a drafting track to a certain extent. Even though we have the shark fin, the curb, the corner you have to come through to go through the Monza and everything, it cuts that corner up a little bit, but there's still enough of a draft that even coming out of 14 to 15, there's enough of a draft that it's going to play a role. Even if Caleb is 2/10, 3/10 quicker than the rest of the field, they're going to leverage that draft for all they can to try to stay with them.
Well, and everybody just saw what Turner Brown did, right?
Yeah.
Third to first in 2 corners. So this is still very much a drafting track, a track where you can make a pass, a track where you can make apparently outside passes. So we'll figure that one out.
I can't pass on the outside of 14. Oh, yeah, you can.
Yeah, every coach in the paddock saw that and said, oh, you're lying to me now. It can be done.
Yeah, that was a fantastic run on the outside, all worked up with the fact that he was really starting to put the pressure on Vidmontien coming out of the cell tower corner, did the over-under, positioned himself well to try the inside of the double left-hander that leads back over to 14. Wasn't able to get the pass done there, but was able to roll the outside and essentially take a wider outside apex on Vidmontien, then power by Diego Ardiles to what, again, is a crucial win here for him. Obviously, the max points available in the pre-final, that's what you're trying to get done each and every time. Remember, Turner Brown coming in 125 points back of Diego Ardiles. If you look at the drop race, that's the key. The lowest point score this year for Ardiles was 240. For Turner Brown, you got a 214. So there's about a 26-point swing there just in the drop race. Turner still has to have a big weekend, and a victory here this afternoon, I think, would put him really in a solid position to be closer in the fight will come Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and it's always nice when your drop is bigger than your competitors, right? You can kind of make up for a poor race. So, from Turner Brown's perspective, he's doing everything that he needs to do to win the championship. And like I said, if we get to Sunday and we find out, he won this by a couple of points, that pass meant everything.
That's 100%. Listen, you talk to drivers about this all the time. Sure. At the start of the season, they never worry about that, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, well, you know what? I was going to finish second, but I didn't want to start on the outside of the front row, so I checked up a bit. I wanted third. I wanted to be the inside of row 2. Well, you just gave up 10 points, or however many points you gave up. You think about that at the end of the season, right? When you're like, oh, man, I wish I had that 10 points back I gave away because I wanted the inside line. Everybody's scrapping, of course, in the final weekend for however many points you get.
Yeah, and that's interesting. And I think some of the more cerebral drivers out there do think about points, even if they lie to us journalists. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised at all if there are some drivers who've been thinking championship from race 1, but not everybody does think championship. And it's interesting to kind of see the contrast. I mean, Skitchy Barnes, when I spoke to him earlier, was totally focused on the championship. Other drivers are saying, well, if I win or get top 3, you know what, that's all I need to score the championship, so it'll work itself out.
Yeah, drivers will always tell you, I'm just here to win races. If I win races, the championship will take care of itself. This guy's not in the championship battle. Caleb Gaffert did a bunch of different running. The Chad Docken Racing pile on the Kart Republic. On the pole alongside Henry Wheeler for PSL Karting on the Burrell Art Row 2. We'll have Colin Lloyd for Inter MS alongside James Overbeck for Mike Doty Racing and Brandon Jarson.
Yeah, inside row 3 is Keegan Kaminsky. On the outside is Fernando Leguay. There we go, Leguay. Eli Warren starting on the inside of row number 4. Kane Martin on the outside. Jake Drew on the inside of row 5, and Josh Campbell on the outside. Vaughn Beasley?
Just outside the top 10, Vaughn Beasley on the inside of row 6 alongside Drew James. Row 7 will have Quentin Angeli, and look out for Mick Gabriel coming from 14th position in the 978. Then we got Finnegan Bailiff. Again, watch him as well. He comes in here as your point leader. Bailiff on the outside, and Luke Powers on the inside.
Stefan Essert on the inside of row number 9. Chase Basiglia on the outside of row 9.
Just a quick message to the paddock, folks. We need the parents of 887, cart number 887 to the medics, please. Parents of cart 887 to the medics, please. Drivers working their way out of the final couple of corners here. David, it's time to go racing. We saw the drivers up front. It'll be Caleb Gaffert that'll bring him through. Here's the remainder of the field in KA 100 Senior, the category brought to you by Sodi Racing USA. Finnegan Bailiff, point leader, coming in over top of James Overbeck by just 37 points. Stephen Miller in the fight here as well. Here we go, folks. Drivers settling in and getting ready to roll. Nice and clean. Big field of drivers in our KA 100 Senior category. Gaffert on the inside. Wheeler on the outside. Spooling things up. And here we go. Green, green, green. Racing down into turn number 1. Essentially on the racetrack, turn number 2 and 3. As turn 1, the first right-hander after start finish. Gaffera's going to get a good start there as they work their way out of the corner. Gaffert takes the early lead into second. I think that maybe, is that Colin Lloyd into second? Potentially. Wheeler, I believe, dropping back into the 3rd spot. So Gaffert leading for the first time to the scoreboard. We are underway.
Yeah, a much tidier start than it was in the previous race, that's for sure. I say that as they all spread out. But yes, Caleb Gaffert looks like he's got we've got one Sodi off at the back of the field. He gets back on. Caleb Gaffert still controlling this race, and I think everybody knows the speed that Kart has. So maybe you're thinking as a driver, well, if I stay behind him and we can kind of pull away, maybe I'll have a chance at the end, although Henry Wheeler goes to second as I say that.
Yeah, Aron Sharma, the driver, off over in the opening corner. But you know what? With the speed that Gaffera has, the drivers that were behind him are like, okay, listen, let's just get through this opening couple of laps. I'll try to hook up and see if I can grab on the back of Gaffera and then pull away. That's the key to it right now. He's already got 3 to 4 kart lengths. So the question we asked at the very start is, can he pull away? Will it happen? Big straightaway. There's your answer, David. Wheeler right back on the gearbox and right back on the rear bumper, 100% using the draft down the straightaway.
Oh, and there's an off right there at the back of that lead group. But yes, this is Newcastle Motorsports Park. There is no such thing as pulling away here. But you can pull away if you've got a big enough, fast enough group, and that's what we're seeing right now.
The driver who went off was actually James Overbeck.
Oh, that's
huge.
The
points right now. Super easy to do on the outside of that corner. You may get forced off a little bit. You take a little bit too much curb. You can drop the wheel. It's all it takes to go off on the outside of the exit of the I-70 hairpin.
Yeah, and it sure looked like to me that he got forced off, as we see another driver almost get forced off the track there. And that's so difficult. You have to pick and choose your battles, right?
Yeah.
If you're on the outside of somebody, maybe back off the throttle, especially if you're in a championship position like James Overbeck is.
I think that might have been Lloyd having some trouble as well. Another driver, that's McGabriel, I believe. No, that's the 992 of Kane Martin. He'll drop a little bit of left rear tire as well. Man, I'll tell you this, there's no doubt everybody's hanging it out right now, David. We've seen so many drivers drop wheels, but a 2-driver breakaway right now, Gaffera and Wheeler out to about 0.8 of a second over Eli Warren, who's worked his way up to P3.
Yeah, we might be having some drivers send some bills for lawn mowing service right now. My goodness, it's a lot, but you seeing it, right? Gaffera and Wheeler, they've hooked up. Now it's the task of these drivers in 3rd, 4th, 5th, and on back. You see all of them right there. They've got to work together. They've got to make sure that 2-kart breakaway doesn't actually break away as the 994 Alonso kart is off in the weeds out there. But yeah, you got to make sure Gaffera and Wheeler don't pull away. Everybody knows how fast Gaffera is, so now it's the key of those guys in 5th on back. Get up there, keep them in the sights, don't let them run away.
Henry Wheeler still with a mathematical shot at potentially winning the championship, but it's a long shot for him. But to be able to pull away with Gaffera, a guy he knows he's not battling for the title, just leverage him, try to work with him. They'd love to be able to start 1-2 in the main event this afternoon. So right now the front-running duo doing a really good job to pull away. Everybody else kind of settling in. We saw issues for another one of the championship contenders, James Overbeck as well. So indeed, Stephen Miller's worked his way up to 10th. He's currently 3rd place in the points coming in. So a lot of issues for other drivers at this point here, but Gaffera and Wheeler pulling away. Warren nicely into 2nd. Luque runs 4th. Warren 3rd. Luque 4th. Keegan Kaminsky up to 5th. Jake Drew into 6th. Kane Martin 7th. Dropped the wheel a couple laps ago, as we talked about, but Martin settling back in front of Beasley. Overbeck went off track. He's back on in 9th. And now Josh Campbell rounding out the top 10.
To your point, Rob, what an interesting dynamic that Caleb Gaffera, who is not in the championship fight. Typically, when you have someone who's that fast in the championship fight, it's a problem for everybody who's in the championship fight. They want them out of there as quickly as possible. But to your point about Henry Wheeler, Gaffera provides an opportunity to gain points, which is something that we usually don't see when there's a guy up there who isn't involved in the championship taking away points from others. But for Henry Wheeler, it's a positive for him.
Here comes Warren. Very impressive. Eli Warren in the Ward Speed Racing Machine has closed up. He knew he was quick yesterday. I talked to his dad, Keith, said, yeah, I think we got a pretty good hot rod. We're quick. We don't want to be P1 and happy hour. We don't like having that. We don't like being the first guy out in qualifying, number one. I think he was about 6th or 7th yesterday, so he had a solid qualifying effort, but they know they have a good car. There it is right there. The 997 machine, very quick. And indeed super comfortable pulling away along with this group of 4 drivers. Look at the gap now back to 5th and 6th. That's, I believe, that's good though. That's the 2 GFC drivers lined up. That may help out for Jake Drew and Keegan Kaminsky. Those are 2 drivers working together, David, trying to close up to this front-running quartet.
Yes, and something that I've noticed is that Gaffera has begun to put a little bit of gap between him and Wheeler. They're not totally hooked together, and I wonder if guys like Eli Warren are seeing that, seeing opportunity. Hey, maybe I can get into 2nd, push Gaffera, and get way away from everybody else. We kind of saw that in the first race where, you know, you have to make the decision. You have to decide, is my kart actually good enough to be 2nd and push and get away? But I think there's an opportunity here for Eli Warren. Let's see how aggressive he is with Henry Wheeler over the next couple of laps.
I also think that Eli Warren is going to be watching what's happening up front, because I think that Henry Wheeler, listen, remember a couple laps ago he was behind him, there was nobody close to him. Now he can hear Wheeler right behind him. So rather he can hear Warren behind him. It may be a little more sense of urgency for Wheeler to get by. He has not been, he's been patient. He's been sitting there. Hey, I can wait till the final lap to get this thing done, right? With what we got 2-3 laps remaining. I'm good. I'm patient. But when you got a couple guys behind you like this with Warren and Luke Kay, maybe it's go time. He'll reach down, grab a little bit of radiator there, try to cool it up a bit. The carburetor adjustment coming. This is KA, not X30, Rob. No radiator, dummy. So David, a little carburetor adjustment, settling in. Again, Wheeler. He's got to make the move here pretty soon. What happened to Luke Kay? We lost Luke Kay coming out of there.
I was about to shout him out, and he lost. He must have made a mistake there, bobbled somewhere, because he was really the guy who was pushing Eli Warren up to the front, and I was about to shout him out, but now he's falling back, and it's going to bring those guys who are behind up into this lead fight. We could have a whale of a race here at the end of this pre-final.
I don't know if the GFC guys were close enough for the draft last time by, but Drew's most definitely closing. Kane Martin's got another spot. He's worked his way up to 7th. Remember, a minor issue from him early on in the race, but he's now up into 7th. This is Gaffera. Wheeler right with him. He has not pulled the trigger yet. Back over to 15 here. I like the action so far, but everybody's settling in. Gaffera, Wheeler, Warren, Luke Kay. I actually thought Warren might start putting more pressure on. I'm surprised he sat where he is right now, especially when Luke Kay was right there. Now Luke Kay's fallen back. He'll have a little bit of a room. That's always nice. Little look over the shoulder for Warren. He says, okay, I got room to play. Do we see a move coming up here to turn number 2?
Not close enough.
No, I thought he was going to throw it in there anyway.
Well, but he's got to think later on today. He's got to think later on this weekend. He can't, you can't throw it away just to finish second, right? And also we saw previous race, you can go from 3rd to 1st in 2 corners. The last 2 corners, in fact. So I think Eli Warren is in a good position. He's happy. He doesn't have to take a big risk. Although, I think it would be more exciting if he did, for sure. He's got to think later on a race win, not a pre-final. Absolutely.
For Wheeler, though, with the outside shot of the championship, he can't leave 10
he needs to go for it.
He can't leave 10 points on the board right now. It would 90 points for second, 100 points for the win. Wheeler needs this. He needs to put some big pressure here on Gaffera. We've answered the question, first and foremost. Caleb Gaffera was not able to pull away.
No.
They were on him in a big way. They'll come down the back straightaway once again, over into the complex of right, left, right. Back over to the start-finish line. Gaffera looking pretty good. Aaron Likens will give them the signal when they come out of the corner here. 1 lap to go in KA 100 Senior, the pre-final. Let's see what you got, Henry Wheeler, because here comes Eli Warren, and Luke Kay's coming back in here as well.
Yeah, this might be the move right here for Henry Wheeler. He's got a gap behind him. He stays in line. Interesting. And
Gaffera did not defend either.
No, he didn't. And so they're working together clearly. Now, the interesting thing about Gaffera, it sure looks like in the last couple of laps he's been hanging that thing out a little bit more. I think the opportunity has been there for Henry Wheeler, and he hasn't taken it for whatever reason.
Wait till Gaffera's got to run the defensive line. If he does, into the cell tower corner. That'll be the big differentiator here in this race, whether or not he walks the race win or if Wheeler decides to throw it in there. Whatever happens, if he does run a defensive line, Luke Kay will be back. Warren will be back. I wouldn't even count out Jake Drew, who's been able to get by up into the 5th spot. There's the move to the inside at cell tower, but here comes the rest of the crew. Wheeler goes to P1. Gaffera might not worry about this. He'll try it a little later, but whatever he does, he doesn't want to get taken out and move back. For Wheeler, this is the points he needs right now. Down the straightaway again into the final complex of corners. Will Henry Wheeler come away with it here? There's the battle further back with Kane Martin and James Overbeck. Wheeler through the last couple of corners. Gaffera thinking about the inside. No, it's going to be a pre-final win and 100 points for the P5 man in the standings, Henry Wheeler. Big run for Wheeler. He is able to get by Gaffera on the final lap. Eli Warren 3rd, Fernando Luque, Drew and Kaminsky 5th and 6th. Okay, we had a lot of action to call there.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, I will say this. That was extremely well managed by Henry Wheeler. He got Caleb Gaffera behind him, but crucially, he didn't let anyone else pass Gaffera. So from a points perspective, that helped him out pretty significantly.
Point leader Finnegan Bailiff all the way down in 15th spot, but there's their top 15. Wheeler, Gaffera, Warren, Luque, and Drew, your top 5. Kaminsky ends up 6th. Overbeck back to 7th. He's 2nd place in points. This is going to get wild before it's all said and done. Kane Martin, 8th. Josh Campbell and Stephen Iser rounding out your top 10. Stephen Miller, another championship contender, 3rd coming in. He's back in 11th, so not a perfect day for the guys up front. Jorge Ortiz in 12th, Chase Busaglia in 13th, Colin Lloyd, a former champion, 14th in the year. Point leader, 6.4 seconds back, Finnegan Bailiff. Work to be done for him. There's the remainder of a large field of KA 100 senior guys.
And how great is it to see such a big entry here, especially in pro shifter? I mean, my goodness, isn't that awesome, Rob?
Listen, I think we've come to expect big fields in KA Junior and Senior,
Yes.
right? That's obviously a very popular class right now. We're seeing smaller in the X30s, but to have 35 drivers in pro shifter, we all love the shifter classes. It's good for the sport, but to have 35 top dogs here, I'm super excited for this weekend.
Insane. It's a lot of fun. We love SKUSA racing. I know you do, Rob, and we especially love it here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. The racing's been absolutely fabulous.
There you go, folks. Everything we have coming up for you still. We're working through the pre-finals. We'll have Pro Heat number 1, Pro Heat 2 later on today as well. Of course, the finals for the 5 semi-pro categories. Don't go anywhere, folks. More to come here on Kart Chaser as pre-finals continue here for round number 5.
Offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back to Newcastle Motorsports Park as we get set for more action here with the Micro Swift division, the pre-final set and ready to go. Jaden Francisco with the biggest margin of pole in qualifying, nearly 4/10 to Hudson Howard on the TKG Alonso kart. Sterling Mulata and Lawrence Perriman make up row 2. Leo Simone and Lucas Tarango on row 3.
Go back to Daniel Ramirez and Wynn Gottschalk on row number 4. Burgess and Orioli on row 5 here, but they round the last corner. And we get set to take the green flag here shortly. Lennox Lockhart and Dutch Westbrook, row number 6. Francisco Puerta and Cameron Johnson, row number 7. And it goes all the way down to Hank Rye and more as we get set to go here in a couple of moments' time.
So as they bring their way up the hill and towards I-70, we are green for the Microsif class, and a couple spins at the back. 2 or 3 drivers up and around. That was the back couple of rows, Rob, right as we got going. Sadly, a few of them will have a rougher start here to their Saturday. But for the majority of the field, we are cleaning away here as the field works its way out of the shark fin.
Indeed underway, a little bit of issue further back. You saw that be kind of collateral damage where a number of drivers went backwards a little bit there. Nonetheless, the remainder of the field continuing. Actually, everybody else getting ready to go, getting back at it. The crew, SKUSA corner marshal crew, getting out there quickly to get them back onto the racetrack and underway. So those drivers will get the laps in that they need to continue to learn at this level of competition. Mini Swift drivers on track. Working up front here right now, the opening couple of corners, not surprising. Everybody's settling into position right now. Francesco leads the way, Howard into second, Mulata third, Perriman now fourth, Simone into the 5th spot, Tarango runs 6th, Ramirez, Gottschalk, Burgess, and Orioli. So underway here now. We'll watch how things kind of shake out for the opening circuit here. They'll come across to put lap number 1 rather in the books with Francesco. Still the driver out front right now, the RPM pilot looking good. You see everybody kind of settling in further back. You got Ramirez there right on the bumper of Simone. First time back again at speed of the whole field through into turn number 3 and 4. Through the shark fin part of the racetrack, the inner loop, which includes the Monza section of the racetrack. Tighter, depending on which way you're going. Obviously, if you're heading in the counterclockwise direction. Saw one of our corner marshals running there, which always sends up flags or signals you want to find something on the racetrack. Nonetheless, the battle continues here. Oh, way off the racetrack for the 223. Shovel to the outside of the track there. That's tough. Got to get him back onto the track here. We'll have a look at the leaders. More drivers having trouble further back. That's the 213 and Ramirez. That was over in Cell Tower. I don't know if it was contact or not there, but Ramirez went all the way out to the outside of the racetrack, tucked it back in. It's still the 232 of Francesco leading the way. Right behind him is Simone, followed by now, I believe, Mulata and Howard. Hudson Howard running there in the number 249. Mulata in the number 243. There's some action here over the first couple of laps there, Xander.
Yeah, quite a bit to start here as they just really have finally broken the packs up quite a bit. We've got about a second gap from 7th to 8th, but with shuffling like this and I mean, they're 2 by 2 here at the end of the straightaway. That may eat that gap up to the midfield already as points leader Zane Burgess goes for a ride in the dirt. He'll drop all the way back to 7th. That'll kind of bring Orioli and Ramirez back into it, and well, through that chaos at the end of the front stretch, it's back to Jaden Francisco at the helm. And it looks like Sterling Mulata on the Bennick has gone from 4th to 2nd.
Yeah, tough for Burgess. He was back in 9th. He had worked his way methodically over the first couple laps up into a position near the front, but have to press the reset button to come back all at it again. There's the 43 of Mulata, the 243 rather. Simone, Burgess is going to come from the back, as I had said. Francesco trying to set the pace up front. We have a 3-driver battle potentially lining up. We'll see how it plays out. There's a good move to the inside as well. Nice job there for Hudson Howard as he'll take a spot to the inside of the right-hander.
With Hudson Howard, this is a huge learning experience. You can only imagine the nerves of that young man. Granted, again, for these 7 to 10-year-olds, you know, it's serious, but not as serious maybe as some of the higher-up ranks. But for Hudson Howard, this is a career best so far. What a great Saturday at home, a track where he has slowly gotten to learn. And now on one of the U.S.'s biggest stages, he's now into 2nd. But granted, the gap to Jaden Francisco has gotten astronomical now. Nearly a full 2nd for the leader back to this main group here of 2nd back to about 9th.
Yeah, all this action for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th has allowed Francesco to pull away a little bit here. Howard, as we said, his dad, of course, as we know, Jay Howard, the noted Formula 2000 champion, Indy Lights champion, ran a number of Indianapolis 500s as a team in the ladder system that leads to IndyCar. Jay Howard, driver development. I always love talking to Jay because we talk a lot about the drivers he has running in his cars, but then I start, I'll get in there and mention Hudson a little bit. He gets that dad look like, oh my God, what am I doing? What have I got myself into? The fact that he's on off weekends, he's here at the track working with Hudson, which is great.
Well, and again, it's easy to say, all right, you're not ready for this when he's just learning and maybe not, running it at the front of the field. But now Hudson Howard is going to force Dad to make sure that he's got enough testing booked before and after maybe Las Vegas for the Super Nationals with a run like this here, because this kid is getting his elbows out. They are pressuring him quite a bit.
That lap, Leo Simone was looking to go by, lost third. Now Mulata is going to get by both of them with a nice move right at the grid corner, and that'll put us right at halfway. Now, even with all of that kind of beating, banging, and passing, they only lost 3/10. If they could just hang on for about 2 laps, they'll reel Jaden Francisco back in. But for the moment, we're going to continue to trade spots. This time, Howard's going to lose third. He'll lose fourth. Burgess by. The whole pack is going to about swallow up the Alonso Kart driver. He'll drop all the way back to 9th here into the shark fin.
Yeah, Wynn Gottschalk came across the line in the 2nd spot, had set the fast lap of the race as well. So does that translate to be able to reel in Francisco? The gap 1.2 seconds last time by. Look at this battle further back, the 4th, 5th, 6th, too wide into the scoreboard corner. That does not always equate to good speed coming out of that corner. You need to have that full run, entry, apex, and exit. Otherwise, you're giving up pace. Another driver dropping a wheel coming out of the green corner. That happens on occasion, trying to carry all that speed through that left-hander. The track falls away pretty quickly, and if you do get up over the exit curbing, not that hard to hook a wheel and find yourself 4 wheels in the grass and coming back on track a number of yards down the road. Otherwise, a pretty good run up front. We talked about the fact that Francisco has led from the get-go here. Will they be able to reel him in? That's kind of the question right now. He has a solid lead. It was 1.2 seconds last time by Xander. When he comes back across here, we'll get that to update. It's down to 0.8 of a second. Gottschalk, who's been turning the fast laps, does it again, a 1:17.223. Gottschalk, Burgess back up to 3rd, having fallen back to 7th. Simone, Orioli, your top 5 drivers right now. And again, Howard, who ran 2nd for a time, now back in P8.
And again, they're still making some more passes down at turn 1, but now 2nd, 3rd, 4th have gotten away far enough that no matter what they do, if they hook up or if they pass, at this point, they're probably not going to get back in touch with them. Santi Orioli and Danny Ramirez even in 5th and 6th. Well, I would say they were getting ready to get away. Ramirez just sent it down the inside. He'll take over position number 5 and swap those spots around. Jake Manolio is still about 3 seconds back from this main pack there. He leads the next group back in 10th. But for Danny Ramirez, Orioli, Perriman, there again the ruthless karting entry of Lucas Tarango, still swapping 5th. That's going to pretty much put 4th and 3rd out of the question at this point. They're headed to 2 laps to go. It's a long lap around, but the gap, I mean, Rob, we can't even get them into frame anymore. The top 4 long and away from this group at this point.
Yeah, when we look at the championship, you think Zane Burgess probably in a pretty good position to do it. His worst race, though, was the last one at 275 points. Santiago Orioli, round 4 at 80 points. So it's not as big as you think in terms of the gap, although Orioli cannot have another drop race. So he'll need to count both of these races this weekend to stay anywhere within the championship. Burgess, with a couple of good finishes, could put the final nails in the coffin to be able to come away with a championship here in the Micro Swift category.
Oh, big little wiggle there from Danny Ramirez. That'll cost him some time. Here comes Hudson Howard and Lucas Tarango behind him. Looks like Zev Gottschalk has now taken over 10th in that 3-car pack back there. So move Zev. That young man only 6, maybe, I'm not sure if he's turned 7 even quite yet in the Micro Swift class. Older brother Wynn, obviously up the road, having a good charge with him and Zane Burgess trying to hunt down Jaden Francisco and make this a fight for the win once again. They've left Leo Simone in the dust, and then this group has just continued to give us action. Orioli, Perriman, look at Ramirez even defending, and he's going to drop a tire, and off he goes. Tarango and Hudson Howard will get by.
Yeah, a tough one there for that young driver to just drop that way. It's been off a couple of times, actually. Ramirez has got to keep that thing on the racetrack. When you're hanging out to dry, that's going to happen. You're doing everything you can to try to stay on the racetrack, keep everybody behind you, and it doesn't take much of this racetrack to drop a wheel. And as I said earlier, you find yourself 4 wheels off in the graph. There you go right now. That is Gottschalk and Burgess. The gap now is a full second last time by. It was 0.8 of a second a couple of laps ago, but on the final lap here, a full second for Francisco, very likely able to run away, because we'll see what Burgess does here with Gottschalk. Gottschalk will block to the inside. Burgess thinking over-under. Lots more places to overtake Xander on this final circuit.
Yeah, quite a few on this last lap, and it's a long lap again. These kids are running lap times in the 1 minute 15, 1 minute 18 second bracket with, again, 18 turns on the circuit, and about probably half of them you can make a pass into. So we're going to start to see some back and forth crossover moves, a little bit of defending. It's unfortunate because even though the white flag is telling these kids to race, had they pushed maybe 1 or 2 more laps, or at least another half lap, they might have had a shot at, getting close to Jaden, but credit where credit is due for Jaden Francisco. He has not dropped a wheel. He's not put a tire wrong he has kept that gap as good as he can out front, and that is what has got us focused on the fight for second, because he has driven away once he got the lead.
And maybe more importantly for Zane Burgess, he is in front of Sebastian Orioli, right? Or Santiago Orioli, rather. That's the key for him. If I'm finishing in front of him every time, I've got the points I need to try to come away with a championship when it's all said and done. Francesco coming through the final corner. He'll see the checkered flag from Aaron Likens, counted a win. And a pole position in the main event for Francesco. Gottschalk holding off Burgess. Simone closing at the end. Then we have the gap of about 4 seconds back to Orioli by himself on the racetrack. Then that next group of 5 with Howard, Perriman up into the 8th position as well. I believe was Mulata, I think. 8th is Ramirez, actually. Ramirez, Tarango in 9th, and Manalillo in the 10th spot. So what happened to Mulata? Because he was up there for a while, all the way down to 14th in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, Sterling Mulata, and that was it wasn't necessarily the last lap for him. I mean, he was a 118, so it must have happened, in those closing kind of moments of the last couple of laps in that race. But ultimately, yeah, he ends up off. There's the 216 machine that went around coming to the line. So a good bit of kind of topsy-turvy action. The youngest drivers, the J&M Racing Micro Swifts, were certainly getting after it here in the pre-final, and it ends up giving Jaden Francisco a little bit of a margin, and then he ran with it. Nearly 3 seconds at the margin of victory there over Gottschalk, Burgess, Simone. A top 3 run there for Zane. That's exactly what the doctor ordered to continue to build on that championship lead. And again, if he has a stellar main event, there is a chance that it could get locked out, or very hard for someone to overcome the points deficit come tomorrow. Again, all that calculation with the drop rounds is part of the game for these semi-pro classes that do get 2 rounds per weekend, Rob.
Yeah, indeed. And we talked about the fact that the drops come into play, right? Burgess dropping his round for 275. Orioli be dropping his round for 80. So it actually on 195 point swing. So it's still right around maybe 80 or 90 points as the gap if you actually take the drops already into factor. But again, as we said before, Orioli cannot have a bad race. He has got to be great the entire run to be able to get into the middle of this fight. So again, working our way through our pre-finals here right now, here on round number 5. Of course, capping off the championship tomorrow on Championship Sunday here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. But qualifying already done. We've got through the lunch break and now rolling through these pre-finals as the drivers in Master Shifter getting ready to roll out, Xander, to get things underway with their pre-final with Scott Skitchy Barnes starting on the front row, pole position for the Bermudian.
And it was a close run in qualifying, Rob. What a great performance from Tim Hollowell on the TB kart, pitting out of his own garage here, right down by yours, down right kind of behind where our camera is over here in the last turn, and I guess the first turn after the timing loop. He has done a great job of putting the field kind of on notice. And, man, in warm-up was he sensational. I mean, nearly 2 seconds clear in the opening practice session with the lap he put down. And he kind of wasn't really on our radar in qualifying till that last lap. He waited a good bit, built a gap, built the tires up slowly. And then once he turned them on, he made it close to Skitchy. But, again, with those two on the front row as they'll line up, it'll be Luis Quinones and Michael Gouache on row number 2 as we go through the rest of our starting lineup here for your Master Shifters.
Yeah, outside the first couple of rows, everybody's still putting down good laps. Nicholas Bedard, the PSL driver, impressive to go to P5 alongside Mike Rivera. Michael Gouache will start on the inside of row 4, 7th. Jeff Mills on the outside, one of the crew that came up here from California with Ron White Racing on their CRGs. Justin Kelly has returned to the SKUSA Pro Tour on the Maranello, will start 9th alongside Cameron Castles. Row 6, SKUSA veteran Ken Schilling on the inside, Will Lynn on the outside, and Kyle Uchinsky will wrap it all up here. The TV kart driver for Amarillo, and that program starting at the tail of the field. 13 drivers, Xander, here in Master Shifter. Good little championship battle still with this one here with Skitchy Barnes, Joe Ruck primarily, Michael Gouache still in the fight as well, but primarily it's a Barnes versus Ruck program under the Maranello tent to see who comes away with the #1 trophy.
And the first battle will be the hole shot off the line. We talked a little bit about it at the end of qualifying, that in Pro Shifter at the last round of the championship in Cincinnati, well, it was a major run down to turn #1. Here, it was a short run to the corner. And still, the cleanliness of the outside lane, the dirtiness of the inside lane had the outside pull starter win all 3 starts. And Master Shifter, well, it was a bit of a mixed bag. Let's see what the first gearbox start of the day looks like. There's the green light from the officials, Rob. Here we go.
Time to get things underway with Master Shifter. Field set, green, 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 and a strong hole shot there for Sketchy Barnes. Hollowell will come across the bow quickly from left to right to try to hold off Rook, who has a bit of trouble coming out of that opening corner. Got a little of the curbing on the inside that's given the drivers up front a little bit of breathing room into the shark fin for the first time. That banked right-hander back to a couple of 90-degree corners, back to the hairpin here now. Rook going to immediately go after Hollowell. He'll go to second halfway through the opening lap.
Yeah, straight down the inside here. Not one to let his championship competitor, his teammate, get too far up the road. But again, Tim Hollowell has shown speed. It was far from a fluke in qualifying, so we'll wait to see if he's going to challenge already. Joe Rook, though, right onto the bumper of Skitchy by the time they even got to the cell tower. It's like he started right there on his heels. So great opening half lap for the 601. And with Hollowell still close, there's even more that could potentially join the fight here. Luis Quinones there on the factory kart, just a little bit off of where he needs to be, but he's been kind of pretty good through the morning, really good, ending yesterday as the fastest man in happy hour. There's a number of different names that could join the party.
Yeah, let's see how it goes as the heat of the day starts closing in. It's getting warmer and warmer. Remember, 59 degrees, I think, when we got here trackside. Here's that first move for the lead at the kink. Big slider there coming to the inside. He got the kart sideways, and Rook will take over the lead with a solid move at the end of the straightaway. Right in there is Barnes, Hollowell as well, and we talked about the fact already that Quinones is trying to make it a 4-driver battle up front. He is closing. You can see him back there, P4. Then it's the gap back to Bedard and Rivera, and a good battle a little bit further back as well between Jeff Mills and Michael Gouache.
Yeah, and it's such a good angle there on the kink into turn number 1. That little crest of the hill knocks these karts sideways as they're turning, as they're in 6th gear, full bore, and then quickly down on the brakes to get down to probably 3rd or maybe even 2nd at the I-70 hairpin. Lots of up and down through the box. You go on a lap around this 1.2-mile circuit. Skitchy Barnes at least able to get back into the point. Ruck, Hollowell, Quinones still closely there. A little bit further back as Mike Rivera in 5th. Trails probably maybe 1.6, 1.7 seconds from the lead. Still only about 8/10 away, and it's just a close grouping up front here. Very close for Master Shifter to get started.
A little talk about the championship, of course, as well as a little tape coming off there for Joe Rook. A little air, more air through that radiator. But a little look at the championship. Rook actually has, although he's 101 points back when you add up all 4 totals so far, a much worse drop race right now. His opening round was a 90-pointer, and the worst race so far this year, 224 round 4. For Skitchy Barnes. So again, a big swing, as I had said, about 134 points in terms of the swing. So if you just go that way, it actually puts Rook back into the lead by plus 20. It all depends on what happens in these first 2 races. But the one thing is the pressure on Joe Rook. He can't have another DNF. He already has that one race. If he does, he all but hands the championship over to Skitchy Barnes.
Yeah, this is a critical situation Saturday, if you will, Rob, for Mr. Joe Rook. Now, again, a P2 result isn't bad, except for the fact that it's Skitchy in front of him. So again, he can't afford a bad day, but even where he currently runs, he cannot afford a bad run either. So he's just got to be very careful, as we watch there with the low shot coming to the last 2 turns and getting onto the front straightaway, that he doesn't let Skitchy drive away. He kind of, keeps the pressure on, maybe force a mistake, or at least, at minimum, force Skitchy to work those tires a little bit harder and hopefully take care of his a little better.
I-70 is such a fantastic corner, right? You're carrying so much speed coming down that little kink that leads into the actual corner you've got to navigate, and of course not get off track on the exit. I had a chance, of course, to run here last year at the Summer Nationals, and man, that's a fun corner, and I can only imagine how great it would be in a 125cc shifter. These drivers kind of toss it in there, back it into the corner a little bit. Great run right now for Skitchy Barnes. Remember, Joe Rook had taken the lead a couple laps ago, but Barnes has gone back to P1. We'll shout out all those of you back in Bermuda right now watching your driver carry the flag over here in the U.S., as he has done for a couple of decades here. Barnes looking to try to get this championship, and look right there as well. We talked about Tim Hollowell. He's been so consistent, very patient to sit right where he is right now. Let those 2 teammates battle it out. Quinones right there as well. Mike Rivera now up into the 5th spot. He's been able to clear Bedard. In fact, has a full second. So And you'll see just coming into the right side of the screen here, not quite. We thought we would have hot it, but if you look a little further back, there is Rivera. Hey, he's closing on the leaders as well. Mike Rivera is closing up to make it 5 drivers in the lead group as Barnes continues to lead.
Yeah, he is slowly chipping away. I mean, again, it's not a lot, but again, Mike Rivera, 2/10 on the leader last time, a 10th the lap before, just inching his way towards the top couple. So what a run here for the GFC driver. And Mike Rivera is doing a fantastic job to get himself potentially onto the first 2 rows. And he's going up against Joe Ruck, who is a couple of years younger, avid in CrossFit. Skitchy Barnes also a couple of years younger. Mike Rivera is taking it to these young bucks that have jumped up into the master category over the last couple of years, Rob.
And let's look at the top 5. Maranello, TB Kart, Factory Kart, GFC. None of what I would say would be like the big 3 or the big 4, right?
No.
These drivers all in different programs. Oh, Hollowell to the inside of Rook. They'll go side by side to the final corner, 17 and 18. Hollowell goes back to P2.
Talk about home track advantage, knowing exactly where he wanted to place that go-kart. Now it puts Joe Ruck in a tricky spot there. Quinones was starting to look on him, but Ruck ultimately had a little more speed at the end of the straightaway, pulled that gap back open. And now Quinones actually is getting closer to the front bumper of Mike Rivera. But all the while, Skitchy Barnes is now up to maybe 5 or 6/10.
So my question, was that overtake for Hollowell in that last complex of corners enough to get Skitchy the gap he needs to take it to the end, right? Ruck obviously has to get out of it a little bit, going to the inside of turn 17. You obviously weren't going to get a lot of exit speed for Hollowell. He takes the spot. But does he give it enough for Barnes to be able to pull away? They'll put lap 6 in the books next time by, so it'll be 2 laps remaining. Last time it was about a half a second. We'll see whether or not Hollowell's got what it takes to reel him in and potentially position himself for an overtake in the final circuit.
Well, one thing that brings to mind here, Rob, is, outside of the leader of a pack in a shifter kart race, you don't really know what the rest of the guys behind him have speed-wise. I mean, at points, it looks like they're all the same speed, but a lot of it's because they're having to give and not over, drive the corner and hit the guy in front of them. Mateus Morgado back at round 2 in the championship, he had to start around 6. He had to get through the pack. He didn't look like he was race-winning material on Saturday. But by his interview, he's like, I just had to get through the pack. I'm just as fast as AJ. And it sounds off that interview, okay, yeah, sure, that's confidence. That's great. But sure enough, Sunday rolled around. He had clean air. He started up front, and he was as fast as AJ, if not a tick better. So, I mean, you can see it right now. Tim Hollowell, 2 laps ago, it looks like he was just riding behind Joe. But once he's gotten clear, once he can go back to hitting his own marks, which is, again, I think the toughest thing to do is to follow in a shifter kart compared to a single speed. He's right there now.
And that begs the question, who is kind of hiding in the woods right now? We know what Barnes has got up front, but hey, Rivera's closed up on the back of Quinones right now. We saw Hollowell take it to Joe Ruck. And indeed, we're not done yet because white flag will fly this time by, and Hollowell is a lot closer than he was before. Gained a little at maybe a half a tenth last time by. They'll work their way to the final corner to the start-finish line. There's the white flag, and Hollowell, he's going to get a big run down the straightaway if he gets out of turn number 1 cleanly. A little bit of move to the inside for Skitchy Barnes, setting up for that kink. Does Hollowell throw it to the inside here? No, he'll run the full wide line. A bit of a cover down the bottom. Xander kind of a mid-corner, mid-lane run to the inside for Skitchy Barnes on a full defense, but he definitely didn't run the race line, and here comes Hollowell. Here comes Rook back as well.
Oh, man, what a late race charge for Rook, and you can see Barnes is feeling it. He dropped a tire off the exit, kicked up a little dirt, instantly went down to the inside there to cover it off. Now into the green corner, Rook trying to catch Hollowell by surprise. Ultimately, he pulled back on that move, and that right there, again, is just, hey, I got to live to fight in the final, right? That's not worth throwing away. Hollowell, he's a one-off. He's going for the trophy and nothing else. And while I'm sure he'd love to, keep the card in one piece for the main event, he's still going for it as well. So, smart move by Joe, but into the short shoot. I don't know if anyone's got anything. I think Mr. Bermuda might be able to take this one home.
I think that was a gift. I think the move to the inside of Rook putting the pressure on Hollowell both in the scoreboard corner and the green corner, that's what allowed this, a Skitchy Barnes victory. He takes the pole position, runs to the pre-final win. That is 10 points for the pole, the full 100 points for the pre-final. That's a 20-point swing that he's able to go up on Joe Rook coming into the end of this race. This is a big one for Skitchy Barnes right now. If he's able to sweep it and go 320 points to do the whole deal, grabbing all those markers, it may be impossible for Rook to come back on Sunday.
Right, again, like you said, that'd be a 20-point swing right there. He enters 101 up on him, and his worst weekend is a 224-point gap. So,
well, that's the big thing is that it's a 90-point drop for Rook.
Right, Rook has to perform no matter what.
Yeah.
But for Barnes' drop at 224 and the max points in a day between pole, pre-final, and final at 310, if he enters tomorrow with a gap of over 96 points, I think it's out of reach. I think it could be clinched. So I'm not as good as David Cole on going through that, and luckily spreadsheets help a little bit when you get the formulas right. But just by the eyeball test, by Barnes kind of, even not only him performing well, but assuming he had to fall back on the drop by not showing up tomorrow, of what kind? By blocking Ruck out from getting those points, that well factors in. So again, it's a totally different dynamic when you have the one drop in the championship. That's what these divisions have, and that's what makes it where David Cole earns his pay from you, Rob, to make sure that we know what we're talking about.
Again, 320 points, 10 points for the qualifying on the pole, 100 points for the pre-final, 10 points for fast lap of the final, and 200 points to win. So 320 points, and I think Xander may be right. And at 320 points, if he's able to get a perfect day, he'd be dropping at 224, would be essentially insurmountable, I think, in terms of the championship. So it's in the hands right now of Skitchy Barnes, and at the end of that long main event, he's able to come away with that win. He'll be able to walk away as a champion here in the SKUSA Pro Tour.
Well, let's take a look now over to some of the younger drivers. How about the X30 Juniors, Rob, presented by Rawlson Performance Group? And the front row at the beginning of this year, you would think that we got our graphics flipped. Turner Brown started the year with Speed Concepts Racing. He's over with RPG and on a Cosmic. Diego Ardiles over the summer stretch has found a new home at Speed Concepts Racing on the Red Speed. Those two make up the front row, with Fionn Shee and Jackson Wolney inverting the team order on row 2, although Wolney on that white-colored there, that denotes the Kart Republic chassis for the first 4 starters.
So Alex Van Chevel by the inside of row number 3 on the Sodi Kart alongside Nash Motorsports driver Dean Peterson. Row 4, Javier Chaparro for Rawlson Performance Group. And on the outside driver we're watching to come through for potentially that first big win pretty soon, Race Lab driver, TB Kart pilot Ty Fisher.
Yeah, he's got to roll from the outside lane. It's tricky at the I-70 hairpin. We haven't seen a lot of calamity down in that corner, but again, on the outside, that's probably the toughest layout of the Pro Tour season to start from there. Danny Ramirez and Lillian Scarborough, your top 10, with Nix Eggleston and Sarah Bradley making it young women on the outside of rows 5 and 6, back in P12.
We'll go Tristan Murphy alongside Bristol Bourneman on row 7, Felipe Jesus Benito on row 8 alongside Chase Gassiet Lee.
Back on row number 9, Alex Sharma on the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic, and Yago Lempin. Then Max Weiland and Jackson Elefante. It's a full 10-row grid, 20 drivers in total, ready to go green here for X30 Junior Racing action as they slowly make their way around the first turn on the timing loop, but by the track map presented by Kart Class, and by the start lap, it's turn number 18. Here they go. It's a long run down the Long Pond straightaway. Ardiles on the black and white on the inside, Brown on the outside, and we're green here down to turn 1, Rob.
This is it. Remember, the drivers on the outside, very tough to come through and stay on the racetrack first and foremost. Not hard to get muscled off the track from the outside. I can say that with experience. Oh, a driver has gone around. I think that may have been the 738 of Fisher. Looped around mid-corner. There's an issue as well for the 735 of Sharma. Not sure whether there's damage to that car. He's going to climb out of it quickly with the SKUSA official right there with him. Other than that, the driver started inside the top 10, Ty Fisher, around sideways, perpendicular to the track coming out of the I-70 hairpin. That put him to the tail of the field.
So now, man, I feel like I jinxed that a little bit, saying it is hard to start on the outside lane. That's where Ty had to start from. But sadly, again, that just proves that it's so tough to stay on the racetrack. We go to some other places, it's a softer 90-degree first corner, as there we see Chico going by on his teammate Fionn Shee. But also, again, just the way that the grading of the landscape falls right off the racetrack. Even by yourself, Rob, you drop a tire coming out of I-70, and it wants to pull you straight down the hill.
I got a light contact last year, and I was hanging on the outside on the ragged edge, and all it did was send me off. There's not much you can do at that point there. This wasn't the case, obviously. This was a loop in the middle of the racetrack, but I'll tell you this, Ty Fisher got back onto the racetrack and is already there. He's 7.4 seconds back, but here comes the march, potentially over 8 laps to see if he can't get himself back up to the top 10. He's right there with Max Weiland. Another driver was involved in that incident. Both those drivers very quick, and if they work together, potentially have the opportunity to close up and get a couple spots before it's all said and done.
So as they work their way through the infield hairpin and continue, we are just about halfway through lap number 2. Again, just the opening lap complete. Ardiles, Turner Brown, and Fianchy right there. Jackson Wolney, Alexander Vanchev, Javier Chaparro with a great start last time by through the loop. Across the line, P6, Dean Peterson back in 7th. David Ramirez, Tristan Murphy, Felipe Jesus Benito, and all of them, again, just coming to get 1/4 of the race complete when they hit the timing loop. 2 laps complete, 6 laps to go, and it looks like Diego Ardiles will continue to show the way as they round the double 90s.
Yeah, 4 drivers pulling away here a little bit now. It's about 8/10 of a second from Fianchy in 4th back to Alex Vanchev in 5th spot. You'll see this front-running quartet right here as they lead their way into turn number, what we're calling 2. Out of 2, the 3-4-5 combination here now into the shark fin. Ardiles, Brown, Wolney, and Shee. And if you look at the championship battle, it's Wolney, Ardiles, Bradley, and Brown. So essentially all but Sarah Bradley in the middle of the fight. Bradley now down in the 13th spot, having a half a second behind Tristan Murphy and digging to get back forward. But nonetheless, 3 of the 4 challengers for the championship currently running in the top 3.
Yeah, and that is just similar to what we just witnessed in Master Shifter, where they don't want to give up any points to the other drivers in the field. They are, especially the championship contenders around them, but they also cannot afford a DNF. You cannot afford a DQ. You cannot afford a penalty, even for crossing the line in a good spot, maybe getting some incidental contact. So it's a very risk-reward, adverse kind of situation that they're in. But again, this is why they are in the championship fight, because these drivers have been the main ones all weekend long, as well as all year long through the SKUSA Pro Tour beginning back in March. Halfway, next time by, 3 down.
A little issue there for Ramirez. You see him falling down the order, the RPG driver now in front of his teammate Iago Lemkin. Ramirez dropped the wheel coming out of the corner there, the back part of the racetrack in the short chute down here to turn number 16 out of 15, dropped the wheel. And again, we talk all about it. It doesn't take much to lose some spots, and indeed happened to him. At least 3 or 4 drivers getting by. Scarborough, Murphy, Bradley all slipping by to work their way themselves closer to the top 10.
As they go to the green corner once again, we've at least changed up a little bit in this lead pack. Apologies a bit about the issues here, but Jackson Wolney did get by for 2nd just for a moment. Ardiles has now gone back around him, and Fianchy is back to 4th once again. So the SCR teammates traded positions, then reset, and that has allowed Turner Brown to get a little bit further away. 13 years old today, trying to get a birthday sweep of the junior classes here, Rob.
Let's have a look at the championship. 22 points up is Jackson Wolney over Diego Ardiles. 140 back is Sarah Bradley. 179 back is Turner Brown. Turner needs an almost perfect weekend here now, although he's dropping a 106-point event from the opening round. You look at Jackson Wolney up front. His worst race, 225. So that's significant difference between Wolney and Brown, who if he gets through here and can have a clean weekend and again do the 320, come away with all the maximum points possible in round number 5. He's not out of the question being in a championship fight when we get there to tomorrow with another full day of action to cap off this year's Pro Tour.
Big move down the inside in the shark fin. Shee to the inside of Jackson Wolney, and there you saw Wolney the last second as he tried to tuck in, had to kind of turn away, and he lost a little more time. So big gaps now through the top 4. Biggest we've seen so far this race. Benito Vanchev is by himself, all in no man's land there in the 5th spot. Javier Chaparro is 6th. Dean Peterson 7th. Chase Gassiet Lee, Eggleston, Benito, the top 10. While Diego Ardiles tries to hunt down Turner Brown. Last time by, 1.5 tenths better, and he's just getting kind of closer into the drafting window. There's a look at Chase Gassiet Lee leading a pack there with Dean Peterson. He's gone by Dean for 7th, and Gassiet Lee on the Coastal Link Custom Printing Nash Motorsports entry is moving up in the top 10. That's 1 spot higher.
Laps ticking away. Remember, just the 8 laps due to the fact that we are running the longest racetrack we, I believe, ever run. Is it longer than the Super Mile? I believe it. I wonder if it is.
It'd be close.
It'd be really
close, right? When you tack the infield on, I think maybe a tick less, but definitely right up there. And for sure, obviously, the longest of the year for the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. So still a lot of time left, even though we're working 3 laps to go right now. Shee and Jackson Wolney there. third and fourth on your screen. About a second up the road now as Diego Ardiles has chipped away another 1/10 of a second from Turner Brown for the race lead.
Yeah, again, this is Brown, we said, trying to get those max points he needs. He's significantly back in the championship still. He needs to have a massive weekend to come away with a championship. Xander already mentioned it's a birthday event here on a Saturday for the 13-year-old, now 13-year-old driver. Turner Brown for the Rawlson Performance Group leading the way and trying to hold off a late race charge from Diego Ardiles as they work their way out of turn number 15, down the straightaway to 16, 17, and 18. The final corner complex of this racetrack here, ever so slightly. Ardiles closing. Last time by, Ardiles quicker by not even a tenth. This time about a tenth and a half. So he's closed it up to less than 3/10 of a second. 6 down, 2 to go. Here comes Ardiles. These drivers essentially swapped teams this year. And here comes the move to the inside. Ardiles to the bottom of the racetrack. Book it. He'll go to P1.
Big move there for Diego as Turner Brown tucks back in line. He checked over his shoulder to see where the gap had opened up to. Now it's all gone. Just like that, one corner. Ardiles backs him up enough, and now he's going to allow his teammate to kind of get alongside. Chico's going to try and rip the high side in the infield hairpin. He will not get the lead, but he will stay in second.
Yeah, indeed, this is a great battle here. Remember, both these drivers trying to stay in front of Jackson Wolney, who is able to get by Shee. Wolney will go back into the third spot. Again, the top 3 drivers in the championship currently run 1, 2, 3, not in that order, reverse order actually. But again, the battle is right now the fight for the lead because it's still, I believe, Ardiles back in the front. And I said the top 3. Sarah Bradley's in there as well. It's 3 of the top 4. Sarah back in 11th position. So, not out of it completely. She's only 140 points back. Her worst race to drop this year would be a 130. So, again, not lining up like she's going to have a massive day here today unless she works her way forward, but not a lot, I think, in terms of pre-final points, Sanders. She currently runs 11.
No, Vanchev gets turned right at the end of the timing loop. Starting the last lap, Alexander Vanchev hooked in the left rear tire, and the Sodi car driver goes around coming into turn number 1, or turn 18, I guess, on our map right there. Hard to keep up either way. Sadly, Alexander Vanchev all the way to the rear. And now Ardiles and Jackson will only have a little bit of a gap. If Ardiles doesn't defend, he could continue a SCR 1-2, and he's going to do just that. He'll take the normal line into the infield.
Well, he'll want to hold back his teammate because remember, Ardiles isn't out of it for a championship either. He's only 22 points behind Wolney. His worst race, a 158. Wolney's is a 260, or 225 rather. So a really great opportunity for Diego Ardiles to still run for a championship as well. He does defend a little bit to the inside of the cell tower corner, so not quite the opportunity to make the move there for Jackson Wolney. But the final, a couple of corners, the pre-final to set the grid for the main event this afternoon. Out of 15, it's a decent advantage now. Wolney not close enough to pull the trigger. Brown's close. He's trying to see what he can do, but it looks to me like it's going to end up being a Ardiles victory here in the pre-final. 100 points for Diego Ardiles. Jackson Wolney second, exactly that. Take a deep breath, Sander. Turner Brown third. Gassiet Lee gets to work his way up to fourth. Fianchi ends up in fifth. Nick Eggleston, Javier Chaparro, Sarah Bradley got 3 spots on the final lap, going from 11th up to P8.
Yeah, what an impressive run for Sarah, and it was close to the line there. Her teammate Felipe Jesus Benito right on her heels within a 1/10 of a second at the checkers. Lillian Scarborough makes 2 young ladies inside the top 10 with a nice run there on the Nash Motorsports machine. Murphy, Lempin, Weiland, Bristol Borman, Dean Peterson, sadly, was in the top 10, falls all the way down to 15th. We're going to take a quick break. Apologies a bit about the technical difficulties on the camera side, folks. We're actively getting that sorted out for you. We'll have it back when we return on the other side of the break.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate. And 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States. And Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
All right, with X30 Junior wrapped up here, folks, it is now time for the Mini Swift division. Royce Vega and Enzo De Janeiro will make up row number 1. Tucker Trebe and Nico Katowski on row 2.
You got your point leader Ashton Woon on the Super 2 machine starting on the inside of row number 3 alongside John McClellan. Row 4, Grayson Westcott on the outside, or inside Rocco Simoni on the inside.
Back on row number 5, Aston Wyatt on the Air Academy Bureau Art rolls off on the inside. Braden Wagner on the outside, the 104 GFC entry. And then outside your top 10, it's Josh Bergman and Nico Orbezo, a couple of Mini Swift rookies.
Yeah, Marco Samet and Miguel Manzano on row number 7. Lorenzo Varela and Brandon NG, row 8. Maxwell Macha, Easton Kabinski on row 9. And Ben Gleiberman alongside RJ Brown on row number 10.
And moving back to the final couple rows as they begin here for the Mini Swift category, William Vitor and Simon Klein on row 11, Paxton Romero, Kaysen Hodge, Anthony Mazzuculo, Nathan Ramirez, Bindi, Schniegenberg, Ferguson coming from the rear as well as Robert Lash, and they are on the power. Green flag down at turn number 1 all the way down into the I-70 hairpin.
Dialing things in over the opening couple of corners. Everybody fighting their way out of the hairpin back down over into the shark fin for the first time. It's that left-hand turn that leads in to the banked right-hander. A decreasing radius corner coming back around to almost a full corner.
Oh, no.
Yeah, trouble there, Xander. Looks like at least 3, maybe 4 drivers totally involved. One getting away late, but a number of drivers involved. Opening corner into the I-70 hairpin.
Yeah, what a tough deal there, working through the opening couple laps. Looks like a great start for Tucker Trebe. I think that might have been our front row. That might have been the Super Tuned Parolin of Enzo De Janeiro. And so it's Trebe and Ashton Woon there is third. I believe that's Vega in second. Yeah, I think Enzo De Janeiro on the other one looked to be a Kart Republic. I don't want to say that for sure. But a rough start for Enzo De Janeiro on his Super Tuned USA debut.
Yeah, indeed. Again, we talk all about what it is, how tough it is to get in through to turn number 1. Drivers on the outside trying to do whatever they can to hold the spot. All it takes is one driver maybe a little over anxious, a little over aggressive on the inside, sliding out. You'll see the drivers connect, and that was really looked like it was right kind of as the drivers were turning in to the corner on the outside of that part of the racetrack, not really on the exit at that point. Here's your leaders. They work their way through. Tucker Trebe, as we said, out front, taking full advantage of the chaos around him. Ashton Woon, your point leader, going to put the 195 Super 2 machine to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll come out with the lead of turn number 2. So it's Woon now up front, Trebe, Walcott, Vega, and Varela.
And what a start to the weekend here for Tucker Trebe. I mean, this is a big pre-final, a stacked class here of the Mini Swift drivers, and he is at the helm and looking like he has been there his entire career. But this is a big breakthrough already in the works. But Super Tunes Ashton Woon already moving up the boards. Trebe, I think, back a little bit as they go through the back section. Varela there. How about Maxwell Mancha? He was 6th last time across the line. Now he runs in 3rd on that SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic. And mark him down to P2. There's Vega getting around, looks like Ben Gloverman. Royce Vega getting through. Lorenzo Varela now back to 3rd. And I think that's Trebe losing another spot. That looks to be the TKG entry of potentially Rocco Simone going by. So he's all the way down somewhere around the edge of the top 10, Rob.
Yeah, fantastic start for Indigo Irwin as well, all the way up into 11th spot. Indigo, great job working forward, now down to 12th with Trebe right in front of her, but nonetheless a great start there from deeper in the field. Up front, Woon is your leader. Maxwell Macha has attacked early, starting from deeper in the back. He'll look to the inside. In fact, Macha's going to go to P1, bringing Varela along with him. So move Woon back to 3rd. Maxwell Macha will go back to P1. Great run here early on for Macha. They're going to go back and forth, and the driver 4 wheels off there. Who was that, Macha?
Yeah, that was.
I think
Maxwell
it was.
Mancha on that SLA Kart Republic's going to go all the way back to about 11th as Trebe gets on by, takes over 10th. One little moment there coming out of the shark fin.
That's all it is, Xander. One little mistake coming out of that corner, that decreasing radius right-hander, the tip of the shark fin, got off 4 wheels and had to come back around. And at that point, he just lost so much pace. Everybody from the back reeling in. So move Varela by, Walcott, Vega, Vitor all able to slip through.
And now with Gloverman side by side with Simone. Simone is going to keep fighting around the outside and then back to the inside. 14, he'll get that spot. Rocco Simone continues to charge up the boards. That'll move him now to, I believe, 8th, potentially 7th here at the end of just lap number 3, while Ashton Woon continues to lead this trio with Lorenzo Varela and Grayson Walcott. What a run as well in the works for the Parolin USA driver. Grayson Walcott having a career best day, it looks like.
Yeah, 100% working his way forward. Great job now up into that 3rd spot. Again, part of this lead trio that's trying to break away with Woon, Varela, and Walcott. We know, of course, that Macha was in that fight for a time, and all the way down to 10th, having dropped the wheel. Coming out right here in this corner of the shark fin, the Monza corner here, getting wide coming out of that corner, dropped the wheel, and that's allowed 3 drivers to pull away. Only a half a second back though for Royce Vega, who's worked his way forward. Vitor runs 5th, Kaysen Hodge, Rocco Simone 6th and 7th, Lieberman in 8th, Mazzucola up into 9th, and Maxwell Macha still 10th. The drivers coming from the deeper in the field we're looking at. Irwin, as Ed said, moved up a bunch of spots, as did Wagner. So John McLennan, one of the drivers, having trouble early. I think he might have been involved in that incident that fell to the tail of the field.
Yeah, what a bummer for John McClellan on the Nash Motorsports machine. Enzo De Janeiro did not get to continue, neither did Aston Wyatt.
Bergman as well.
Bergman out also, so indeed it was a Kart Republic there on that first turn. It looks like Bergman and Wyatt, they are still, yes, they are still running. At least Bergman was. I think Wyatt may have pulled in. Josh Bergman still turning laps back in 28th all by his lonesome. Just trying to salvage any positions, any more attrition that may happen. He's 30 seconds away from the group. In a short pre-final like this, you're not going to get much more out of it. But halfway in, Ashton Woon still leading the way, and Lorenzo Varela, Grayson Walcott, they're happy to follow. Behind him, that's where the changes are being made there. Pass for 4th. Simone is now up to P4. A slow and methodical run up this field for Rocco Simone, the Canadian, now leads the duo of himself and Royce Vega into the infield, Rob.
Indeed, trying to push their way forward and see if they can't reel in this lead trio. They haven't been racing yet. That's one of the key things. Woon, Varela, and Walcott have kind of just settled in here, right? And that's the thing you hope your drivers will do. Just sit there, work together, pull away, and in the last couple of laps, then go to work. But normally, you see them fight race long. The key, though, now is to work together. And there's the 2 drivers behind them right now, Vega and Simone. I believe Simone potentially by, Simone's gone by Vega, so move him to 4th. Vega now in 5th. We'll see if they'll hold those positions to see if they can't reel in these leaders. As Ashton Woon looking to capitalize. Remember, the point leader by 85 markers over Royce Vega, who runs in the 4 spot. If we look at drops, the worst race for Woon was a 162 points, 122 for Royce Vega. Already 2 wins on the season for Woon. So, again, a perfect weekend here for him, would walk away with the championship, but still an opportunity. And every time you get those top results in the pre-final, you're taking points away from anybody else as well. So it's a bigger swing than just the points you're grabbing themselves. Top 3 of those, Xander, pulling away nicely.
Yeah, now that time by was the first time we got a bit of a read at where their pace was compared to, let's say, the drivers further back. Simone and Vega, they were actually a little better, Rob, about a 10th and a half for Rocco Simone over the leader, Ashton Woon. So they made up a little ground, but again, if these two in line here behind him are just going to push, it's going to be really tough for Rocco to get there, especially because as you saw them cycle by, Royce Vegas kind of faded away from the rear bumper of the TKG Kart Republic driver. So Rocco's going to have to do this all by himself. He wants to get to the top 3. He's close, but a little more work to try and get there.
And again, what it's all going to come down to is how aggressively does the front 3 fight when they get into the scrap. What do? Do they settle in? Or there's going to be a last lap deal? Or are we going to see them start fighting in turn number 2 and 3, the first time down to I-70 on that last lap? If it starts early, that may be enough potentially for Simone to get back into the fight. So whether they wait early or they go early or they wait later in the lap. We've seen that many times running in this direction. That big run, the block down into the I-70, coming back the other way, the block down into scoreboard. It brings everybody back into the fight. Here's a first move right there. Varela says, hey, you know what? I'm ready to go. Lorenzo Varela goes into P1. That's your first move. Woon slots back into second. Walcott third. Simone trying to dig in. Last time by, Simone was over 2/10 quicker than the entire front 3, so he closes it down now to 1.3 seconds behind the leader, just 9/10, less than a second behind Grayson Walcott now. So it's Varela, Woon, and Walcott. As they come out of the corner here, I believe we already got a driver right up into that. Hard to see here. But watch as they work their way to the back part of this racetrack right now. Indeed, they're closing right up. This is a good fight now. Again, I thought it was going to wait for a couple laps, but Simone right up on top of them. What a great run here for Rocco Simone. They'll work their way out of turn number 15 back to the 16, 17, 18 complex. And Simone, I believe, has worked his way all the way up into second position. Watch when they come back around here, folks. White flag will fly this time by. We'll line up the front 4 or 5 karts for you as they come to get lap number 7 in the books. Woon, Simone, Walcott, and Varela. We thought it was going to be potential last lap opportunity for Rocco Simone, but he leverages it early, gets on top of them coming through the green corner, and Xander, he has gone to second. He's thinking about the lead. Big block to the inside coming in for Woon. Simone trying to get it done on the exit of the corner.
Yeah, big move there, but it's not done yet. We're just starting this final lap with 5 of them all together into the infield shark fin. Big move from Lorenzo Varela. He'll take over third. Grayson Walcott there, back into fourth. Now here comes Vega to take that spot, but instantly they'll all go to the low side. Royce is setting up for that big over-under. He'll get 1, maybe 2. Royce Vega side by side for second from P5, Rob. What a great run.
Well, that was an absolutely fantastic move. Everybody else lining up, kind of giving up the exit by lining up to the inside, and Vega said, hey, I'll take the outside under. I'll go through and get at least 2 spots. Indeed, he does. Stack them up. Look at this gap now. All these drivers together. Remember, it was a 3-driver breakaway at one point. There are 9 or 8 drivers now in the lead group, Sanders. They come out of the infield part of the racetrack.
Oh, big contact there. Ben Cleverman, Lorenzo Varela, the Sodi entry of Kason Hodge, and one more collected there. Might have been the Alonso Kart of William Vitor. A number of drivers in that main pack all get together in the horseshoe. Ashton Woon leads us. Final 2 turns. He'll get the pre-final win in spectacular fashion. And Rocco Simone, what a charge. My goodness, what a run up the grid there for Rocco. Started in a good spot there in 8th, then went way back outside the top 10, had to drive back forward, and he ends up P2 after it all. Walcott, Vega, or Bezo, Cleverman able to cross the line there safely in 6th, but big shakeup back on.
Yeah, indeed. Troy Ferguson coming from deep in the field up into the 8th spot, but as we said, falling deeply into the tail of the field. Lorenzo Varela, who had such a good run all the way back to 23rd position. A number of those drivers up front, Kason Hodge, as you mentioned, off the racetrack as well. So a lot of those guys in that lead fight that was, Xander, it was 3 drivers for the longest time. I thought we were literally going to go to the final lap. Somehow they start fighting. Simone gets right into the middle of it super early. That last lap was absolute chaos. Ashton Woon, though, your point leader coming into the day, coming away with a crucial 100-point push in the pre-final to set up for the main event. Rocco Simone in second, Grayson Walcott in third. Royce Vega, second place in points, finishes in 4th, so still in the middle of the conversation. Nicholas Orbezo rounding out the Fast 5. The drivers in Mini Swift firing things up for us, Xander, making things super exciting, essentially to cap off our pre-finals. Next up, we're gonna go Pro Show. We got the big dogs here. Heat number 1 for both Pro X30 and Pro Shifter up next.
Yep, that'll be right when we return, folks. Another quick break in the action, and then the first of the 2 Pro Heats gets underway.
NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 2/3 sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
I'm David Serra.
Welcome, everyone, back here to the SuperKarts USA Summer Nationals. Apologies a bit about some of the camera technical difficulties, but we're ready and just in time for the first of the two pro heats. There is a look into the helmet of Ryan Norberg, the Rollins Performance Group leading man, trying to go and turn that number 2 plate into another championship. It would be his 9th U.S. Pro Division title over the last decade between the SKUSA Pro Tour and the U.S. Pro Kart Series, but he still trails by 87.5 points to that man right there, Diego Ramos, who will join him on the outside of row number 1. The Brazilian has been always so consistent, and that consistency has given him a championship lead right over the driver who lines up right behind him. The number 13 of Hayden Jones, next closest in the points fight, enters today 46 markers out of the lead. But still, only 10 bonus points have been awarded from when we started this morning, and that was the pole award for Ryan Norberg after Super Pole. Beyond that, there is still 300 marks up for grabs here, Rob. And one driver that could play spoiler as he tries to secure his spot in the top 10 SKUSA Circle of Champions is the man starting third in Austin Garrison.
Yeah, Garrison, as we know, sitting back there, 9th place in points right now. A solid weekend for him was going to keep him in that top 10, which, again, a very lucrative position for any of the drivers here on the pro level of SuperKarts USA competitions. Xander's been talking a lot throughout the day here about the package available for the drivers finishing in the top 10. The big money, of course, up to grabs for the championship. But here is the lineup right now, and a great fight up front. As we said, about 5 drivers still in the championship fight. They're all chasing the driver starting on the outside of the front row. Diego Ramos on the inside, Ryan Norberg. Austin Garrison having a pretty good midway part of the season, really got a lot of momentum on the outside. Hayden Jones for RPG in the number 13.
And then you go back to row 3. How about this RPG driver? Johnny Port's quickest in happy hour, and his first run through the gauntlet, that is Q1 and Super Pole, was impressive, P5, and he'll start alongside the first of the 2 interim S drivers, Alessandro DiTullio, on row 3. Nick Terlecki with a good quality effort once again on the 88, safely inside the top 10. He starts alongside Harley Keeble.
Follow back. We'll cap off the top 10 inside of row number 5 for Donovan Bonilla for the RPG machine. On the outside, another one of our championship contenders, Brandon Carr for TKG on the Kart Republic. Row number 6, it'll be all RPG there on the inside, right behind Bonilla, his teammate Gia Cicero starting in the 11th spot. On the outside of row number 6, starting 12th for Brandon Jarsacrack Racing and Mike Doty Racing, Paulie Massimino.
Back to row 7, Santi Fernandez and Aiden Levy were the first 2 drivers that did not transfer out of their group into Super Pole. You know they've got a little chip on their shoulder to start to knock off those guys in front of them. And then behind them, row 8, Lucas Nanji, Brett Rivetta.
Cap off our top 20, the last rows of the 10 rows that we have up front. Alex Feldstein for Coach Driver Development, Emma Scarborough for Nash Motorsports, and then it's Gabe Belanca alongside, I believe, Josh Holtz there on the outside.
Final couple rows here, Cooper Lyle, Brian Garcia, then Sidney Castles, Fernando Barroso, and Austin Perrin, the 25, slated to do battle. 10 laps on the boards. X30 or Pro X30 Heat number 1, and we are green. Ryan Norberg with a nice jump on the inside lane. He'll bring them down into turn number 2 with Diego Ramos trying to hang on around the outside. He'll slot in, still side by side it looks like, with Austin Garrison trying to fight for P2.
and they go to the shark fin. Garrison gonna hang on strong. He'll get that spot finally away.
You know what? At this level of competition, we expect drivers to give each other a little bit more room and have a clean run through turn number 1, 2, 3, 4. And they did that right now. That's kudos to them. We saw a lot of drivers have trouble coming through. We do have a yellow in that corner for some reason coming out of the scoreboard corner, but not quite seeing anything from our vantage point at this point. But again, drivers getting things underway early on. Not surprised. A great start here for Ryan Norberg out front. But what do you think about this run up into second spot, Xander, for Austin Garrison? Great attack early. He'll go to P2.
Well, you always are a little bit nervous in the booth here, Rob, when you see Ryan Norberg start from the pole and get a little gap on that opening lap. He is so good on low air pressure and cold tires as we've got problems. Oh, that's why the yellows are out. There is a red flag. And I don't know if that was because they aborted the start and the drivers didn't see it. No, we've got problems in the infield.
Yeah, there's a driver right here on the outside by the shark fin. A driver has gone off. One of the RPG drivers there. You'll see him. There we go. We're picking that up as we can here right now. He's already up and sitting on the barrier. So a driver had an issue at the right-hander in the shark fin corner. Indeed, a driver has gone out there. One of the RPG drivers.
I'm going to take a guess and say maybe Brett Rivetta, but I'm not 100% certain.
Fully recognize that helmet doesn't come right to me right now, so it could be Brett Rivetta. Regardless, we know one of the RPG drivers that we can't see, of course, a Kart number at that point, but indeed, red flag came out. Drivers are out of the cars already to get themselves back to the infield. So a red flag start, although a good start, and I'll tell you, maybe the rest of the field to a certain extent will take this as an opportunity, because you were just mentioning the fact that Ryan Norberg had pulled out early, and that's the kind of thing when he does and gets that open, clear track that he's able to pull away.
Well, the nice part of our setup here is while the races are going back-to-back, now with a bit of time, while we allow the on-site medical team to go and attend to the driver in the infield, we get to kind of get up nice, close, and personal here with the Pro X30 drivers. If they have their helmets on, we may not chat with them too much, but hey, if the mic range works and they're taking a breather, maybe we can get inside their heads a little bit. But there's a look at those two, Austin Garrison, Ryan Norberg. The only bummer part about the great start those two had from first and third, Rob, we did not get the first lap complete. It'll be a complete race restart. They'll have to go back to their original positions when they get back underway.
Indeed. So a driver has gone off the racetrack. The safety crew is there, the EMT there to make sure that driver is okay over into the inner loop part of the racetrack, the shark fin, or the Monza, if you will. Contact there, set that driver off, and I would assume, obviously, that with the red flag coming out, likely that driver went over. I don't think straight off the track would have, of course, brought out that red. So likely a driver flipping into that part of the racetrack, and indeed, good to see that driver get up and sit down on the barriers. So indeed, here's the chat here, race control. I'll very likely, Xander, as you had said, let these drivers know that this is going to be a full and complete restart.
Yeah, so complete restart by the book here again, and if in the future we get another red at any point throughout this weekend, of course, standard protocol, Rob, you go back to the last completed lap. The drivers involved in the red either go to the rear or are removed from the field. And then beyond that, it would be a single foul restart. But because we did not get the race one lap completed, the race was not official. It was never officially underway. And that, again, explains that kind of questionable yellow. We weren't sure of what was going on. The flagman there on the inside, I think, was kind of just a bit perplexed, I'd imagine, because he was waving yellow in a section past the wreck, but at the same time, part of it was because they were debating whether or not to throw the red flag. So the good and the bad news, Ryan Norberg, you're still in the lead, and you're still on the pole. The bad news, you're going to have everyone stacked up behind you again.
Yeah. Can you replicate the start that you just had, that fantastic launch that gave you 4 or 5 kart lengths all the way down into the cell tower corner? He was clean and green coming through the final complex of the corners. But, of course, as we said, red flag flew before they were able to finish that opening lap. And as you can see, SKUSA officials now re-racking them, getting them all back into their initial starting spots before we go back again to green flag racing. So a little inauspicious start to heat number 1 for the pro categories, our Pro X30 drivers, but nonetheless, we'll stack them back up. We talked about the championship here. This category, of course, brought to you by Speed Concepts Racing. It's a 46-point lead for Diego Ramos coming in to the weekend over Hayden Jones. A very consistent run so far for Ramos, but outside looking in terms of race wins, Ryan Norberg winning the opening round and Kai Hunter winning the next round, I believe.
Yep.
That's exactly.
And again, that was where the two of them pulled away, Rob, by nearly 5 to 10 seconds. I mean, they were class of the field all weekend in Cincinnati, but Ryan, with about 5 laps to go, had the reeds blow. He also had his GoPro camera fall off, which was even worse. So what was just a DNF was then multiplied to a DQ, and that 0 points scored in the 200 points up for grabs in the main, and everyone else inheriting an extra spot with him falling down the order has made this championship wide open.
Yeah, one of the things we don't talk about now as well, Xander, is we don't talk about drops, because you got to take everything you have here in the pro category. So, indeed, that was 110 points. It was a great weekend, as you had said, for him beforehand. Hunter was very quick as well. So, indeed, trouble there for Norberg, but can he fight back? We'll see. Qualified on pole, trying to get a perfect weekend. I believe we may have a look at the replay of the incident on track.
Yeah, we didn't originally catch it live. We wanted to wait and make sure the driver was cleared and okay. But as the drivers have been released back to their karts, and we're getting confirmation driver is all right, let's take a look at the shopakr.com instant replay of the moment here. So this is the side shot. This is your leaders coming in first. Norberg out in front. And then as they begin to exit the corner just a bit further back, oh, man, big up and over moment. And indeed, that was the 85?
89?
89, sorry.
Yep.
That was, indeed, Brett Rivetta.
Good pickup on that.
Yeah, indeed, Brett Rivetta. Big, scary moment there. Thankfully, again, the way it kind of caught, he didn't get a lot of airtime, and it just slowly glided him down the grass. So, obviously, he was very, careful to get up, and I'm sure shaking, and hardly the way you want to start your weekend, right? This is Heat 1. It's not a pre-final where it's an instant run into a main event like semi-pro. You've got 2 runs to try and get a decent average for the main, and sadly some damage, and I'm sure some bruises for Brett Rivetta. We'll hopefully get to see him, though, if he's medically cleared and okay for Heat number 2. And that's standard protocol now as well with the new concussion, as more and more information comes out across the world and our industry as well about concussions and mental health. Any kind of impact up and over where the helmet will touch the ground is almost instantly going to be a red flag, so the officials can instantly go and check on the driver. The last thing they'd want is for someone to continue the race with a concussion.
Indeed. So the drivers being ordered back into the seats. We'll get things fired back up once again. Full and complete restart, as we said. Ryan Norberg, of course, on the pole position after that fantastic drive in that Super Pole qualifying effort. Diego Ramos will be on the outside of the front row. Here it is, your grid once again. Austin Garrison and Hayden Jones. Good start for Garrison. He'll lament the fact that he's not going to be able to go to second, but again, we'll see if they can replicate it again. Ports and DeTulio on row 3, Terlecki and Keeble on row 4.
Yeah, here's the tough part, right, as we look at row 5 for Bonilla and Carr, Cicero and Massimino on row 6, that, Ryan Norberg, it's, you kind of played your hand of when you were going to punch off and how you were going to treat the start on the first time. So now you got to come up with another one. He might have been thinking in his head, all right, I've got 3 potential start strategies of how early or late I want to go in the box for Heat 1, 2, and hopefully he gets the pole in the main. Well, he just used his first strategy or his first attempted start. Now he's got to go to the second one and try to, again, out-chess match Diego into turn 2.
Like, listen, if there's a guy in this sport right now in North America with a deep playbook, it's going to be Ryan Norberg. There's lots of things he can do to go back to potentially having a clean start. You can see him come through turn 1, had to look over the shoulder as soon as he got through the kink to see if anybody was kind of lining up to go to the inside, brought it back to the inside a little. So, again, we'll see how it all plays out for him. It's all about the punch-off and all about how you approach what is a very unique corner, Xander. A lot of the times it's that long straightaway, right? If we're going in the other direction, it's the long straightaway down into the 90-degree corner. You kind of know how you're going to play that. It's that kink coming before you get kind of turn 1 kink before you get to the hairpin that really changes things. You can cover to the bottom. You can go way wide to the top. I always think that corner, one of the more interesting opening corners in North American karting.
Yeah, it has already given us so much to talk about, and we've got such a great view of it. We're about to get another one. Attempt number 2 to get us underway here after a red flag halted us and has given us a complete restart of Pro X30's opening heat race, Pro Shifters opening heat on deck. But this the single-speed class has a rolling start. The Shifters, a standing start. Pro X30 with Norberg on the inside in the purple and blue and pink with Diego Ramos on the red and white PSL Karting Bureau Art on the outside as the championship contenders and the race winners on the year lead us down to turn number 1. Can they get a good start again on the inside? Ramos this time is trying to stay tough, but Garrison even better. He's going to fully clear him before the shark fin.
And a very similar approach to the corner for Norberg up front. He'll take a couple of kart lengths as he dives down to the apex there of the Monza coming out of that corner clean. Look at that. Nice 2-3 kart length lead coming into scoreboard. And Garrison's not going to fight right now. Hold on to that spot because right there as well is Ramos. I believe Jones slotting into the 4th position. A good run up there for DeTulio. I think he made to go to P5 as well. So initial opening corners pretty clean this time through the shark fin nicely as well. And we are back underway, clean and green for the first half of this lap.
And first and second in the championship, now 3rd and 4th on the racetrack. Diego Ramos leading, Hayden Jones second in the points right back there in 4th, although he went a little wide in the infield. And now headed out of the short chute, ADT up to 5th, but Johnny Ports right there applying some pressure. He'll force DeTulio to cover the low side. And we're going to come to put 1 lap complete. 9 laps to go. Ryan Norberg leads over Austin Garrison in heat number 1.
There you go. Opening lap in the books. Norberg, Garrison, Ramos, Jones, DeTulio top 5. Port 6th. Carr 7th. Keeble 8th. Massimino up 3 spots on the opening circuit. He'll go up into the 9th spot. And Nick Terlecki rounds out the top 10. Up front, Norberg, see if he can't put the laps down he needs because, Xander mentioned earlier, and we talk a lot about it, super good on cold tires. Gets out to that early lead, and he'll get 2-3 seconds and hold that for the remainder of the race. If he gets an opening opportunity up front. There's a DeTulio move, right? Getting by Jones. Good call, Xander. I heard the little oomph there. Nice move to the inside of the scoreboard.
And Jones right back on him there. I was more of an oof even. I mean, it was a great pass, but also Hayden dropped a tire in a weird way as he opened up for the corner. I don't know if he locked the brakes, but there was a little shimmy and he almost fell off the racetrack. So little bobble, 1 mistake, and you just can't afford it in this class. Again, you've got so many drivers with so many years of experience and they're so active. There's a reason the pro nomenclature is there, and that's because they just do not put a wheel wrong. Big mover on the opening lap here. The highest spots gained was Brandon Carr, at least of the highest runners. Paulie Massimino also picked up a few on that first lap by, which is critical to keep his championship hopes alive. He enters the weekend 3rd in the points ahead of Brandon Carr.
Xander, worthy to note as well for people that may be tuning in for the first time to watch a SuperKarts USA race here with the pro category. 8 laps for the semi-pro categories, 10 laps in the heat races for the drivers here in pro. So a couple extra laps around the circuit. Changes, of course, the way you approach the setup, when you want the kart to come in. You want it to be good late in the race. And that's why I always like to talk about the fact that when these guys are in the first couple laps and they're doing such great work up front, the karts don't handle very good. They're not running the way they want. The tire pressures aren't where you want them to be. They're more of a handful than there will be at the end of the race when you start turning those green and purple laps.
But that's also where the driver can make the biggest difference because, again, everybody is in the same boat as now you're seeing even more shuffling here on lap 2. DeTulio losing a couple spots. Brandon Carr, again, prime example, nothing but forward momentum right now for the 26. I think he might be now into position number 6 and on the cusp of getting to the top 5, which is exactly what he needs to do to get up there, get the 85 behind you, get the 13 behind you, and start to score some valuable points to decrease that championship margin and make your job that much easier to overcome whatever is left of the gap tomorrow in the main. But as you're moving forward, you cannot afford a crash. None of these drivers in the top 5 can. No drops, no mistakes. Here's Keeble on his fellow countryman Brandon Carr, going to go to the inside, and finally the 26 is going to lose a spot for the first time, it feels like, this race.
Yeah, so Keeble now up into 6th, Carr 7th, DeTulio 8th. Another good scrap, just a little ahead there, is Jonathan Ports trying to find a way by Diego Ramos. Rawlson Performance Group runs 1-3-5 right now, and if Ports is able to get by Ramos, there's another spot, another position, some points, valuable points taken away from Diego Ramos. Ports has been very good, quickest driver in happy hour yesterday, a very impressive return to national level competition, and Ports will look to the inside, a slider, gets it up a little bit on the curb, book it, he's through, move Ports to P4.
Yeah, no signs of rust right there from Johnny Ports. That was a slick move, and at the same time, his teammate Hayden Jones is tracking down Austin Garrison. He might even go a little quicker than the race leader. Let's watch the gaps. Last time by, the end of lap 3, 4/10 more or less for Garrison, 7.5 for Jones. Jones picked up a full 10th on the leader and about 2 on Austin Garrison. The second placement in the points, trying to get up to P2 here in heat number 1. Let's see if he goes in turn 2. He does, inside and clear. Hayden Jones will put another kart and another bit of points between himself and the points leader, Diego Ramos, who rides now back in the 5th spot.
Always impressed with Austin Garrison, the way he just opened the hand up a little bit, didn't really overreact to the move to the inside for Jones, opened the hand up, brought it back in, tucked back in. Yeah, he's coming, he's going to go by me, but I'll wait for this kart to continue to come in. Garrison, remember, not thinking championship. We talk a lot about the fact that the prize package is very impressive all the way down to 10th. You essentially want to finish in what is the leader's circle, the SuperKarts USA Circle of Champions. You want to be in that top 10, and Xander, we can talk more about that. There's a lot up for grabs for drivers coming home in the top 10 this year.
Yeah, quite a bit. And Nick Terlecki, again, one of them, trying to fight his way into the top 10 and stay there in the Circle of Champions on the Hotes DD Tony Kart. He needs more good points here in Newcastle as well. So he's still fighting, still also trying to get himself a first SKUSA Pro Tour win. So that was the reasoning behind that move as he got around Ramos. And so with the leaderboard updating, the Interim S duo, Brandon Carr, Terlecki, all getting by the points leader. Diego Ramos, now back to the 9th spot, is looking at something in the margin of about a 20-point loss to Ryan Norberg and Hayden Jones if they finish where they are right now. This is not the way he was hoping his Saturday would start. And then just ahead of him, Terlecki dropping a tire, but nowhere to go. Can he get back on the inside? He does in the shark fin. But still, that one little bobble by Terlecki has backed them up quite a ways.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Terlecki didn't let the car drift a little bit on the entry to the shark fin, let the thing come to the far right side of the track. Yeah, I know you want to come back over to be able to turn down into the right-hander, but just left the door open for Ramos to steal that back. There's Massimino leading a big group of drivers as well. Massimino currently running in 12th. You've got Gia Cicero, Santiago Fernandez, Emma Scarborough, and Josh Hotes right behind him as well. So that's a little further back. That is 12th back to 16th right now.
Oh, we got problems. We got big problems for the points leader. Diego Ramos is slowing. The 85 has a problem. In heat number 1, PSL Karting's leading man, the championship points leader, could not afford a mistake. And he is slowing on the racetrack as he drops down and is watching every bit of his lead go by him on either side.
And Xander, you can see the emotion bubbling to the top as he's just absolutely beside himself in the seat, knowing what has happened here, the potential DNF in heat race number 1. You talk about what lines things up for the main event. It is tough for him right now, and this could be a big door opening for everybody behind him. Massimino, Jones, Carr, Norberg especially, who runs up front right now. And it's Norberg, Jones, Garrison, Ports, and Keeble with an issue for Ramos. Big storyline here at the Summer Nats as this championship up for grabs.
Yeah, with that, if they finish as they are and Ramos falls all the way to the tail, it could be as much as a 1 to maybe less, a single digit at least point advantage for Diego Ramos back to Hayden Jones in second. We'll check our math on that to be sure, but it's going to be a big hit in the points. And again, when with Jones moving up, it moves Massimino up, it moves Carr up, and of course, it keeps that championship hope alive for Ryan Norberg, who's already got 10 points cut into the gap here and is staring at another 50 if he can hang on, and he is already starting to open that gap up. He is really finding some extra throttle here. That was another 10th pulled on his teammate.
Working lap number 8. As you can see there, the number 13 of Hayden Jones has got by Garrison as well, so move it 1-2 for Rollis Performance Group. Port's trying to reel him in. He's about 9/10 of a second back. Last time by, Garrison and Port's identical 108.5s. In fact, everybody up front 108.5 except for Norberg, 108.240. A full second the advantage right now for Norberg up front. Again, working lap number 8, and there is the 85 of Ramos pulling off the racetrack to the scales. Will it be a storyline for the weekend? Right now it looks to be so, an issue for that driver, Diego, on that opening heat race of the 2. Ramos has got to be gutted right now as he works down to the scales.
Now the good and the bad news about that here as Hayden Jones still hangs on to second. Again, this could have been a bigger hit had the season started with this point structure and pre-final points of 100 points per pre-final, or in this case would be a heat race, were assigned to be 50% of the weight of the main. But in the opening run in Orlando, there was solely a pre-final at 100 points to win. Then by Cincinnati, they wanted to add another session of racing, and so to keep the balance, they divided the pre-final points in half. That's why the margins are at 0.5. Some drivers have half a point. So because of that, again, for Diego, this could be a lot worse, but still, this is going to sting, and this is going to take away all of that insurance, all of that cushion back to Hayden Jones. Just trying to judge where it's going to be. He'll still be the points leader. It will not be by a lot.
Yeah, it's going to be close to a 50-point hit in terms of where he is coming into the weekend. And indeed, Ramos is going to fight back. He's going to have to be a big star here in the second heat race, going to try to salvage some kind of a solid finish in the main event tomorrow. But nonetheless, the laps are winding down. We'll see the white flag this next time by. Last time was a 1.147 second lead for Ryan Norberg, a big advantage right now over Hayden Jones, who runs in that second spot. Third, still Garrison. Fourth, Ports is most definitely closing on Garrison, but not by much. 10th of a second here, 10th of a second there. It's now less than a second back. And in fact, Garrison was about a 10th quicker on that last lap. This time by Ports cutting out about 0.2 of a second.
1 lap to go now. Ryan Norberg's lead up to 1.3 seconds, and this could be one of the best comeback drives I've seen in a championship in quite some time. Ryan has had his fair share of battles to win the titles that he's had. He's lost his fair share as well, but of course, you don't win 8 without winning the majority that you're in. But this weekend, I mean, entering basically a third of the maximum points available back from the race, the championship lead. It's put all the pressure in the world on him, and it wasn't his fault. Again, a mechanical failure, and then also the DQ of the part falling off, the camera falling off at Cincinnati is the whole reason he's not leading the points by a massive margin. If that camera stays on, if the reeds hang on for another 5 laps, Ryan would have entered with a massive points lead, but he hasn't let that get to him. There is a reason why he has won as much as he has, and he's putting it on display. 10 points chunked away. Now he's about to score another 50 as he'll round the final 2 turns and score the Pro X30 Heat 1 win here, Rob.
Yeah, big victory for Norberg as well for Hayden Jones. He's still in the fight as well. Austin Garrison in the 3rd spot. Jonathan Ports 4th. Alessandro Detulio gets back around his teammate Harley Keeble as Inter MS goes 5th and 6th. Brandon Carr in 7th. Nicholas Terlecki in 8th. Aiden Levy in 9th. And Paulie Massimino rounding out the top 10. Massimino still in the fight, as is Brandon Carr. Jones, Norberg, of course, Ramos finishing at the tail of the field, blows things wide open here in the championship. He'll have to come back big time in heat race number 2. But again, as we work our way through the schedule here on a Saturday at Newcastle Motorsports Park, we've got to over 80 degrees, 81 degrees here trackside. That was, I believe, the forecast high. They're saying potentially 83 now as it continues to warm up. But we're working our way through. Still a bunch of races on the docket for you here. I want to say 9 in total, as we still have the Pro Shifter opening heat race coming up. We have 6 main events for you as we go through KA 100 Junior, Senior, Micro Swift, Master Shifter, X30 Junior, and Mini Swift. From there, 5:05 scheduled start time as we get rolling into the second round of heats for the pro categories and cap off our day right around, I would say, probably 6 o'clock, a good round number to cap off the day here trackside. It's been a heck of a race so far. We got a good one there for Ryan Norberg. He comes away with a victory, but we're about set to go once again, Xander. 10-lapper, first heat race, the Pro Shifter.
Ryan set the bar high for his teammate Marin Kremers. The Rollison Performance Group Cosmic driver is looking like he's lined up on the inside lane. So I'm going to double check the way that Super Pole Tech all went through. There is typically in the rulebook the option for the leader to choose which line they'd like to start in, but no, it looks like with the way the lineup's going to be, we were just 1 row behind. That's where he is. P3 for the number 1 plate. Morgado, P4. We were just 1 row back there in 3rd and 4th. Here's a look as they head on to the racetrack. Your starting lineup for Pro Shifter Heat number 1, Marcus Kijak, by just a matter of a couple hundredths over the Magic Man for the pole in Super Pole. AJ Myers on the outside, and he prevented on his U.S. regular season debut his only 3rd start here in the States. Myers getting those valuable 10 points to eat into his margin towards Mateus Morgado, who rolls off on row 4 alongside Kremers and leads the points into today.
Billy Musgrave, a factory car driver, leading that program, starting in the 5th spot inside of row number 3. Best career start on the outside for Annie Rule for Magic Carter, the number 77. She'll start 6th. Vincenzo Saraceno on the Maranello will start in the 7th spot, and then the outside of row number 4th. The Kiwi from PSL Karting, Jay Irwin.
Back behind Jay Irwin, again, Talon Yockel and Sam Dicker round off your top 10. Ian Quinn and Michael Avancino on row number 6. And a cool moment here for us at Kart Chaser on row 7. This is on board Alan Isambard on the Sodi Racing USA Sodi Kart. He'll roll off on the 13th position inside lane alongside the number 2 plate, Kyle Wick. We're going to get a lot of good content from Alan Isambard as our onboard camera presented by Get Pride is here with us this weekend, and we'll hopefully bring a whole fleet of them when we get to Vegas later this year. For now, though, row 8, Gavin Bailiff and Jacob Gulick, the number 3 plate.
Watching the tail of that group there, the drivers a little bit further back. We've got Josh Conker starting 17th alongside Hunter Pickett. Row number 10, Remo Rossetti and Charlie Steins. Row 11, Filip Niemkiewicz and Eli Fox. Row 12, David Williams alongside Daniel Fellows. And then further back in the field, Justin White starts on the inside of row 13 alongside Mario Gill.
Cooper Becklin and Jared Ramnarayan on row 14 with Cameron Reed and Matthew McCoy on row 15. Andrew Byrne, Angel Barroso, Ansel Baldovin, Liam Jones, and Muhammad Karaman round off the 35 drivers here this weekend. The biggest field in nearly 8 years on the regular season tour for any KZ or shifter, for that matter, class. And Marcus Kijak, the SRP Factory Maranello driver, is getting set to lead us to green. Let's check back in here on the outlap. And as they begin to form into their spots here, Rob, with that onboard look from Alan Isambard as he warms the tires up here and ride along with the Soda USA driver while the rest of the field is working their way over to the last couple turns. Here's a look right on board Alan Isambard as he gets ready to line up in P13. Just ahead of him there, Michael Avancino. And we won't ride on board for the start, but we'll be able to pull the replay from it, I believe. So with that, we'll be able to look back at this, but we want to take a look and give the spotlight where it's due on
the way out there. Yeah, indeed. So we've updated live timing. Irwin 6th, Rule 7th, Saraceno 8th, Sam Dicker up to 9th, and Kyle Wick has got himself finally up into the top 10. Remember the shocker from qualifying, not able to get into the Super Pole qualifying run. So nonetheless, Wick trying to work his way back forward, not where he normally, Xander, expects to be.
Yeah, no, not at all. And again, he's going to have to do this same drive again later on today in heat number 2 just to try and keep himself in the top 5. Again, we talk about the big prize for the champion, but it slowly increments down and down as you fall further out of the points. The good part is that the driver's running in the top 5. Kremers missed round 2. Kayak a one-off. Musgrave has had rough runs of it. He's outside the Circle of Champions fund right now. So there is still, even with the rough run for Kyle Wick and Jacob Gulick, the opportunity for them to end Saturday in the top 5 in the points and potentially where they are. But the hope of stealing the title away from AJ or Mateus Morgado, it gets further and further out of reach as those two get further and further out of reach down the road.
You know, and Xander, there's all these storylines, right? We talk about the guys battling for the championship, whether it's Morgado or Myers or Gulick and Wick trying to get back up. But you just mentioned Billy Musgrave, factory kart, that American-made machine. He wants to get back into the top 10. The Circle of Champions program would be so huge for him to be able to continue, not so much to continue, but just to help the team coming back year in and year out. So he's in 14th coming in, having a good run right now, currently in the 3rd position. Kremers closing slowly. But this is a big weekend, big day here and tomorrow, of course, for Billy Musgrave to help things out for Factory Kart in 2025.
Yeah, this would be huge, right? It would make it a lot easier. He's got that long drive from Southern California, had to go all the way to Orlando, Florida this year, across to Cincinnati, and then, of course, here to Newcastle Motorsports Park. But it has been just a little bit better and a little better. And finally, 2 weeks ago, Rob, at the Stars event over in Cincinnati, he finally ended the winless drought from Orlando of last year and got a major win as we've got a pass for 4th. Big move down the inside. Marin Kremers trying to hang on, but Mateus Morgado gets by.
That's a big move from Morgado. Again, just trying to stop the bleeding here when he sees the driver battling in the championship with him up front in AJ Myers. Again, 3 laps down early in this run here right now, but you can see that Morgado's kart's starting to come in a little bit. We'll see whether or not Jay Irwin can follow suit and get by Kremers as well. Irwin, again, the young Kiwi who jumped into shifter kart racing 2 years ago. He was a 14-year-old, recently celebrated another birthday, and he is dialing things in so impressively here right now as he pushes his way forward, trying to get by former world champion Marian Kremers. So indeed, Kremers came out of the gate strongly, as we know, was the quickest driver in warm-up, but again, so much work to be done. These drivers have been on track here for a couple of days. Kremers on that RPG Cosmic, pushing forward to try to hold on to that spot in the top 5.
Now with, again, past the halfway point in this heat race, looking at the gaps of the field, how hard do you continue to push? How much do you want to push the envelope here with 4 laps to go in this heat race, right? AJ Myers, Marcus Kijak, Billy Musgrave, all separated just by about a couple of car lengths headed into the shark fin right now. Back from them, Mateus Morgado. You've gotten around Marian Kremers. Yes, you're going to lose some points to AJ, but look, you got your teammate now getting ahead of Kremers. That's going to buy you a gap
go into tire save mode. You're not going to make up that 2-second margin here over the final couple laps.
Yeah, here it is. Back down the inside comes Kremers. Look who else is coming calling. That's Annie Rule. She's going to try to see if she can't get by as well. Annie Rule up on the wheel, running in the 7th spot. She's right there with Jay Irwin. Looking to see if they both can't dispatch Kremers from P5. Nonetheless, Rule having a tremendous drive. Right behind her is Vincenzo Saracino as well. So right there on the screen, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Those drivers digging, coming down here through turns number 16, 17, and 18. As Xander had said, we are working lap number 7. We'll start working lap number 8. 3 laps remaining here for heat race number 1 for Pro Shifter.
Yeah, just a car length apart each. Now again, for Marcus Kajak, you know, he is just focused about getting every bit of the performance out of that Maranello that he can. You know, they've got obviously a great shifter contingent in the Masters class, but outside of Vincenzo Saracino and Justin White, there really hasn't been a lead driver for the Maranello USA group that's put them in the top 10. So with that here, this is about branding. This is about recognition and making it worth it for them to take him to the U.S. He's going to take them to the lead, but a little bit overshot on the pass. Back to the point goes A.J. Myers.
That was absolutely fantastic. The over-under there. These drivers continue to push extremely hard as they work their way to try to get by. What a great fight for the front right now. And I'll tell you who's closing up as well because of all this. Xander, that's Mateus Morgado. Have a look when they come out of the corner here, guys. Mateus Morgado in the 62 is back in the middle of the fight. 4 drivers up front. Musgrave still trying to find a way now by Kajak.
What an unbelievable run forward for Mateus Morgado. It looked like he was not going to be close at all. 2 laps to go, and he has now got a real chance to minimize the damage. A.J. Myers' lead is pretty big now. Kajak pushed the tires the last lap, so Musgrave is pressuring him, forcing Marcus to go on the defensive.
Indeed, look at this. Billy Musgrave knows where he is right now in terms of that championship as well. 14th in the title battle. He has not had the best of years right now here in SKUSA Pro Tour action. He needs to fight his way back through here to get himself into the top 10. It's a different fight for Billy Musgrave than it is for A.J. Myers and Mateus Morgado, but nonetheless, for either of these guys to be able to get it done, he needs it as well as Morgado wants this championship.
Yeah, so for Mateus Morgado, with A.J. Myers really trying to open the gap up to spread them out, unless something happens here between himself and Billy Musgrave and Marcus Kajak, this is not going to be terrible, but it will be a little bit less. And again, it will be more than anything a blow to the confidence that, oh man, if AJ's this good, he could take another chunk of points in Heat 2, and then it could be almost dead even in the main tomorrow. But they're all together, and now with 1 lap to go, Mateus has a little bit of a run on Billy.
Yeah, Myers, Kajak, Musgrave, Morgado, Kremers. It's Magic, Maranello, Factory Kart, Barellart, Cosmic.
Oh, there it is, right there. P3 for Mateus Morgado. Catches Musgrave by surprise in turn 2, and just like that, now the points get a whole lot closer with another position back closer between himself and Myers.
Yeah, that was big for Morgado. Like, again, if we see him winning a championship tomorrow afternoon, it may be going back to that pass there. P3 could be that close when it's all said and done. A great job for him. Pulling the trigger here to go into 3rd position. Musgrave not able to recounter, but here we go with the final half a lap. It's going to be 6 or 7 kart lengths coming down into the cell tower corner for A.J. Myers up front of the Magic Machine. The Maranello right there for Kajak still there. And I'll tell you, Musgrave's not done yet, trying to find a way by Morgado.
Yeah, he's not done at all, but we're down now to 3 corners to go. The Magic Man looks safe. Musgrave still putting pressure on as we go to the final turn. A.J. Myers will score the Pro Shifter Heat 1 victory. Marcus Kajak 2nd, and Mateus Morgado will minimize the damage and make what could have been a big blow in the points just a small one with a P3.
Yeah, indeed. Myers, Kajak, Morgado, the top 3. Musgrave ends up in 4th. Marion Kremers 5th. Jay Irwin 6th. Annie Rule in 7th. Vincenzo Saracino in 8th. Kyle Wick in 9th. And Jacob Gulick rounding out the top 10. Both Wick and Gulick, Xander, able to get back up into the top 10. So a decent result for both of those GFC drivers. Alan Isambard ends up at 11th. Samuel Dicker, Talon Yako, Michael Avancino, and Hunter Pickett rounding out the top 15.
So back from them as you look through this massive, massive field. Let's take a look outside the top 15. How about Gavin Bailiff back there in 16th? Again, he were all in a big scrum himself. Josh Conker, Ian Quinn, Remo Ruschetti, Charlie Steins, and Justin White there. And the biggest notable there is there was only really a little bit of attrition, all things considered, for this opening heat. You know, really pretty much everyone was able to get through. and get an opening lap in outside of one, and the only DNF was David Williams in the 48. He pulled in early. I'm not sure who was the other driver that we did not have from the initial grid, but AJ Myers, Heat 1 winner in Pro Shifter. And again, apologies again about the little bit of difficulties, folks, but it's about that time to go main event action, which means that we'd like to ask, as the Pro Shifters make their way on the racetrack, that everyone is ready for us to play the national anthem and then to begin with our KA Junior main event. We'll give it a few more moments here, the last couple cars coming into the pit lane, but it is just about that time. Round 5 for the semi-pro divisions of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour SKUSA Summer Nationals is getting set to roll. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's get set for all of you to please rise and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. Well, as the KA 100 juniors get ready to go for their main event, the first one of the afternoon, we're going to pull up the starting lineup here for your KA juniors, and when they get underway, we'll be ready to send it down to David Land and talk with him with a number of our top pro shifter drivers kicking things off. But first, we want to get this race rolling here, at least give them the chance to. Let's take a look through the lineup here, Rob. Turner Brown and Diego Ardiles on row 1, Enzo Vidmontien, Isaac Malcuit on row 2, and you got to call the race a good bit there from the pre-final. It was action start to finish.
Oh, man, it was crazy. Jackson Wolney be at the inside of row number 3. Dean Peterson on the outside of that row. Martin Yaramilo will be on the inside of row 4. Drew Jensen, a good run, moving his way up. He'll start on the outside of row number 4.
Back on row 5, Jackson Gibson and Ty Fisher. And through the rest of your field here, we've got a lot of them, so we're going to quickly cycle the page for you back to the back 10 rows here on the grid. Again, this is rows 1 through 10. Now we'll take a look down at rows 11 through 20, and as well the final couple rows there. So that is, again, the grid here. We'll pull that up on the left side of your screen as well. And we're going to get set to go green here for your KA 100 Junior main event. So Turner Brown on the inside in the blue, purple, and pink RPG Cosmic. Diego Ardiles on the outside, the black, white, and red. Red Speed for Speed Concepts Racing. And we're green down to turn number 1.
Indeed, championship starts now for these two races here this weekend. Big move to the inside at turn number 1. Can they get out of this corner clean? No, a couple of drivers well off into the grass on the outside from mid-pack on back. Otherwise, a good start here for Turner Brown. He'll head to the shark fin with the lead right now through the corner there. The Monza corner comes through. Very nicely done here right now for the drivers up front. Stay out of trouble. Let the chaos happen behind you and begin that fight forward. It is Brown up front, but Ardiles slotting nicely into second.
Big move down the inside there as everyone kind of defends early, just getting this race rolling here. The longer main event for the KA Juniors as we see Ty Fisher, it looked like making a move there on the TV, and the rest of the field exiting the cell tower, chasing Turner Brown, who leads us here on this 16-lap main event here for the KA 100 Juniors.
So here we go, the opening lap. Check out that move a little further back. Enzo Vidmontien thinks he can't force the order down the inside. He does. Vidmontien on the TKG. Kart Republic will go into second position. That moves Ardiles back into third. Behind them, though, everybody lining up nicely. Fourth, fifth, sixth. Wolney, Peterson, Yaramilo, Fisher up to seventh. Malkit gets pushed back into the 8th spot. Eggleston and Gassiet Lee round out your early top 10. So just getting things rolling here right now for KA 100 Junior, the first of 6 semi-pro main events on the day. Round 5 of this year's Pro Tour Summer Nationals.
As they begin to go side by side with Enzo Vidmontien taking over the lead. Let's go side by side for ourselves as well. Pretty crazy event, but through it all, Mateus Morgado ends up P3. He's standing by down with David Land.
At the beginning, I think impeded us of finishing in a better position, but happy with the third, safe for the championship, so I want to keep it up like this. I'm always pushing, but pushing more safely this time, so yeah, it was a good race.
So how are the track conditions kind of changing throughout the day? I mean, especially during the test weekend and now this weekend. How are the track conditions progressing, and how are you feeling about that?
I think the track in the first 2 days got better every session. Right now I think it starts to get slow, as also you start to have worse tires, so you automatically go slower. But yeah, this track is awesome for shifter. I love it, and yeah.
It's awesome. He likes the track, and I think he's going to go fast later today. That's Mateus Morgado.
Yeah, you can't ask for much more there, and Morgado had said he is pushing, but pushing more cautiously, right? Not going to throw anything away. Very obviously, apparently, understanding where he is in terms of championship. He knows the points he has. He understands the situation. So, indeed, we'll see how it plays out through the remainder of the day, and of course into tomorrow as well. Enzo Vidmontien, as we said before, we went to the quick interview there. We saw him out. Oh, there's a driver off there.
Travis Pettit.
I was just going to say, is that Travis Pettit? Oh, my goodness.
Involved. Jackson Young involved. Big contact, taking out a number of contenders there. Pettit, Jackson Young, Max Weiland. Looks like something must have happened for those three drivers in the shark fin with the where they are. But either way, the race goes on. 3 complete now out of 16. 13 to go. Enzo Vidmontien leads the way over Diego Ardiles, and they are starting to break away a little bit. Jackson Wolney back to Turner Brown and company there, trailing by a little margin. I mean, it at first was really packed up nice and tight, but now we've got a bit of separation there from second to third.
Yeah, big opportunity here. Again, this is the main event time here. Vidmontien still in the championship fight. He's in third. As we know, Ardiles is the leader. You got to go back to P4 right now for Turner Brown. He's second place in points. Jackson Wolney and Ty Fisher still in the fight as well. Everybody in the top 5 in points are running top 6 on the racetrack. The only driver who's not in the top 5 in points, and that is Dean Peterson. He currently runs P5. So Peterson in that 5th position right now. But otherwise, everybody in the fight right there on the top 6. Indeed, up front, Enzo Vidmontien knows I've got to finish in front of Diego Ardiles if I want any shot at winning the championship here. And even though we always look at those drop races, Vidmontien's drop, I think, is going to be right around a 162. So a decent drop number for him. But nonetheless, you have to get it done here in round number 5 to give yourself any shot, Xander, in round number 6.
Yeah, that is all you can do, right? Give yourself a shot, because you just never know what tomorrow brings. There has been so much unpredictability already. And again, we're still so early in this main, right? 4.5 laps in. We're going to trade the lead now, but again, there's a lot of time left, so Enzo Vidmontien, while he's going to try and stay close and right on Diego's heels, not going to defend, not probably going to answer right back in the shark fin, although I will say it looked like he faded and maybe had a thought about it.
I thought so too. But that pass, when you get the pass done correctly over in on the I-70 corner, turn number 2, when you do it up there, it changes everything, right? You see how easily Wolney, Brown, Peterson all getting brought back into the fight. And there's, again, Brown making another move. He's going to go back to third as he gets by Jackson Wolney as well. So move him back in here. Turner Brown being very patient, very mature. Got back to fourth. It's not over. Keep digging very, very early. And as you said, Xander, a 16-lap main event.
16 laps here. There is so much time left in this main, but Diego Ardiles and Enzo Vidmontien, I'm sure, would love to kind of really just run out the clock in either order. They've worked really well together over this season, and right now, while they have changed hands of the position, there still is a chance to try and at least get a couple karts less in the lead group. Brown third, Wolney fourth, Dean Peterson in that fifth spot on the Nash machine is still there. Chase Gassiet-Lee trails him. Then it's Isaac Mount-Hewitt. And here's Peterson. That'll be the highest pass we see up the grid, P4. He gets by on Jackson Wolney, throws him back closer to Gassiet-Lee. And let's take a look back a little even further from the rest of our leaders while Ardiles takes us into the infield to try and find where this pack kind of ends off at. It looks to me like it kind of stops around 9th with Drew Jensen on the 858. So while the leaders are headed to the green corner right here, we'll be able to give you an idea of the rest of the field as we slowly work our way through the midsection of this main.
Yeah, you got about a second, right, from Drew Jensen back to Johnny Stamps from 9th to 10th. You can see as they come through, little gaps here and there, but nonetheless, only 2.5 seconds separate your top 9 drivers right now. So a pretty solid lead group here with Ardiles, Vidmontien, Brown, Wolney, Peterson, Gassiet-Lee, Malkit, Fisher, and Jensen right there. And again, as I said, about a second back to Johnny Stamps.
There's a look as they go through turn number 14. Here's where Jackson Wolney has faded early in this main event. Now with Gassiet-Lee on his tail and already losing a little ground to Dean Peterson. So he's watching that potential battle for the win start to drive away because Enzo is blending in right behind Diego Ardiles, and unfortunately Jackson's going to lose another spot. Chase Gassiet-Lee up and into the top 5 now with a good move there for 5th.
Yeah, solid, strong move to the inside. Took that with a little bit of decisiveness, but gives it back as they come back to the corner again. So it's Wolney and Gassiet-Lee just going at it back and forth. That's going to bring Isaac Malkit back into the fight as well. Again, that right there you're seeing is 5th, 6th, and 7th. 8th behind them as well, closing up. Of course, you got Fisher, Jensen, Nix Eggleston now up into the top 10.
Yeah, Nix Eggleston on that Ruthless Karting X-Prix. Let's take a look at some of the big movers and shakers so far. Obviously, we're still only about a third into this main. Ty Fisher on the Race Lab Karting TV trying to drive up. He's up 2 spots. Eggleston up 3 and into the top 10. Chase Gassiet-Lee from 11th is up and into 5th, although it has been a back and forth fight here with Jackson Wolney this entire lap, and they have lost a lot of time because of it. So now Gassiet-Lee finally gets the spot again. Wolney back to 6th. So Chase Gassiet-Lee up the most in the top 10. 7 spots gained for him. And there's a look back to Ty Fisher on the Race Lab Karting TV. How many spots up is Ty, and can he get to the end of this main group right now? Because he just got ahead of Drew Jensen. So Ty Fisher up to 8th there just at the back of the group.
Again, championship thoughts, always kind of what we were chatting about throughout this weekend, the finale weekend of this year's Pro Tour. It's always the kind of lead discussion point is where are we in the championship? Who's getting it done? Round 5, round 6. How's it set up for tomorrow? You look at the driver up front. Diego Ardiles rolls in with a 125-point lead. Behind him in the fight, Turner Brown, Enzo Vidmontien, Ty Fisher, Jackson Wolney. Ardiles kind of taking things into his own hands right now as he is the leader over Enzo Vidmontien. Couple of tenths back to Turner Brown, half second back to Dean Peterson. This is that great scrap we're seeing right now, again, with Wolney, Malkit, Gassiet-Lee right in there as well. So a lot of good racing all the way through the pack. But, man, Xander, you always like to see a guy up front trying to win the championship coming in and really kind of asserting his dominance to a certain extent. I'm not saying that Ardiles has everything he needs to win this thing, but he's not laying down. Let's put it that way.
No, and with, again, strong runs. I mean, the weakest run he's had was a top 5 finish in Orlando and a second in the pre-final. That's a huge, huge gap. I think without question, I can confidently say, even without David Cole right next to me to double check my math, that if Diego Ardiles at least finishes in the top couple positions here in this main today, it will mathematically lock him into the championship because, again, he'll be just 70 points shy of maximum points on a day with his drop factored in from round number 1. That's his lowest point score. He leads coming into today before the qualifying and pre-final was even run by 125 markers to Turner Brown. And again, they started on the front row, so give or take, 10 points maybe, but still, that's nowhere near the 70 points that Turner would need on a maximum day. And again, it's not like Diego is going to park it tomorrow. He's a racer. He'll be ready to go out and try and sweep the weekend and say, yeah, no, I didn't just win the championship. I dominated my championship weekend and my season. And Enzo Vidmontien giving him the chance to dominate this main right now because he is perfectly content pushing him away from the second placeman in the championship, Turner Brown, who is just needing to stay there. He has no room for error right now. No one behind to push the 8.36 if he fades off.
No, and Brown about a tenth of a second quicker last time by. He'd love to see Vidmontien make the move. Vidmontien will eventually make the move. He's going to have to. He's third place in points. He's not that far out either. There's still a mathematical chance for Vidmontien to get this as well, but he has to win, right? He's got to get by Ardiles. He can't lose any more. If it was somebody else up front, maybe different for Enzo. I'll take a second place. I'm not going to risk it. Or he probably would go for it anyways, but to have Ardiles up front, there's no way he's not going to be able to have to go for it. When he does, that's going to bring Turner Brown back into the fight because Turner's not that far back. He's a half a second back from the lead. He's about 3 or 4 tenths back from Vidmontien. This thing is not done yet. We have a lot of racing still to go. Just past the halfway point, 9 laps down, 7 laps remaining, and the leaders in this championship fight are the drivers up front in the race as well.
With that said, though, still 6 laps around this 1.2-mile layout remain when they hit the timing loop. This could change a lot. All it takes is a little bit of defending in 1 or 2 wrong sections of the racetrack where you lose a lot of time, and this whole landscape shifts quite a bit. Now, looking at some of the fast drivers, as of last time by, all pretty even through the top 10, give or take a tenth. The top 3 a little bit better, a 112.2 to a 112.3. The rest of that group kind of 112.4s and so, but still, all it takes, one move from Turner Brown for the second or the lead. One bit of defending from Diego, one pass like this with Malkiewicz on Wolny, and just like that, couple car lengths open up to the gap in front, or in the leader's case, couple car lengths solely get eaten up from the gap backwards. But that one move allowed Ty Fisher and Drew Jensen to close on in. Now they've pulled away from the man in 10th. That's Nick Eggleston. He's about 2 seconds back, running kind of by his lonesome here. Himself, Ethan Skymanichek, and Johnny Stamps and Jackson Gibson all kind of on their own right now, headed through the cell tower just at the outside edge of this top 10.
Yeah, there's Nick Eggleston right there. And that number 824, the Arizona driver for Ruthless Karting, having a solid run still, 10th place. Further back, the guys behind him, we talked about them as well already.
Now through the 90s, look at this, the duo of the Nash Motorsports EOS karts. Let's see what kind of laps they can turn that time by. They all slowed down, they had a good lap there, pulled away a little bit from 6 and 7. Sorry, I was scrolled up, but still, they lost some ground to the top 3. So Dean Peterson, Chase Cassiett Lee, they're at least even, if not a little better, than the red and white Viral Art of Isaac Malkiewicz or the black and white Kart Republic of Jackson Wolny, but they're not good enough to hang with Ardiles, Enzo Vidmontien, and Turner Brown. And again, it's kind of fitting for on championship weekend. Granted, we're not the last day of the season. We're the second to last round. But the 3 best in the title fight are head and shoulders above, at least by about a tenth to 2 tenths a lap than the rest of this KA Junior field. And this class is stacked. That's not an easy feat.
Yeah, let's be real. You and I know that we're not even close to the end. This thing's going to be wild when it's all said and done. Turner Brown's right there. Vidmontien, he's going to go. These are the drivers. Both these guys in second and third have to finish in front of Ardiles. If they want to win a championship here, they've got to get in front. They can't let him have the points that could potentially lock this championship down. He's had such a good start to the season. His point totals right now, 240, 300, 290, 260. If he knocks another, let's say, 280, 290 out here right now, with the way he's laying things down, there's a possibility he gets to lock the championship down. There's no way Vidmontien and Brown are going to let this happen. Enzo's going to have to pull the trigger sooner or later, and we're starting to wind things down. 12 laps down, Xander. We're going to go lap 13 next time by. This thing is starting to get to the end of it.
Yeah, and that's why we're seeing some moves made. That was Gassiet Lee to the inside of Dean Peterson. And for Turner Brown, the end of the race battle cannot come any sooner, because at any moment, I mean, he has had to be flawless this entire run to make sure that he doesn't lose touch with the top two. For the first time in a minute, it actually looked like the gap might have opened there in that infield hairpin, because this group, this is how far back they are. There's your top two, and then back to Chico, and then now it's probably about 2.5 seconds, maybe just 2 alone, from Turner Brown back to that next pack. So there is no help, there is no insurance, there is no cushion, there is no room for any mistakes for Turner Brown if he wants to stay in the fight for, at minimum, the race win, and if nothing else, maybe have an outside shot to still fight for a title tomorrow.
Yeah, not a great lap there for Brown. Not sure why he lost so much. He was quicker than Ardiles last time by. Lap 14 goes in the books. 2 laps remaining, I believe, 15 and 16. Waiting to see it update here on live timing. Just trying to look at the gaps to see what we've got here.
It's out now to 2.7 from the lead back to Ardiles to Peterson, but Brown also lost a full 10th that time to the race lead. That's on the bubble of losing the draft.
Indeed.
And for Enzo Vidmontien, he's a smart driver. Diego Ardiles as well. I don't know if they're going to start defending too early to allow Turner to get there. Let's see if this pack has anything.
Wow.
I mean, they've stacked up quite a bit, though.
Yeah, Peterson, Gassiet, Lee, Malkett, Wolney, Fisher, Jensen. Oh, and a great scrap here. Malkett's going to make a move by. He gets by, I believe, Peterson. So Malkett, fantastic drive. That puts him up into P4. Great drive for him. White flag's going to fly when they come back around, though, so we're watching a great battle here for 4th on back, but the front 3 still in the fight. Ardiles, Vidmontien, and Brown. It's the key for Brown is when do they start fighting up front, because he's dropped quite a bit back, probably 6, maybe 7 kart lengths back as they work their way around. White flag will fly this time by. Probably two to go.
Sorry, working lap 14. 2 laps to go here this time. My apologies, Rob.
No, I was the live timing didn't update for me. I'd already seen 13. I thought we were going to go 14, so we're just having a little delay on our live timing. So 2 laps to go. Here's the move. Way to the outside. Look at this. Almost tried an outside run. Kept it on the racetrack. So now it's time to get the fight started. Back there, I think Peterson may have gotten back by Malkett as well. But we're focusing on the lead fight because this is really a big part of the championship right here now with 2 laps remaining. Here goes the first defense to the inside. And there we go. A cover down to the bottom, Xander over in scoreboard to stack things back up. And here comes Brown back into the fight.
Just took a little bit of early defending to give Chico a chance here. 13 years old today, Turner Brown trying to get a birthday win. Enzo Vidmontien trying to get around the driver who he shoved away to the lead for the last 13 laps or so. And Diego Ardiles trying to put the exclamation point on this championship run here and finish it off with Speed Concepts Racing as they go to turn 14. He is blocking that off as well, parking the bus on the inside, Rob.
Didn't we see this in the pre-final already when it was a big outside move for Turner Brown? Look at this work here now. This is good stuff. Brown thinking about the outside. A lot of over-unders. Everybody's taking the strategy. White flag, I believe. Am I right this time? Finally. White flag flying this time by. Another cover down the inside. Look at the guys in the back coming as well. Peterson, Malkett, Wolney. I don't think they're out of it yet because the fight's coming.
Yeah, they're watching the leaders, and if they can all stay together, the leaders are going to be close enough. Look at Brown around the outside, almost a second, and Enzo tried to get back, but he didn't drive him off. He went right up to the edge, didn't use any contact. Kudos to Vidmontien, but now Brown kind of sandwiched in the middle. Do you have the guts to try the outside move? Because you might lose second. To the inside, Enzo's going to be the one to try the outside move now.
Here comes Dean Peterson. I said when they started fighting, everybody was coming. Dean Peterson in the Nash Motorsports machine. He's going to over-under. Ty Fisher in there as well. Peterson's going to go to the inside. He's going to get the spot away from Vidmontien. A little bit of contact further back. Brown trying to hold him on. Here comes Peterson. A little contact to the inside. They'll all stack up the bottom of cell.
You've got to hold the brake as long as you can. There is all kinds of pushing and shoving on this last lap. They are stacked about 7 or 8 deep. Ardiles hanging on. Brown nowhere to go. And now on the short chute over to turn 15. Final time. Peterson blocking low, trying to get a first career SKUSA Pro Tour podium. Vidmontien's back and forth into 16, 17. Final turn. Diego Ardiles, they left the door open. Side by side. Ardiles hangs on.
Wow, almost for Turner Brown. He looked to the inside, couldn't pull the trigger. This could be it for the championship unofficially. We won't say anything, but it's a big victory for Diego Ardiles. He puts a 200 marker up on the finish for the main event. Diego Ardiles wins by 1/10 of a second over Turner Brown. Dean Peterson on the podium unofficially P3. A great drive for Dean. Enzo Vidmontier 4th, Ty Fisher in 5th, Isaac Malkit 6th. There it is, folks. 7th, Drew Jensen. 8th, Chase Gassiet Lee. 9th, Nick Eggleston. 10th, Johnny Stamps. And from deep in the field, Luca Popescu working his way forward. Awesome job for Luca to get up into the 12th position. But Xander, that last lap, it was just, there's so many people were in the fight that they couldn't get aggressive behind. Like you had said before, if you try the spot, are you going to get the win, or are you even going to get second, or are you going to get pushed back to 5th?
Yeah, there was so much decision making, all done at 50, 60, pushing 70 miles an hour for these young 11 to 15-year-olds. Diego Ardiles, that was textbook. Made sure to defend, stayed, and no matter how much they pushed him, they could not break him off the apex and or even force him to have a little wider exit. He did a great job and was able to hang on for the last couple laps. There's a look from 16th back to 30th, all the way back to Kyle Drysdale on the Ruthless Karting X-Spree, and then finally the last few to finish there. Maverick McKenna all the way down to the lone couple of DNFs we really had. Jackson Young, Travis Pettit, Thomas Anthony, and I believe about 4 to 5 more. But there's a look at our first main event winner of Saturday, Diego Ardiles. He's got to get through scales. The kart's got to go to post-race tech inspection, but the 897 is our first one on top of the pylon for main events. We'll be back with more action here on the other side of the break, folks. Keep watching. You've got 5 more main events, but 7 more races with another round of Pro Heat races in the afternoon.
Top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
As we are back here with a little more cleanup to go for KA Junior with KA Senior getting set to roll onto the racetrack. Let's go down to our first main event winner from Saturday. Standing by here with Dave.
Yeah, Diego, that was, these go-karts don't have rearview mirrors, but I bet if you would have been able to look, you would have seen an incredible storm of challengers to your victory, but you held them all off. How'd you do it?
Yeah, I pushed Enzo at the beginning. I saw that I was a little bit faster than him, so I decided to pass him. Then it was how I expected. He was going to push me because, I was faster in that moment. This track is very difficult to pull away because of the long straightaway. But then at the end, I saw 2 laps to go. I just defended every corner pretty much. And yeah, it worked.
Was there ever a thought about the championship? Because I know that's a big talking point all weekend long. You're in the fight. Were you thinking points at all, or was it all about the win?
Yeah, no, I was thinking about the championship. I have.
So that's Diego Ardiles, a fantastic win. Good points day. All good. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Dave, as we get set now from KA Junior to KA Senior. If you like that, folks, well, we've got a lot more to show you here. Let's pull up the starting lineup for your KA 100 seniors. Henry Wheeler and Caleb Gaffera getting ready to lead the field to green as they make their way around the final couple turns. Behind them, Eli Warren, a hometown kid, and Fernando Luque representing Mexico on the Super Tune Tony Kart.
Yeah, all GFC on row number 3. Jake Drew on the inside, Keegan Kaminsky on the outside, row 4. James Overbeck, second place in points coming into this one here. He and Finn Bailiff going at it. Overbeck will start P5 alongside Kane Martin in the National Motorsports 992.
Final few here. Josh Campbell, Steven Eisert on row number 5. We're going to cycle through the grid order to show you the last couple of starters in this 36-car field. Really now, I believe, actually up even higher, all the way to 38 with Mick Gabriel starting from the rear. Here we go. Wheeler on the inside on the barrel art. Caleb Gaffera on the outside, and we are racing down to turn number 2 for main event number 2. KA Senior underway, and it looks like with the field a little spread out and a fast start, we've got him clean and through, but we've got 1, 2, 3 collected there in turn number 2. Dallas Dunlap involved, the 982. Lorenzo Kaufman, I think, involved. 16 laps the distance, and Wheeler leads us to the infield here with a big shuffle of karts.
Yeah, indeed, everything kind of settling in. One of the GFC cars up into the third spot might be Jake Drew up into P3, but a great start for, again, Henry Wheeler taking the lead coming out of turn number 1. Caleb Gaffera slotting nicely into the second spot. The lead group doing a pretty solid job. I think that's, I believe, Warren into the third position as well, so a good start for him. There's the 948 as well. We know he's got to move forward. That's Overbeck, second place in points. Started a little bit further back, and he's digging to work his way back forward. Right behind him, the 934 of Keegan Kaminsky. Quick look over his shoulder, and the age-old notice from Kaminsky, go, I got you. Just keep digging forward. So let's see if we can see some working together for Kaminsky and Overbeck, try to get themselves back up front as 3 drivers are lining up to pull away.
Yeah, a little bobble there for Caleb G, but luckily Jake Drew's right behind him, and Henry Wheeler is just right in front of him. So the 3 of them leading the opening lap here. Big wiggle, a big move from Jorge Ortiz. Nearly gets into the right rear tire of Keegan Kaminsky trying to get around Fernando Luque. And nearly took a lot of them with them, but thankfully they all kind of gave way this early. And Jake Drew at the same time saying, all right, Caleb, you dropped a tire. That's the moment that I've got to go by you here. A lot of these guys at the front of the field, they operate on one simple rule. Not only, do we need to work together at points, and if I'm faster than you, I may go by. But if we're the same speed and working together works, I'll give you every push in the world until you miss an apex, and then I'm going.
That's exactly it. The shoe, Jake Drew, goes to the inside, takes over P2. And again, a little further back, you see the fight there deeper in the field with Colin Lloyd, Josh Campbell right in there, Kane Martin, Chase Busaglia, all those drivers digging in just outside the top, to inside and outside the top 10. Wheeler, though, leveraging it up front right now as there's Lloyd. But Wheeler, here's the lead he's got. Drew runs in second. Third still is Gaffera. Little fight back as a good move forward for Overbeck. He's got into fourth. Fifth is Warren. Sixth is Kaminsky. Almost contact for those 2 of those drivers. Xander through turn number 1. Kaminsky luckily pulled out of it a little bit and potentially is then able to go by in turn number 3.
Yeah, they kind of all jammed up behind James, and then Kaminsky just gave a little tap, unintentional, to Eli. Got dirt on his tires. In the next corner, Eli's slipping and sliding, and Keegan's trying to back off. Eli's trying to back off for the corner just to stay on the racetrack, and they cost themselves a little bit to the gap. But they're still willing to fight here. We've got about 1.3 seconds behind them until you get to Fernando Luque and Colin Lloyd on that interim S-Kart Republic. So far from over, but James Overbeck, speaking about this young man here, he had such a heartbreaking end to the SKUSA Pro Tour MCC main event on Sunday. He had been so close all year to getting that maiden national win. Last year, he even won the Stars Championship Series, Rob, without winning a single main. He had never won a race, and he became a national champion. But then, finally, he broke through the ice here 2 weeks ago in Cincinnati for the Stars Series, got the win there. For the SKUSA Pro Tour, he ate up a 2-second lead to Stephen Miller, drove up to him, and crashed as they collided at the line with about 100 feet to go. So he's already gotten the monkey off his back. He's actually still well enough in the points to maybe make up some more ground. And with that kind of pressure off, you've got the first one, the floodgates, Rob, they can start to open, and you can really get the wins to roll on in.
Yeah, and listen, he's not only wins in 2-cycle, he wins in 4-cycle as well. But when we talk championship, where he is currently second place in points, you've got to put the marker on to Finnegan Bailiff, currently back in the 15th position. Race winner in the opening round, race winner in round number 3 as well. Finds himself way outside it right now, P15. He's got to keep digging his way forward. He needs a little bit of help. Right now, Finnegan Bailiff looking potentially today as being a drop race unless he can get himself into the top 10.
It's going to make tomorrow all to play for as Overbeck now has gone by on Caleb Gaffera. Oh, Sawyer Roussel has gone around at the exit of the green corner, the 906, right in the middle of the field. Looks like he's going to be able to get back going. Maybe dropped a tire and has spun. He's stuck in the grass, and he'll try to get back going as the leaders go by there on the short chute. So your leader, Henry Wheeler, Jake Drew second. Overbeck got by Gaffera as we were kind of going over the points. Gaffera's now faded back to 5th behind Keegan Kaminsky and Fernando Luque. Granted, he really had to bail out of it when Jorge Ortiz sent that diver on him in turn 2 a couple laps ago. But the super tuned Tony Kart Rob might be one of the fastest on the racetrack as he's running down this pack by himself, and passes like that will help.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Anytime you get those fights up front, we know how it slows up that lead group, although Wheeler still with about 0.4 of a second, almost a half a second now, as Overbeck has gone into second. This is an opportunity for Overbeck to potentially put himself in a championship fight. We talked about Finnegan Bailiff being back now in 15th. Call it 10th right now. A great couple of laps for Finn to get himself up to P10 in the TKG machine. That Kart Republic, he is up in a 10th spot, which is going to make things super interesting on Championship Sunday. As we know, got drivers in the fight. Henry Wheeler is not completely out of the championship mathematically. A win here would be big, but if, again, as Bailiff puts down laps, works his way forward, if things are going to get even tighter up front with guys like Wheeler and Overbeck running so well.
Here's a look. There's Finnegan Bailiff leading this group. So there is your points leader at the front of this pack on the TKG Kart Republic. Then back to Stephen Miller on the 973 EOS Kart. Colin Lloyd all right there. This is 10th, 11th, 12th. Now they're 5.5 seconds back from the leaders, but in the same vein as with KA Junior, that gap can really close down fast once they start racing and defending at the front of the field. And we're still just on the early moments of this main. 5 laps complete, but we finally got a new leader. James Overbeck to the point with Jake Drew following.
What a run for the driver there from Brandon Jarsakrak and Mike Doty Racing. Fantastic drive in the LN Lando Norris kart. He's got himself to P1. Drew coming with him as well. So the GFC of Jake Drew goes in to the 2nd spot. Wheeler, who led early, back to 3rd. Gaffera kind of alone by himself now in 4th position. And then you've got that next group that continues to fight it out here. Again, you mentioned Luque and how he's working his way forward as well. Fernando Luque was 7th last time by the stripe.
So in Caleb Gaffera's case here, this backward slide, you're at this point in the race, Rob, you're kind of hoping the kart's going to come in at some point. At some point, this has got to turn around. You've got to be able to hope that, all right, maybe the pressures were a little low compared to everybody else, but right now it's just not really coming together for the CDR Alonso kart. Now you begin to worry if you're Caleb, because you're watching the leaders get away and you just don't know if you're going to get back up there here by the end.
Exactly that. You're hoping that the decisions you've made to get that thing to be fast are the right ones. At this point here, it's not playing perfectly for him, but waiting to see whether or not he kind of steps things up. It's Overbeck still leading, though. Jake Drew 2nd, Wheeler 3rd. That is 1, 2, 3 right there, nose to tail, and we're still early. Let's put it that way. We're not even at the halfway point of this one, so a long way to go to see how it plays out, although Overbeck goes to P1 and did so with a lot of class and a lot of finesse, working his way up there. Some good passes. Here comes Wheeler, didn't like 3rd. He'll go back into 2nd spot, so move Wheeler back up to P2.
Good move there. He and James Overbeck have had their share of a couple of run-ins here in 2024. Hopefully they can keep it civil in this main. We know that they both deserve a shot at the win here, but we're still early, boys, as they've traded the spot a couple times. What will the gap look like? And again, for those watching along at the racetrack, we are using the Speed Hive app for live timing if you're trying to figure out where your favorite driver is or what the gaps are, what times they're running, and then Race Hero or the SKUSA app for the official results and penalties added in. Here's a look at the margin. 7 laps complete, 9 laps to go. James Overbeck, Henry Wheeler, Jake Drew, and about a second back to Eli Warren, who now commands this lead group. There's a look
at the fence line, and you can see James Overbeck's father, Matt, right there in the middle as his son is trying to win his second national race in a row.
Love these two trios here right now. Of course, Overbeck, Wheeler, and Drew up front. Then you've got that next group of three, right? Luque just went by, I believe, Warren for P4. So it's Luque fourth, Warren fifth, Gaffera now in sixth spot. They're kind of lining up. And then you go back to the next group with Kaminsky. So, indeed, the front-running trio, again, what we saw before, remember, we saw a driver from the outside get his way into the podium position because the top three were fighting. Will it happen again here? Overbeck, Wheeler, and Drew have a decent little advantage right now, about a second over Eli Warren, Luque, and Gaffera. But now, as I had said, I believe Luque, I think, the driver now up into fourth.
Yeah, let's take a look back at that second group, right? Fernando Luque on the Super Tuned Tony Kart has gone around Eli Warren, and he has, by himself, even with making passes, brought down what was about a 2.2, 2.3 second gap to the lead, down to 1.5. Now, what's it going to be this lap with a pass made? It's about 1.5 even, but again, we've done that in just the first 8 laps. 8 more to go, and that's not only good news for him, it's good news for that next group. Finnegan Bailiff, Colin Lloyd, 9th, 10th on back. They're still 6 seconds away. They're banking on some more racing, specifically for Finnegan Bailiff to keep his championship alive and not have to use today as a drop day.
Indeed. Keegan Kaminsky's worked his way up there as well. There he is right there at the tail. He's up to 7th. So those 3 drivers I talked about make that 7 now. It's Kaminsky starting to put some pressure on Gaffera for P6. So Caleb, who started up front on that front row, hasn't all went his way in terms of setup-wise, overall pace-wise. He's been really good, but strong in practice. Obviously very impressive in warm-up and, of course, in qualifying as well. But it has not transitioned into the main event here right now as he runs 6th, getting a ton of pressure here from Keegan Kaminsky. Laps winding down, though, into the second half of this one now. 8 laps down, so still a number of laps remaining in a 16-lapper just past the halfway point here. And the drivers up front playing nicely thus far. Xander, we know it's not going to be like this all the way to the checkered flag.
No, it will not. We're going to keep an eye on the gap, but I will say, Rob, the midfield looks like an absolute barn burner of a battle. Let's see if we can't take a look back to 14th, 15th, and 16th, kicking off with about Steven Eisert. Even that main group that Colin Lloyd and Finn Bailiff are a part of, they're actually pretty tame. You see Kaminsky, there's some little passes like that right there between him and Caleb Gaffera, but check out this massive, no, not right there, one more back, all the way to where this group was, about 14 to 15 seconds back from the lead, was with Steven Eisert. He was 14th. Luke Powers by himself. It's about 3 to 4 seconds back from this group with Colin Lloyd, Finn Bailiff, Josh Campbell, Stephen Miller. That goes back to 12th, then Powers, and then something must have happened that lap because it did start to spread apart, I guess, a little bit. There's Eisert. And, yeah, might have been a lap too late. It looked like they were all on top of each other the last lap, Rob, and now 15th on back has spread apart quite a ways.
Yeah, there it takes it. They were all lining up, as you had said, but all it takes is one little incident, and driver potentially having issues, and everybody else scatters, and it does open up. Here again is the leaders coming down into the final complex of corners, 16, 17, and 18. Overbeck, Wheeler, and Drew, very confident, very settled, very patient right now. We'll continue to watch Luque. What kind of lap times was he? The leaders are 112.1, so he did a 112.2, as did Warren. Although Kaminsky got down to a 111.9. Kaminsky 2/10 quicker than the leader last time by Keegan Kaminsky. Could be the driver in this group that potentially works his way forward. He is now closing up on the back of Eli Warren. Kaminsky of the GFC, one of the drivers to watch right now, currently P6.
Yeah, he has been there through really most of the main, but just kind of, you know, it didn't look strong in the first half. So, but he stayed alive. Same for Jake Drew, all right? I mean, he clawed his way up on the start, but both of the GFCs starting to maybe look a little better now at this point in the main. I mean, Kaminsky a 111.9 last lap, the only driver going all the way back to Jorge Ortiz in 8th in the 111 second bracket. The next best was Colin Lloyd and Finn Bailiff in 9th and 10th.
Let's give a little shout out here. 10 laps down, 6 to go. Look at the driver who's got up to 18th from the tail of the field. Mick Gabriel, folks, at the 978, started at the very back of the pack. He is now up into the 18th position. He's lapping about 3 to 4 to 5 tenths of a second quicker. Anybody in front of him, he's like closing up right now, potentially getting up to, I believe, a little bit farther up. Anthony Rivera would be the next kind of group. Ben Hernandez and Anthony Rivera to try to get to 16th. But what a great drive. I know we're focusing on this battle up front, but Mick Gabriel is having such a great drive right now in the 978. In fact, already up into 16th.
Here he is on screen, taking a look, trying to catch up to Anthony Rivera. There you can see he's up 22 spots.
Man.
Connor Ferris right behind him, then leading the next pack, up 13 after an issue in qualifying put him to the rear of the pre-final, and he couldn't make up much headway. So both Mick Gabriel and Connor Ferris up a ton of spots, and unfortunately, Mick Gabriel was not the only one from the back working forward. Drew James was on that same charge in lockstep 2 laps ago. James had something go wrong, maybe some contact on a way by. Drew James, unfortunately, all the way down, and now DNF'd out, and it looks like it may have been, based on the gaps right there, something involving himself, Lorenzo Kaufman, and Kane Martin. I think that was right around when we were looking to maybe go back to that middle field group, because it looked like the leaders had started to subside, and I think those 3 may have been the ones that ultimately bit the bullet.
11 laps down, 5 to go, and now things are starting to get a little more exciting up front. No one really doing anything crazy, but now the mindset comes, okay, where am I? Where can I pass? How's my kart coming in? Wheeler having a look over the shoulder, thinking about what Jake Drew, the veteran driver, is going to do. Up front, of course, Overbeck, looking to get that victory that could be huge for him in terms of the championship. Again, Overbeck coming in behind Finnegan Bailiff, who is now 10th position for Finnegan, doing a tremendous job from starting deeper in the field. So top 10 right now for Bailiff in the TKG Kart Republic. But this front-running trio has yet to battle it out. And, Fernando Luque just begging them to go at it. Come on, I need something here, because he's turned the same lap time as Overbeck last time by, a 1:11.8. But that's not what he needs to do if he wants to close up. He's back by about 1.4 seconds from Drew. So a 1.5 seconds back. He needs them to start fighting. And at this point, Xander, they've been super patient, right? We're just knocking laps down, 12 down, 4 to go. And no one doing anything too crazy right now. You got to go back to the last pass. We saw Wheeler make the move inside Drew, but Drew kind of let it happen, tucked back in, and didn't lose any time.
Yeah, not in any rush here. Jake Drew trying to take care of the rubber on that GFC. I will say, looking at the points here, if you kind of look at the way the drops are factored in, it'd give the slight nod coming into today to Stephen Miller, assuming it was the best 3 out of 4 to this point, then Overbeck, and then really close between himself and Finn Bailiff. But with Miller outside the top 10 and 11, Bailiff back there in 10th, and James Overbeck leading. But even let's say he falls back to 3rd, this is still going to be better than his drop, better than their drops. Their drop race is going to be really close as to whether or not it's today or what they currently have. And again, if they already have a day as bad as today, that means it's going to really sting if today goes in the books to match a similar points haul from rounds 1 through 4. So for James Overbeck, you just got a national win a couple weeks ago. You're trying to get your first SuperKarts USA Pro Tour national win and your first SKUSA Pro Tour championship. What do you want more on this Saturday? Because you have another chance to fight for a race win tomorrow as well if this kind of goes a little bit sideways. How hard do you fight it? Because you've got a big opportunity to take a championship points lead into the final day and just kind of cruise to get your second career national title.
Yeah, indeed. Again, that's the way you have to play this. You have to have a thinking man's game. You got to, even though you're thinking about the raceway, you're thinking about everything you need to do to get things done right now. Remember, he's got no idea where Bailiff is. He's got no idea where Miller is on the racetrack. We don't have any two-way radio. The spotters aren't filling him in on how things are happening. Right now, it's just all about the race. Here comes Wheeler. It is time. It is go time. He'll make the move to the inside. Drew's going to come with him. So there you go, the pass in turn number 3. And then Wheeler takes over the lead. Drew to second, Overbeck back to third. That's your first shakeup. Luque sees it happen. He's up on the wheel trying to close up. He was about 1.7 seconds last time by. We did see a pass further back. Gaffera able to get back by Keegan Kaminsky, so move Gaffera back to 6th, Kaminsky into 7th. But here's Overbeck thinking about the inside of Drew. This is when you start wondering if the guy up front can pull away.
Yeah, you got to be careful with moves like that there on both ends. Jake Drew fighting the pass. James Overbeck, making the attempt there for P2 in that kind of corner. You know you both are going to have a big run at Henry if you're close enough to start that main front straightaway. Yep. But a couple moves in the braking corners breaks away the draft, and all of a sudden you can't catch him. Henry Wheeler has already won some major races, but this would be a big win and a big boost of confidence to do it against James Overbeck, who was the most recent winner of this kind of KA senior contingent across the country, and more importantly, even as well against the pedigree of a guy like Jake Drew, who has won some of the biggest events over his career and is one of the most respected pro drivers in the paddock here still. Drew's going to go all the way to the inside 3 wide and overcook it. Wheeler gets the job done back to the lead. Overbeck to second. Now Jake Drew's going to lose, potentially third. Here comes Luque. Overbeck and Wheeler
door to door, side by side, and back to single file in the shark fin.
And remember, Wheeler still in the championship fight. P5, he's got a 119 to drop. This would be a big win for Wheeler that could potentially bring him back into the discussion on the championship. Overbeck with a good run around the outside. They're side by side coming. Overbeck back to the inside. Book it at green. He takes the spot away. Overbeck back to the lead. Wheeler right with them. The big cover coming, of course, in the cell corner to see if Wheeler can fight his way down the bottom. Big over-under. Where is Luque? Where is Drew? The lead still there. Who's it going to be? Overbeck leading, coming back through the double right-hander.
Final time through turn 14. Over to the short shoot. Overbeck, little bobble there. He's going to have to cover low. Wheeler's going to go to the high side. They're door to door and nose to nose. Almost there in 14, 15. Final 2 turns. Overbeck to the inside, covers there. Wheeler outside, inside. James Overbeck wins in Newcastle.
How about 53 thousandths of a second at the line? James Overbeck with the win. Look at the battle coming across the line for the remainder of the field.
Incredible.
Wow, those last couple corners were absolutely magic as Overbeck defended to the inside. Wheeler did everything he could do, right? The over, the under, kept switching back. Couldn't quite get him at the line. That may be one of the closest finishes we've ever seen in this particular lineup because it's so hard to beat a driver to the line. 53 thousandths of a second at the line. Overbeck over Wheeler. Luque comes home in third after Drew tried it over in turn number 3. Eli Warren holds on for 5th. Keegan Kaminsky gets back by Caleb Gaffera. He'll go P6. Gaffera, who started on the outside of the front row for Chad Dockett Racing, ends up in 7th. Colin Lloyd 8th. Stephen Miller and Finnegan Bailiff back up into the top 10. Remember, both of those drivers in championship contention as well, but well outside the top 5. Miller in 9th and your championship point leader, Finnegan Bailiff, in that 10th position. I cannot wait to see how the points look when they think about drops. You know, obviously, as we know, one of the drops for Henry Wheeler, as I said, was a 119. He's going to replace that with something pretty solid, 200 plus. So, indeed, a great run there for Wheeler. A great run for Overbeck, who may take over the point lead going in the championship Sunday.
That could be, again, that move to get around, go to the high side from third to the lead and then hang on. It could be the one that gets him enough points here through today that no matter what happens tomorrow, if he doesn't get the win, that it secures a championship. And now he's a SKUSA Pro Tour race winner, and he should be, with drops factored in or without, the unofficial points leader going into the final round of the season tomorrow. What an incredible battle. And again, you got to give a tip of the hat to Henry Wheeler. He had that one parked and got the lead with a great over-under on Jake Drew, but the motor just bogged down a bit too much out of the infield hairpin, and Overbeck was able to get the over-under, run around the outside on the kink, and get the lead.
Hey, listen, when you're there and seeing it happen, right, from P3, you see it happening, you're like, all you can do is do the over-under in turn number 3 there, and he executed it nicely, side-by-side coming down into the shark fin. And again, congratulations, a great run there for James Overbeck, a big victory, one he would definitely need when you're thinking about heading into a championship Sunday with a national title on the line. Great racing in KA 100 Senior. We've had 2 great races, Xander, and I expect a lot more here this afternoon.
Yeah, this has been so fun to watch, folks. KA Senior in the books. We still have 4 more mains to go. There's the congratulations from Jake Drew to James Overbeck on that hard-fought race. And we've got now the Micro Swifts presented by J&M Racing ready to go green after the break. We'll also be looking to chat with James after the race is all complete and official here when they roll on through. So 2 main events in, 6 races to go, 4 more semi-pro mains, and the 2 remaining pro heat races. Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back here, folks, to Newcastle Motorsports Park, and we're ready to bring you the starting lineup for the Micro Swift main event. So, Jaden Francisco on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart was able to get away about midway through their pre-final, Rob, and they never could catch him. Wynn Gottschalk will join him on the row one.
Yeah, that's got to give Jaden a lot of confidence coming into the main event here. Drivers lining up nicely coming out of turn number 15. Again, it'll be Zane Burgess, your point leader, starting on the inside of row number 2 alongside Leo Simoni. Row 3, Santiago Orioli and Hudson Howard.
Back to row number 4, Danny Ramirez and Lucas Tarango on the inside and outside. Jake Manolio and Dutch Westbrook completing your top 10. It's a decent grid here, and we're going to take you through the last couple of starters, and you can find your favorite driver on any of these pages all the way back to the final couple that will have to roll from rows 11 and 12 with Slate Harrell and Pato Medina on the back. And we've got problems. This is for the front row. Wynn Gottschalk and Jaden Francisco have crashed on the pace lap, Rob. They are trying to get unstuck desperately to get back out before the race gets underway.
Unbelievable with these two drivers coming together. Very like, I don't know if they're warming their tires up or they just get together coming out of the corner, but indeed trying to get these drivers back fired up. That's coming out, like you said, of the final corner. I don't.
You know, huge kudos to sportsmanship for the front row of Zane Burgess and Leo Simone. They did not have to let the front row get back into position.
Wow.
That is they championships on the line, race wins on the line, and third and fourth stopped the field to let Jaden and Wynn get back in the line.
Out to the kids. Again, you love to see the sportsmanship, and that was fantastic. Both those drivers able to get back into their positions, getting ready to fire things up again into the way. So everybody stay in your staging lanes, please, because we want a clean start. We're underway, and even after the incident, we are racing once again. One driver all the way down to the grass, spinning out, kind of took it, bailed out to the right. Another driver spinning further back as well. That's the 238 that's gone around there. So you need a couple drivers having issues early, but otherwise we are underway once again. Getting things rolling. Is that Gottschalk, I believe, into the lead right now? Zane Burgess goes into second.
Francisco, the leader. Burgess second. One of them off there, that LN Kart, will try an ID. It wasn't Lawrence Perriman. It was one of the other entries in the field, and I think it may or may not have been Wynn Gottschalk. If not, another one of the Bennicks that was the other one spun around in the infield, maybe Dutch Westbrook. So let's see where they are headed into the cell tower. There is the 225. So Gottschalk into the 5th position after fading back off the start. Behind him, that's the 291 of Manolio. The lead pack has Francisco, Burgess, Santi Orioli right there on the MPG Motorsports 206. And then you have Danny Ramirez right there on the RPG Cosmic. And already Jaden is defending low. And who knows from the contact, I mean, they were stuck together. Does he have any damage? And Burgess seeing that as a weakness there, he's going to go by. He'll lead lap number 1 of 14.
Yeah, Burgess quickly to the inside over in turn number 17, takes the move to the bottom, and you wonder, as you said, whether or not there is any kind of damage because those karts were locked together coming out of the final couple of corners there, coming out of turn number 17 back to 18. Nonetheless, a move again as they come back there. Even though he had trouble in 17, lost the spot, he's able to come right back and take it down in turn number 3. So Francisco back to P1. Burgess now runs in second. Opening couple laps kind of settling things in, and we'll see the field start the gap out a little bit these next couple of laps. And again, we talked about the fact 16 laps for most of the categories. Our cadets running 14 laps here today. So it's a 14-lap race for these drivers as we work our way through these main events for round number 5 of this year's Summer Nationals.
Yeah, 2 laps or almost 2 laps complete. And with that, we've got at least the race complete and scaling complete for KA100 Senior. James Overbeck is standing by with Caleb Viesca. But before we get down to him, let's take one quick look back at what happened to Jaden Francisco and Win Gottschalk on the outlap here. So we're going to go side by side so you can keep an eye on what's going on the racetrack. At the same time, we want to take a look at that instant replay, I believe, of what happened there. Actually, there's a look down to Caleb and James. So we'll see which way we go on to them first. But your leader, Jaden Francisco, over Santi Orioli, Win Gottschalk, and then Danny Ramirez. Another lap in the books here. 2 complete, 12 to go.
See the drivers starting to finally settle in. A couple of drivers making some moves to the inside here. Otherwise, 3 wide coming up into turn number 1 again.
That's a big moment. I don't know. Oh, man. Leo Simone hanging on there, popping a little wheelie with the left rear falling off. But they're going to continue to race. We're going to continue to bring you the action at the same time. Zane Burgess there trying to fight back on Cameron Johnson. That's back just around 6th or 7th. And there is so much going on, but first we got to give credit where credit is due. One heck of a fight to the end in KA Senior for James Overbeck, and he's standing by with Caleb here in the scale line.
Race wins. How does that feel? Was it twice as nice this time around?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, the fact that that we came here a few months ago for the Stars race, and I came up 1 corner short of the win, so it definitely felt nice to get back and be able to win on this configuration. But I mean, it's a SKUSA race. I mean, I've always looked up to kids for years who ran SKUSA. I mean, this is the first year I really ran SKUSA. So for years, I just thought I never was really good enough for it. And I always idolized the kids that could win these kind of races. And the fact that I can come out here and call myself a SKUSA winner now is pretty awesome. And especially a bunch of my family came for this race too. So they might be the new good luck charm now. But yeah, and it's good for the points too. We're in for the championship. So the only best thing I could have done today was win. I was able to do just that.
Yeah, and I mean, you were saying that, you were idolizing all the race winners, and, you're within a shot of calling yourself maybe a SKUSA national champion this week, and you're putting yourself well in the fight. How does that feel? Any added nerves going into tomorrow?
Kind of. I mean, with the Stars Championship last year, I raced the final race just like how I would race any other race, and it worked well, and I'm just kind of doing the same thing here. Not making any really stupid moves, kind of let the race come to me. And I knew we had a fast kart and just didn't need to panic at all. After the pre-final where I got put off, went back to like 13th or something, I knew, and I was driving through the field, I knew I had a fast piece, so I knew I had to be patient, and I was able to get it up there, and it was just so awesome to be able to win another race. I can't thank the BJR guys enough. I mean, once again, we produce a fast kart, and this is even a different kart that we had 2 weeks ago, but still, it's so fast. So I can't thank them, BBS, all my family and them for coming up, all the friends who were watching at home. So I can't thank all of them enough for being able to help me get up there and get the win.
Sounds good. Well, there you guys have it from James Overbeck, proving all allegations wrong again this weekend. Back to you guys in the booth.
Xander, for me, it's the thing I love to hear was he said he used to look up to the drivers that ran here in SKUSA, and I think James Overbeck needs to realize he's got a bunch of drivers looking up to him now, right? The younger kids. So this is a guy who's been winning races around the country to bag one here in SKUSA competition. That level of racing he aspired to, and now is a big part of. I think that's the key thing right now is James Overbeck's one of those kids that the younger guys are saying, hey, I want to be James Overbeck when I grow up.
And younger guys like that, I mean, Jaden Francisco kind of fits the same mold as James Overbeck. He is on the cusp of his first career SKUSA Pro Tour main event win in one of the craziest ways you can do it possible. Who knows what the damage may be to that RPM Nitro kart, but while we were kind of keeping our eye on the race and chatting with James, the landscape has changed dramatically. I mean, look at this. This is battling Dutch Westbrook, Jake Manolio there. That's about 8th, 9th, and 10th, and the points leader, Zane Burgess, is all by himself in 4th, trying to hunt down the top 3 in front of him. He's at least ahead of Santiago Orioli, who runs back in the 8th position, and that's a big help to him in the points fight to try and maybe clinch it for tomorrow. I mean, really, just a decent day would have been enough here for Zane Burgess.
Yeah.
Says we've got problems, 2 cars way off, 3 off, all the way down at the end of turn number 1 and into turn number 2.
Yeah, a couple of drivers off in that corner coming in, of course, down the straightaway. You did into the kink, maybe some contact there. That kink turn 1 down into turn number 2, and off they go at the end of the back part of the racetrack. Tough one for both those drivers, as again, we're not even to the halfway point of a 14-lapper. It's just 5 laps down. Remember, 7 and 8 will be our halfway point. So 14 laps of racing, early running, a couple of drivers already out. But again, as we talked about, the fact that Francisco Ramirez and Gottschalk looking pretty good up front, a half a second back to Burgess as he's trying to get himself back. And as I say that, they're continuing to dig their way forward. Ramirez has been looking very good. Did Ramirez just take the lead there potentially? We'll see them come back through. I think Ramirez may have gone to P1.
Indeed, he has. And Zane's now gone to second. And I just got word here in checking in with the communication line we have with the SuperKarts USA official race control. Technically, while the leaders, were advancing back to where they were and didn't continue main pace, due to the sportsmanship of that second row, no review, and so SKUSA saying, hey, 3rd and 4th, they wanted to let them start in the lead. We're going to let them do that as well. So very cool from SKUSA to recognize, hey, these kids wanted to beat each other on the racetrack, not in the penalty room. And Zane Burgess, one of those two, really the one that probably, spurred it. Here's a look. Look at this. They're together, and partly, again, the whole line was just kind of stacking up.
Yep.
It wasn't Jaden's fault. It wasn't Wynn's fault. The whole pack was just kind of on top of each other. But that was a great look there on the side-by-side of the Shop AKR replay. And, man, tip of the hat to Zane Burgess, especially, as well as our 4th-place starter for waiting, allowing Wynn and Jaden to start up at the front, because who knows? That might be the difference of whether or not they get a race win, but Zane's at least made it, all null and void. He's out front.
Yeah, Zane out front, as we know, in that number 255, but right behind him as well is the 225 of Gottschalk. Top 4 drivers have a big gap. You can see you're waiting for Karts to see it back there. It's over 3 seconds back to Manaleo, who runs now in 5th, Westbrook in 6th, Simone 7th, Orioli 8th, Hudson Howard 9th, and now up into 10th spot, Cameron Johnson. So a big gap behind the front-running quartet of cars, except for the fact that Ramirez, as we said, he led for a time. Now he's back into P4. What happened in a matter of a lap? He was leading, now finds himself back in P4. So always dynamic at the front of one of these Micro Swift races.
Side by side there, Jaden Francisco through the inside on Wynn Gottschalk with a nice move to get back into second. And, again, I wasn't really sure where they were and how damaged the karts were. And looking from the side, looks like the steering wheels are pretty centered. I don't think whatever the issue was is they got stuck together. Maybe it was just because it was at such low speed. They more got stuck without the high impact of bending any parts. But who knows? At least whether it's bent or straight, it's fast. And Jaden is going to take his kart back to the lead there in the cell tower.
Now we got lots of action. We've had, I think, had 3 of these 4 drivers up front have all led here in the last couple of laps. We know that Ramirez was up front. Gottschalk is the only driver I think here that hasn't led a lap as of yet. But all these drivers kind of settling in to find out who will come away with the victory. Remember, again, Burgess and Gottschalk, both the drivers in the championship fight. Unofficially, I would think that if a podium finish comes for Zane Burgess, very likely locking the championship in today, but we'll leave that up to David Cole and the spreadsheets. And, of course, not official again until SuperKarts USA locks it down. But nonetheless, Zane Burgess looking to try to win a championship here today. We have some great racing here. Look at the big move from the back for Ramirez, thinking about that over-under, trying to get a better run out of the corner. He does not do it, and it's still Francisco up front.
Now, we've bounced around a little bit to try and show you some more on the racetrack, some of the other Micro Swift drivers, but with Jaden Francisco kind of defending a bit, is that going to bring more into the fight? Jake Manolio is by himself in 5th. He would not be fast enough without a dancing partner to run down the leading quartet, but if Jaden continues to defend and kind of go to the low side into the corner like this and slow the lap times down, all of a sudden, we might have more than just these 4 joining the fight for the race win. Look at Ramirez going to the outside of Burgess now. He might all the way go to the lead. No, he'll end up losing 3rd just barely as Gottschalk's able to get through for P3.
Yeah, I need a lot of action here up front, big time. But the top 4 drivers, everybody back and forth. Gottschalk and Ramirez have both been looking for ways to get by. And you'd think maybe midway through here, 8 laps down, 6 to go. There's contact right there coming out of turn number 16 and 17. We've stacked things back up, and I think we brought
Manolio right in there.
So, how did we come up to 5? Manolio right there. And, in fact, he's gone to 4th.
More contact. The 243, Sterling Mulata's gone around, and one other further back, but now we've got 5. It was 3 seconds. That's how much slower they went last time by. The field's averaging 117, 118, 119s. The leaders did 121s and 122s. So, I mean, they had a huge lead here, but just a little bit of racing, a little defending, and now we've got a lot more karts we can fit in the frame.
Yeah, you talked about the drivers coming in here. Manalio was like at 1.4 seconds back, then 3 seconds back. All of a sudden, with the lap they just did, lost that entire gap. Manalio with now the opportunity to see if he can't fight his way back up onto the podium, rather. Burgess continues to lead, but here comes Francesco. Oh, looking to the inside. He's going to take it. Watch yourself there for Gottschalk. Really stacking things up over to the cell corner.
Big moment there, and now we've got 6 here in this pack. Look at on the end of the group, Dutch Westbrook. More on the way. How about Hudson Howard? Let's throw the Alonso card in the mix, and into the pit lane for Jaden Francisco. Did he get a black flag of some kind, or did he know of a meatball? Francisco in the 232 RPM Nitro cart bails for the scale house, and now we've got 7 or 8 of them here with 4 laps to go, all battling behind Burgess, who's going to get a bit of a bumper from Gottschalk, and they're going to line up. Oh man, Zane's got nowhere to go. They are all shoving one big freight train, and it's Win Gottschalk to the lead. Burgess trying to get down. He finally gets a gap in the 5th.
Xander, what just happened? We have 9 drivers in the lead group. We had 4. All of a sudden, it's 9 drivers back in the lead group. They were kind of playing with each other. They had a gap. They thought, hey, we're going to be okay. No, you are not. When you start running like that, laps well off the pace, defending so early, you bring everybody back into the fight. You got to go all the way back to Lucas Tarango now in the middle of the scrap as everybody, 9 drivers in the lead group. We talked about the fact that Francesco heading off the track over to the scales. Not sure what happened there, but this thing has been blown wide open right now. Here's the 225. Remember I said that Wes Gottschalk had not yet led. He has led a couple of quarters right now, although he goes back into second as Ramirez, I believe, goes back to P1.
Just got confirmation. Jaden Francisco did not get black flag. No idea why he headed for the scale house. What a heartbreak for that young man and the Ryan Perry Motorsport group. But now, Danny Ramirez, Zane Burgess, Jake Manalio with new life here at the end. But again, there's still more fighting. There's Manalio on the inside. He's trying to focus Win Gottschalk forward because Ramirez is starting to pull away.
Wow.
But also, there has been so much pushing and shoving. You can see that it is crushed in. Look how much that nose cone's moving. Does Danny Ramirez have a pushback bumper penalty looming with a big lead?
It's bouncing a little bit there, isn't it? Trying to eye it up here. He is the leader, Ramirez. Manalio runs into the second spot. Burgess trying to think of what he's got to do here now. Burgess is back, I believe. Oh, he's into third. Burgess has been able to get by Manalio, so he's up to third. Gottschalk back to second, but the lead for Ramirez now significant at 1.3 seconds. But indeed, does he have a potential pushback bumper? That could be an issue that could pass the lead. There is Burgess pointing forward saying, we got to go now. 11 laps down. A 14-lapper here, remember, so 3 more laps still remaining. 11 laps in the books. Some action here. What looked to potentially be just a cruise for 4 drivers to the very end to fight it out in the final couple of circuits turned into a mid-race scrap that brought everybody back into the fight at one point, Xander. 9 drivers in the lead group.
Yes, and again, while this is the provisional lead group, if they fight too much, Danny Ramirez could potentially, it'd be a long shot, outrun that pushback bumper penalty. So Ramirez's lead at this size, which again, who knows if the kids are able to pay attention? Are they trying to play off of that and realize this race for second might become the race for the eventual win after it all? Who knows? But we've got only 2 laps left to find out where the order is when they hit the checkered flag. Burgess on the Sodi, the black and orange there, leads them down to turn number 2.
Yeah, well, look at lap times. Last time by, Burgess actually about 0.2 of a second slower than Ramirez, so they're still racing, as we know, for that second spot. There's, I believe, Manalio to the outside. He goes into P3. He moves Gottschalk back into the 4th spot, so put Win Gottschalk back into P4. He's got a nice little gap right now over Tarango, who's up into 5th. Westbrook 6th. Perriman, Howard, Porta, and Orioli round out the top 10, with Orioli second place in points, down in 10th. This is going to definitely play to Zane Burgess, potentially locking things down in the championship here today. And again, there he is. Manalio putting the pressure on with the number 291. The Team Ferris racing machine.
He is trying to at least secure a podium right now by pushing Zane away. from Win Gottschalk. So having moved up from the 4th position to the 3rd spot on the TFR Kart Republic, Jake Manolio following the championship points leader, the kid who has won the most races across all the touring series in the micro division in 2024, in Zane Burgess, is headed with the white flag, 1 lap to go, and it would clinch his first career national title potentially with a massive lead and a P2 run in today's main event. And who knows what it could turn into. They're still only 1.5 seconds back, and I'm just wanting to double check where exactly all the penalties would fall if the pushback bumper penalty holds for Danny Ramirez.
Indeed, we'll let Xander focus on that as we're continuing to go here. Final lap on the racetrack here for Daniel Ramirez out front as the leader of the RPG Cosmic. Does he, though, have potentially a pushback bumper? We'll see. It looked like it was bouncing a little bit here. We had a good look at it. Otherwise, Burgess, Manolio, and Gottschalk could be moved to the podium here. Still a lot of stuff to happen officially before we know what's going on.
6 seconds is the official penalty if it's both sides pushed in, 3 if one side. Now, of course, after the race goes through, penalties are assessed. The drivers have to meet or exceed the minimum weight, have to go through post-race tech inspection, and then there's still a protest window where you're allowed to bring our footage, your onboard footage, or use the race control footage as well. There's a look at the loose front bumper, but as he heads for the final 2 turns, it looks like it could be a provisional checkered flag for Danny Ramirez here in the Micro Swift division. He'll round the final turn, and the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro over Zane Burgess second and Jake Manolio to complete the podium. To my knowledge, a first career SKUSA Pro Tour podium in the works potentially for Jake Manolio with that 3rd place run.
Indeed. Gottschalk 4th, Perriman in 5th spot, Lucas Tarango in 6th, Dutch Westbrook in 7th, Santiago Orioli up to 8th, 9th for Cameron Johnson, 10th for Francisco Porta. There you go there. Hudson Howard just falling out of the top 10 on that last lap. If indeed it is a 6-second penalty, that would bring him down potentially into the 7th position, moving everybody back up for Daniel Ramirez, but nonetheless, a good run for him. And like you said, he's able to bring the video in. They're able to talk about it. We'll see how it all plays out. But nonetheless, Ramirez with the victory on track, but Zane Burgess potentially unofficially the champion as well here in the Micro Swift category.
With that, folks, we'll show you the final couple results here from this Micro Swift class and get ready to go to our Coastal Link custom printing official race recap. So let's take a look back at what all transpired, and we got to start this main event with the contact there on the front row here, Rob. And first and foremost, a bummer for both Jaden Francisco and Win Gottschalk. But then, while they got stuck, the second row actually allowed them to get back into position, and we went green with the original order, albeit a couple turned around in turn number 2.
Yeah, there's the issue we had at the very start of the race, a couple of drivers going off. The battle settled up pretty early here. We saw everybody kind of line things up, getting into position. We saw a couple of drivers up front, not surprising. Burgess was in there, Francesco was in there, a number of drivers in that lead group, but it would eventually bring everybody back into the fight.
Then for a moment, things kind of spread out, but then as the pack started to get crazy, Jaden Francisco bails early for pit lane, wasn't black flag, wasn't disqualified, headed into the pits early with 4 laps to go, and this group, by the time he pulled in, they had stacked up, were battling, but all around, Danny Ramirez able to get a big-time win.
Yeah, he emerged from the chaos there to come away with a victory. Big win for Ramirez and RPG, and again, watching the up, back and forward motion of the driver who ends up likely with the championship, Zane Burgess, did a tremendous job. He was back at I think 6th or 7th at one point, fought his way back forward. He got steamrolled at one point there. Freight train by, was able to get back in. So all in all, a really tremendous run for both those drivers, Ramirez and Burgess.
With the scale line rolling, we'll have to wait a few moments for all the official results to head our way. So we've got now 3 main events complete from the semi-pro divisions, 3 more to go. Kicking things off on the other side of the break here with Master Shifter, presented by Factory Fury GP Kart Motorsport.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at Parallel.
Welcome back to Newcastle Motorsports Park, and Master Shifter presented by Factory Fury GP Kart Motorsport is getting ready to go green. Let's take a look at how they'll line up for the veterans in the first of our two gearbox categories on the race lineup. The main event with Skitchy Barnes on the inside of row number 1 alongside Tim Hollowell. That's how they qualified, but they definitely diced it up a good bit in that first race of the day, the pre-final.
Yeah, Hollowell, the local driver, has shown extremely well from the get-go. He'll, again, line up on the front row with Skitchy Barnes. Joe Rook, the other driver battling Barnes for the championship here, is going to start right behind him. Both those Maranello drivers on the inside, starting first and third respectively. Outside of that row, a former champion here in the Master Shifter category, factory kart driver Luis Quiones, starting on the outside of row number 2.
Back to row number 3, Mike Rivera and Justin Kelly on the GFC and Maranello kind of duo. Mike Rivera will be one to watch. He was creeping his way closer and closer to the leaders as that pre-final drug on. And now he gets an inside third row starting spot with Nick Bedard and Jeff Mills back on row number 4, Rob.
66-year-old Michael Gouache will start on the inside of row number 5, P9 on the grid alongside Cameron Castles. Ken Schilling, veteran SKUSA driver on the inside of the next row alongside Will Lynn. And Kyle Yachinski going to start at the tail of the field there, the driver in Amarillo, Texas. Going to dial things in here from the tail of the field. 13 drivers in this category. Biggest Master Shifter field we've had all year.
Yeah, great turnout here in Newcastle Motorsports Park. Hopefully it's a sign of a massive turnout when we head to Las Vegas for the Super Nationals. And we are ready to get them underway. So TB Karts at the first and last row here with Tim Hollowell on the outside of row 1. But it's the Maranello 609 of Skitchy Barnes on the inside. And we're waiting on the last couple of drivers to get into their boxes. There's the visor down moment from the officials. We go to the green flag, and away we are for Master Shifter. Great jump for Skitchy Barnes, and a good jump as well for Luis Quinones as he's still challenging Joe Ruck for third through turn 2.
Yeah, Ruck trying to hold him off. He does not quite do it. Quinones has got the spot. What a hole shot, though, for Skitchy Barnes. Got out of the gate nicely there and leads them down into the shark fin for the first time through the Monza. They'll come back out through. To Hollowell, thinking early about a pass, but no, tucks back in. Barnes will lead early, but look at this. Look at the move to the inside, outside. They're going at each other right now. Rook, I believe, able to get in there. What a great start for Joe Rook as well. And again, they're digging themselves forward. I'm not sure what happened potentially there to Hollowell, but with the Barnes out front, Rook goes into second. And is that Quiones up in or though? That's Hollowell in the third spot, so losing one position there. But a good recovery for Joe Rook to go to P2.
Yeah, it looked like he might have maybe had like a little misshift or something coming out of that infield hairpin. I mean, he wouldn't be the first one. We saw that bogged down moment for Henry Wheeler. And then just going there, I don't know if you saw that as well. Skitchy Barnes looked like he kind of threw his hand up as he rolled into the 90s, and all of a sudden that gap back to Rook has just evaporated. This is a telltale story or a repeat from the pre-final, though. Ruck super fast on the opening lap in a quarter. He's going to take that momentum and go to the lead.
Yes, drove right by him on the inside to take the spot. There's a good battle further back as well as the GFC driver, Mike Rivera, I believe, going to the inside of Quiones to take over P4. Nonetheless, Barnes back on the inside over into the Monza. Beautiful pass down to the bottom of the racetrack there. He and Rook, the two drivers, teammates with Maranello with the Vermont Kart Company operation, and scrapping out those two drivers battling for the championship, separated by just 101 points right now. Tim Hollowell right there kind of watching it all play out here.
Yeah, and this pack kind of really stretches all the way back to Jeff Mills in the 8th spot. And then there's another group led by Michael Gouache and Cameron Castles that's having one heck of a fight as well. But, man, do we have a good battle to start off this 16-lap main for the lead. And Ruck, he had the opportunity, it felt like to me, to go right back and answer in the very next passing zone on his teammate. Ultimately, he decided, you know what, I'll go back to second, I'll cruise here, and Skitchy, you can lead the early parts of this race. And Scott Skitchy Barnes happy to do so as 2 laps get completed. 14 still remain.
Yeah, I was thinking a 16-lap race, and we're like, just absolutely pinning the rev limiter for the first couple of laps. Finally, everybody kind of settles in and says, okay, we got a long way to go, guys. We're master shifter, guys. Let's take it easy. Let's push to the end so we can fight it out in the last couple of laps. Barnes holds the spot. Rook into second. Hollowell now third. You see just back there is Rivera in the 4th spot. Quiones in 5th. Then you go to a second back to Bedard, P6.
Will that gap open up? Well, it's going to tighten up now. They're side by side for the lead again. Joe Ruck with a big move down the inside in the green corner. He pulls back on it, but he's still right there in the cell tower. And Skitchy's going to start to narrow that entry up a little bit, and that's going to back Joe right into Tim Hollowell's path. And the TB Kart driver, your garage neighbor, is keeping the pressure on here, Rob.
You know, the interesting thing with this urgency we're seeing out of Joe Rook is he just worried potentially does not want to let Barnes get away. Does he think Barnes has maybe long race pace, where if he doesn't get him early, Barnes may be able to stretch away? That may be the concern. Rook may be saying to himself, I got to get by right now. I got to put him behind me. I can't give him the opportunity to stretch away like he has before.
Well, we've talked about a little bit earlier in the day, right, with the dirtiness offline. You can even see some marbles there in the kinks, some on the outside of turn 2. If Ruck is able to kind of get by Skitchy while the field is still kind of close together in the early couple laps, maybe a couple other drivers, even if they're not as fast as Skitchy, would try to get by him, as we've got problems. Michael Gouache into the scale line. The 603 is headed into the scale house early. So Gouache going in. But
great point, Xander.
Yeah.
Indeed. Like, if you can get him pushed out into the marbles, he may go back a couple of spots. Otherwise, when you're passing the guy singularly, he's going to be able to hang on the outside and come back in, right? The idea of being able to potentially throw him to the wolves with everybody behind him is obviously advantageous if you're the guy up front.
Right, and again, that's strictly on a points fight, right? If I'm Joe Ruck and Skitchy wants to lead, but I feel confident I can hang with him, I'll ride. I'll wait till, a couple laps to go, second half of the race, and then I'll go by and try to build the gap and just push him for a few laps or follow. Let him kind of work his tires harder. But if I'm thinking I need as many karts between me and him to put the points up, I need to get by him early. I need to hopefully trigger a fight the closer we are, because if I wait till the end of the race and me and him are the class of the field, well, no one else will be around us no matter how many seconds I put between them. You only get more points between you and another guy if there's other karts in the middle. If you beat someone by 10 seconds, but they finish P2, it's still no different than beating them by 1,000th.
Well, we can see right now that Scott Barnes is pulling away a little bit. Rook's going to lose a spot. Oh, Rook slowed. Oh, something happened there. Rivera.
Whoa.
Rook slowed. Rivera had to check up and went around. I don't know if it was contact from behind, but something potentially wrong with Joe Rook as he slowed. There's Rivera. He's got the hand in the air like he could have a potential bent axle on the machine. Hollowell's been able to go through to second, so whatever happened there, something I believe with Rook, had to check up coming out of the shark fin. The left-hander leads back out on the straightaway over to the scoreboard corner, and everybody checked up behind him, and Rivera's really the guy that came out on the short end of the stick.
Yeah, what a bummer for Mike Rivera there. I mean, he was, again, just wrong place, wrong time. He hit the brakes, and they kind of jammed all around him. Luis Quinones on his side. Tim Hollowell was trying to over-under and avoid the slowing Joe Rook. And again, who knows what's going on with the 653, because he's still going, but now he's already a second back from Hollowell. He still has about 1.3 to Quinones, and you would think if it was a bigger issue that he would have already slowed to the point that the whole field would have gone by, but that's not the case. Now we're getting reports from a teammate of Joe Ruck and Skitchy Barnes that under the Maranello tent, Michael Gouache, his reason for failing to finish and pulling in early, a gearbox issue.
So would that have been the same thing potentially for Rook? Was he grabbing gears coming out of the shark fin, going through the left-hander and just couldn't get the gear, and everybody stacked up on top of him? That's a possibility.
Right, and again, that first lap as well for Skitchy Barnes, he had a gap when Rook got around Hollowell, and then that gap got eaten up. Maybe Skitchy had an issue. I mean, there, even look at that big slide, and it looked, and the report from Gouache, he just couldn't change the gear. The gearbox is basically breaking, sticking in one, and
There you see Ruck trying to pull, trying to push on the lever. Rivera into the pit lane. Again, like Rob mentioned, that's more than likely due to the crash damage of the bent axle. But Joe Ruck, sadly, the mechanical woes are hitting him as the next of the Maranellos, and he's right in front of us right here.
Yeah, just so you know, he's slowing around the racetrack here. There he is now. Let everybody go by. So that has moved to Quinones to third, Bedard to fourth, Kelly up to fifth, Mills goes to sixth, Castle's up to seventh. It'll eventually have Schilling up into eighth spot. Gouache out already. I don't know whether or not Yashinsky's out. Rivera, as we know, pulled off the racetrack as well. So a number of retirees early here, potential gearbox problems for a couple of the drivers. And this is a fight that we're going to continue to see here. That's Justin Kelly getting at it there with Nick Bedard.
Yeah, this is the closest fight we've got now left, unfortunately, with mechanical woes taking out Michael Gouache, taking out Mike Rivera indirectly with the contact between himself and the rest of the pack, trying to avoid the slowing Joe Rook. So now Nick Bedard on the PSL Karting Bureau Lardo. We haven't spoken about much because the leaders in Master Shifter have given us so much action. Is in the spotlight there, trying to stay inside the top five and maybe be able to benefit a little more from some more attrition, because he's only one spot off the podium from Luis Quinones in third, although I don't know if he'll get there strictly on merit. Quinones, that time by a 108.1, now a 108.6. The leaders 107.8s and 9s. Bedard, I'll eat my words a little bit there. Nick Bedard just ate 4/10 out of the margin to the factory car driver in P3.
Yeah, and so did Justin Kelly. He took 3/10 out on Quinones as well. So although Kelly not quite there, right with Bedard, lost about a tenth that time by half a second back now. Bedard reeling in Quinones' potential. Now, I don't want to say reeling in yet. He's got one good lap in. If he starts stringing these laps together, Xander, as we get to the halfway point when they come back to start-finish, if he starts stringing 3-4 laps together, that gap that was at 1.8 seconds could get down to about a half a second. And at that point, you get that draft, and you're able to potentially put the pressure on to try to go to the podium when it's all said and done.
So can Nicholas Bedard make up just under 2 seconds with about 8.5 laps remaining? We'll start to see if the margin continues to close. I mean, that was a big chunk last time by, but you know, these shifter carts are so tough to be consistent. You have so many gear shifts. You can see a lot of them are popping the inside curbs because the apex is narrow. It's a, drive in deep because you got so much power, pivot, and then use the power to straighten the cart out really fast, as quick as you can, and launch out of the turn. And you see probably more variance in lap times in this class than any other division.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just throwing it out there right now as well with Rook out of the race, right, in now 10th position. That would be another DNF. He already has a 90, so he cannot drop this race. And you got the guy up front, Sketchy Barnes, potentially going 320. If he gets the fastest lap of the race, that's 320 points, right? He put it on pole position. He won the pre-main, the pre-final, and now if he comes away with this, at the very least 310, if he gets the fast lap of the race, we might find himself with a perfect day and potentially locking in the championship over Joe Rook.
Back on this battle, Justin Kelly and Nicholas Bedard closing in, and there's a look back over to Sketchy, continuing to lead with the 609's gap now about 1.5 seconds out front. That's a great point about the drops here, Rob. This would be one heck of an easy Saturday night for Sketchy Barnes to get some rest and wake up in the morning knowing that he's already got himself a SKUSA Pro Tour championship. As we mentioned, it's really just been down between these two drivers for the overall season title, and joining that SKUSA Circle of Champions with the 2025 Pro Tour season and the Supernats entry.
I think if they figure out that they've actually clinched the championship, I don't think it'll be an easy Saturday night for anybody around that tent right now. Or an easy Sunday morning.
Maybe not, yes. Saturday will be easy, actually a bit too easy. Sunday morning might get a bit tricky, and we might see some different names up the board in Master Shifter qualifying. But I will say, again, it'd be, a well-deserved championship to run through the 3 rounds of the season. You got, the longest commute out of anyone in the field here in Master Shifter for Sketchy Barnes, flying from Bermuda back and forth to the States for all 3 rounds of the season, or all 6 rounds of the season, all 3 weekends.
If he wins now, it'd be 2 victories and 2 additional podium finishes. Joe Rook's had a tremendous year as well, as we know. He had a couple of wins, able to sweep the weekend at Cincinnati. So, indeed, Rook pushed it as hard as he could. He's still, again, he's going to be 10th here in this one here after the likely DNF. I don't know whether or not he's still on the racetrack or not and just circulating around. We'll try to see if we can't pick that up for you, but I believe he may have already went to the scales. If indeed that is the case, Sketchy Barnes is going to walk away with another victory here and very likely the championship.
Well, I would hold on the victory part. Last
100%.
time by,
Yep.
10th and a half gain for Tim Hollowell. He was 0.2 better the previous lap. We're down to just a second between Barnes and Hollowell. Now, again, still a P2 would be more than enough to clinch the points championship, but Skitchy Barnes would love to walk away and walk off the title, at least provisionally, and then clinching it early with a #1 plate trophy from today's race. So can he do it? Can Skitchy Barnes hang on, or will Tim Hollowell get closer? At the same time here, we've got our cameras on here. Let's go in here as well. Caleb Vieska does have some intel along with David Land to pass along to us, as X30 Junior will be getting ready to roll soon. For now, though, we'll keep our eyes on Master Shifter, and we'll keep talking with Skitchy Barnes up about a second. Back to Tim Hollowell, and then this big gap all the way to Luis Quinones. We thought for a minute it was going to break down, but ultimately it's just kind of, rubber banded back and forth. Quinones to Bedard, and then Bedard to Kelly. They're the closest, but even still, no passes made. They've stayed in lockstep, 4th and 5th. Down to 9/10, another 10th that lap, 10th and a quarter, 10th and 1/100th, Rob. So that's not enough, though. We even with still 5 laps remaining for Tim Hollowell, but you can figuratively find another gear when you see that you're catching someone, especially for a race win. That extra bit of fatigue starts to go out of the way. The adrenaline's pumping. You're motivated again. And on the flip side, if Skitchy Barnes ever takes a look around and he sees someone pressuring him or getting closer and closer and closer, well, then you potentially make some mistakes. So while 1/10 a lap will not put him there, it's not like slot cars where they're going to stay exactly like this. This is still to play for.
Yeah, we'll shout out everybody here in the top 4. All those drivers, 107.9 for Barnes, Quinones, and Bedard, 107.8 for Hollowell, 108.2. Justin Kelly lost a little bit there, but the top 4 drivers all banging out fantastic 107, high 107 laps. This time by to put lap 12 in the books, a 108 flat for Barnes. How about 0.3 of a second for Hollowell? Look how much closer he is right now. There's still 4 laps to go, and it's just a half a second right now. Tim Hollowell, the local driver on the TB kart, stepping things up. Could we have a local driver on top of the podium here? Hollowell's not done.
Look at the wiggle on the rear end of Skitchy Barnes' Maranello. I mean, the rear tires may be starting to go a little bit, and he's also feeling the pressure. You saw that frantic look over the shoulder. Again, does he know that Ruck is not just not in frame, but also off the racetrack and the championship's all locked? I don't know, but either way, he's definitely feeling the heat from Tim Hollowell, who would love to defend his home racetrack with a win against the best national master shifter drivers in the country and really outside the country as well, with Skitchy Barnes from Bermuda. So through the horseshoe this time, 3 laps to go, Rob, and we've got them right together.
Yeah, that machine right now, that the setup on Barnes' car looks like it's a handful to drive. He had some trouble coming through the double apex left-hander, coming back over to 15. Hard to get it down to the apex. Watch him coming through here, the bit of a slide. Hollowell looks a lot better as another driver is out. That is the 6:38 out of this race. That is Cameron Castles.
Way off there in turn number 2. Nearly, we've had a couple close calls with the pond at the end of that straightaway, Rob. Hasn't happened yet, but man, big off there and a heartbreak for Castles to be unable to finish this main. Meanwhile, look at Barnes. He was a half car with lower, left the door open in the left kink here, and Hollowell almost gets by.
Ooh, Hollowell thought about it, saw the opening, and couldn't quite fill it completely. Barnes had enough grip on the outside to get onto the power early and beat him down to the turn-in of the scoreboard corner. So live to lead another lap here for Skitchy Barnes, but Tim Hollowell putting all the pressure on. When they get back around, Aaron Likens will give them the 2 to go. 2 laps remaining when they get by, but Hollowell looks pretty determined. He's got the speed. He's been quicker. Last lap by, 4/10 faster last time. He is the fastest driver on the racetrack right now.
Tim Hollowell with the grit, teeth gritted and trying to hang on to Skitchy Barnes' bumper for any potential mistake, any opening, because Skitchy has already started just kind of narrowing the entry, slowing the center of the corner, trying to bring that pace down and make sure he gets the better launch out, so Hollowell isn't close enough to send it on him in any of the major break zones. There you see again, half car with lower, little narrow on exit, trying to keep him pinned behind.
and Tim is going to have to get creative because Skitchy right there again, another lane lower, just kind of taking the line away, and that potential. Hollowell is going to have to get really aggressive, I think, to get by the 609.
Yeah, and if you look behind the 2 leaders here, Luis Quiones all by himself on the racetrack. We thought maybe Bedard was going to be able to reel him in for the final spot on the podium, but that is no longer the case. He's 2.5 seconds behind Quiones. Bedard actually now potentially in danger of losing 4th to Justin Kelly. That Maranello driver's been dialing things in. He's been either similar lap times or a 10th quicker. And he's only within now 0.4 of a second. So we may see a battle for 4th before it's all said and done, but it looks like Quiones has got 3rd locked and loaded. Coming back around, though, it'll be 1 lap to go. If Skitchy Barnes can bring this thing home, it will be super impressive considering the fact that it doesn't look like his kart is near as good as Hollowell's. White flag flying this time by.
1 car length between the pair as they round out of the last 90 and head onto the long front straightaway. Tim Hollowell, it's be borderline at this point to send it, so he's going to kind of stay in line, but pulls right up to the rear bumper of Skitchy as we head for the shark fin. Here he's had a couple looks, but Barnes knows it. He hears him, covers low into the right. I think he's going to go low in the left as well to not give that a chance again. And in the infield hairpin, again, Skitchy just will narrow the entry to that corner. Tim Hollowell playing nice, but he's not. He's running out of time.
Yeah, Skitchy Barnes has got to be smart here right now. The championship essentially in his pocket right now. The last thing he wants to do is find himself on the side of the track and finish somewhere down in like 7th position. Right now, even a second would give him the title, and I know that's what he came here to do. He wants race wins, but he wants to bring that title back to Bermuda once again. Through the double apex left-hander and back over here to turn number 15. Skitchy Barnes has got it done. They'll work their way out of the corner. One more shot really for Tim Hollowell. He'll have to send it into turn number 16. He does not. Through 16, 17, and 18. Oh, Hollowell's still there. Big cover to the bottom. Barnes is going to try to bring it home. How about a side-by-side across the line? And Hollowell goes off. Barnes wins.
Man, what a last lap. Hollowell, as he tried to over-under, ended up having a little nudge, and it knocked the bumper behind the left front tire. He was just a passenger, and thankfully he at least stayed on the track enough to cross the timing loop. But there's a look. Skitchy Barnes tapping the side pod. Maranello USA could be one of 2 to provisionally clinch a championship. And there's Hollowell off in the grass. He gave it everything he had. There's a shrug, a little bow to the crowd. A good run here and a podium. But let's take a look back at that last moment here. The run to the line on this shopakr.com replay. Low for Skitchy, high, low for Hollowell. And then right here, he tries to set up and boom, just like that. Oh, it cut right there, but that was right at the moment as well at the race cut for Tim Hollowell where the bumper went behind the tire.
You could see Barnes kind of parked it in 16, parked it in 17, parked it in 18. He was doing everything he could to lock down that the inside line there and pull out. So the bottom line is that Skitchy Barnes grabs his second win of the season. I'm not sure whether or not he had fast lap of the race at this point, but at least 310 points to come across the line. So Skitchy Barnes very likely unofficially clinching the championship in the Master Shifter category. The issue, of course, Joe Rook, who was going to battle him out for it throughout the entire weekend, end up DNFing here, finishing outside of the top 5. So trouble for him. But again, good job for Skitchy Barnes getting his position there up front. Another win for Skitchy to put on the resume and another championship as well.
Everyone is ready for the X30 Junior main now while Master Shifter heads on into the pit lane. And Skitchy Barnes, well, he's decided to do some donuts on Saturday. So a couple victory donuts and provisional champ donuts as well, just in front of the scale house. And for all the mechanics there along the fence line, I know they're going to go through tech. I don't know if they were going to have to, use that motor tomorrow or not. But either way, whatever it is, sounds like it's going to be a fun end to the Saturday afternoon and evening for the Maranello USA camp, at least with Skitchy Barnes as the main event winner and provisional champ. Now, X30 Junior, Caleb went down, chatted with a couple of the drivers, and the consensus is we feel like the track is only going to continue to go quicker. Nobody's anticipating, at least in the front few he chatted with, to get that kind of grease over effect this place has been known for with the little patches of rhino liner and the rubber building up. So if that's the case, the lap times, the grip levels, you've got to be freed to the end without burning the tires off in the first few laps. And Diego Ardiles will be the first one to lead them out of the pit lane and hopefully set a good pace from the pole.
Xander, 4 more races on the docket for today. We'll have our X30 Junior main event followed up with Mini Swift, a 16-lapper for Junior, a 14-lapper for Mini Swift, and then the pros We'll be back on track for heat race number 2, 10-lapper for Pro X30 and Pro Shifter, and that'll cap off our day. But still 2 more main events to go to cap off round 5 of this year's Pro Tour Summer Nationals.
Here's the full lineup for the 20 X30 Junior drivers. Diego Ardiles and Jackson Wolney got an SCR 1-2 in the pre-final, and we didn't get to see all of it as we had a little bit of technical difficulties on the camera side, so we're looking forward to it. But there's someone with difficulties on the grid. Let's check that out and pull this off. There was someone not able to get off the grid. It's one of the TB karts. Looks to be Ty Fisher, and they are still trying to fire that Race Lab Karting TB kart up. So they've got him now with the axle up to try and blow through all the fuel that's loaded up in the carb. He's away, but he's got to hustle now to catch up to the rest of the field while we pull that grid back up for you one more time.
Wow, indeed. Big time there, as you said. Diego Ardiles and Jackson Wolney, all-speed racing concepts on the front row. Turner Brown, another driver in the middle of a championship fight here in this X30 Junior category. Jackson Wolney is the point leader coming in, but Turner Brown will start on the inside of row number 2, definitely in the championship fight. Great run in the pre-final for Chase Gassie at Lee. He'll start on the outside P4.
Fionn Shea and Nick Eggleston on row number 3 with Javier Chaparro and Sarah Bradley back on row number 4.
Capping off your top 10 on the inside, starting 9th will be Lillian Scarborough for Nash Motorsports. Outside, the Super Tune driver, Krista Murphy. Inside for RPG, Iago Lempkin starting in the 11th, and 12th will be Max Weiland in the Magic Kart.
Bristol Borman and Dean Peterson on row 7. Felipe Jesus Benito and David Ramirez row 8. Jackson Elefante, Alex Vanchev, Ty Fisher trying to hustle to get back there in 19th, and then Alex Sharma, and that's your field again for the 20 drivers in X30 Junior. 16 laps ready to go, and Speed Concepts Racing has, again, hit their stride, it feels like, here in this summer stretch. Austin Garrison running good. The junior drivers coming to life and getting some race wins. Can they get a 1-2 finish in not just the race? They've got a shot at the championship fight as well. Ardiles on the inside in the orange, and Jackson only on the outside in the more white and blue helmet. And as we go to the lights here and the green flag, Rob.
We're underway. Green, green, green. Into turn number 2 and 3. They go through 2 into turn number 3 here now. Down the outside that corner. Who stays on the track? The entire field. Nicely done. A tough part of this racetrack, especially on the opening corner. And the SCR cars go 1-2. Little contact further back. I think that's Nick Eggleston in the middle of the fight as well. Yellow flag flying. One driver spinning around right there on the exit of the tip of the shark fin.
Looked like it might have been Tristan Murphy, and potentially also, I don't want to speak too soon, it might have been maybe one of the Sodis of Alexander Vanchev, who kind of started right around him back in the 18th spot for him, and Murphy a little bit further back off the start. But up front, it's clean for Ardiles and Wolney. A good start from the front row. Exactly what I'm sure team owners Alex and Mike Speed said, hey, don't take each other out. Go through the first turn. But Turner Brown all ready to split them up. He goes to second. Right behind, lurking on, Chase Gassie at Lee, and then young Fionn Shea there completes the top 5.
Yeah, the opening lap is a good one so far. Everybody fighting nicely to grab a hold of their spots. As we said earlier, the championship fight has Jackson Wolney, Diego Ardiles, Sarah Bradley, Turner Brown. Those 4 drivers still mathematically in the scrap here right now. Today's race could be crucial. Again, thinking about drops. We'll come back into that midway through the race. This is only round number 5. We'll do it all again tomorrow in this X30 Junior category, as we will for 6 of the classes on the docket here this weekend. Up front, the good battle beginning is Ardiles and Brown lining things up. Brown thinking about a move to the inside. Oh, he gets covered down the bottom. And will he do the over-under? He almost holds the spot. Not quite. Got a little deep in there, but hey, I think that set the tone early. This is not going to be about easy passes, Xander. Elbows still most definitely up early.
Yeah, we're going to fight right now, and that's going to bring more drivers in the mix. We've already got 5, and the next group isn't far back. Ardiles jamming on the brakes there to try and make sure he doesn't get over-under through the kink, and just like that, it was a 5-car breakaway. Well, I'd mark it probably all the way back now to maybe around 10th, 11th, 12th.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see that whole midfield scrum is on the cusp. And Ardiles, Turner Brown, they've given us plenty of battles. There's some elbows out racing Max Weiland versus Dean Peterson, and taking advantage from nearly making it not off the grid. Ty Fisher is now, I believe, about to be inside the top 10
and that's going to be a net gain of somewhere around 9 spots in the first 2 laps, 10 spots up to 9th.
Yeah, Xander, he was able to get right to the tail just as they came into the tram lines. He just was able to pick up the tail of the field, was at full song coming out of turns number 16, 17, and 18, get through turn 1, was able to catch the tail of the field just at the right time. And you can see that TB cart, the green of that TB cart sparkling mid-pack. As you said, he's already up now into the 9th position. But up front again, Turner Brown has taken the lead. Oh, there's a little shot in the rear coming in to the scoreboard corner.
Yeah, it's definitely aggressive here right now. I mean, they're all dancing the line of, one bad move, one a bit too much of a shot into the corner that sends a guy wide or triggers a wreck, could take a penalty that you can no longer outrun. Oh, man, there it is right there. Big crash. 2 drivers off. Nick Eggleston turned around, and it looked like it might have been battling with Javier Chaparro. One of the RPG Cosmics for sure.
I think Chaparro tried to make a move to the inside and got up over the curb, shot the cart in the air, and at that point he was essentially on a passenger right into the side of Nick's. Eggleston nowhere to go. Obviously gets the contact. He gets shot off the side of the racetrack. That is gutting for Nick Eggleston, who is nicely up there into the top 5.
Ty Fisher able to avoid it all. The 738's now up to 7th. What a great drive here in the opening few laps. And while we're still going to race up front, so it's going to make it easy for everyone else, including him, Sarah Bradley, Fionn Shee, to get right back to this group of 4. Turner Brown taking over the helm from Ardiles and doing the exact same, parking the bus on the inside and stacking them up here in X30 Junior. We're still with 13 laps to go, but you would think this is the last lap with the way they're racing right now, Rob.
Well, I'll tell you this right now. I'll just give a quick shout out. John Bradley, listening and watching the broadcast in Ireland right now. So John's not here with us trackside. He's watching his daughter Sarah, but again, from Ireland, watching Kart Chaser and picking up what's happening here. The battle we have right now, big fight up front. And like we said, nobody wanting to settle in. Everybody's doing the cover up. Everybody's doing the block bottom. Big run there, I believe, for Fisher, making another move to the inside. But Xander, everybody's got the elbows up so early in what's going to be a 16-lapper.
Yeah, something just happened to Sarah right as we were kind of zoomed in tight on her. Oh, look at that. Might be the pushed-in bumper for Ty Fisher. That was what our cameraman was trying to let us know, zooming right in. And you can see it's definitely loose on the TB cart. Not a surprise with how much they're all stacking up and being in the middle of this fray. But Sarah Bradley was right there with them and then had 1 pass, then 2 pass, then kind of got shoved to the high side 3 corners in a row. She's now going to fall all the way down to the 9th position. Still there, and thankfully we're still fighting up front. Her race far from over as Turner Brown continues to defend, and this time Ardiles finally was like, dude, we had a little gap, get back onto the regular line, but Turner not giving them the opportunity. He says, nope, we're going back down to the inside in the shark fin. Let's see if he goes low in the infield. He will, and oh man, more contact. Fisher, Gassiet, Lee, Wolney all tripped up, and finally those 2 out front have a little gap. Let's see, they're back to the normal line. They're going to go 3 wide behind. Gassiet, Lee, and Vanchev in the middle. Vanchev started almost last, went to last, went back up. Jackson Wolney now in the middle of this fray, around maybe 7th or 8th.
Wow, this is obviously getting pretty aggressive here early on. We're only 4 laps into a 16-lapper. We're seeing drivers just throw it in there. You wonder whether or not Ty Fisher's like, I know I've got a pushback bumper. I'm going to have to just go. I got to get to the front. I got to get to the lead. I got to get that 6-second break I need to potentially still be up front, because he is literally driving super aggressive right now. We saw the big move to the inside of turn number, I guess we would call that turn number 5 or 6, the scoreboard corner, but threw it down to the inside there, made contact. I want to say potentially with maybe Dean Peterson, but whatever it was aggressive. Right now he's pushing very hard, but man, it's some aggressive running here right now for Ty Fisher.
Quite a bit of aggression, but for the first time all race, the leaders are separated, and now if they can all clean their tires off, at least in the first few spots, we're going to get to see a bit of an idea on raw pace. So Turner Brown, Diego Ardiles, Ty Fisher, Fionn Shee, and then a bit of a gap back to Alexander Vanchev and Chase Gassiet Lee. They run 6th and 5th. Sarah Bradley, they're in 7th, and it's almost like a breath of fresh air to see them no longer low lining.
Yeah, here's the thing. I think the bottom line for Turner Brown was he knows he's 4th place coming in. He needs some guys to get in there and fight with Wolney and fight with Ardiles. He needs more people in there really trying to mess things up. He needs Ty Fisher to come in with the wrecking ball and make some stuff happen. Otherwise, he's going to see these guys on the podium again, banging on a couple of podiums here this weekend, and he's not going to get a chance for the championship. Really, the only shot here for Turner Brown is to have a lot of guys get in there and fighting with his primary championship contenders.
So as we put another lap in the books, 6 down, 10 to go. first look at kind of lap times, and, well, they're pretty even for the first 4. Brown and Ardiles both with 1:10.8s. Same for Fisher and Shi. And now as Fisher and Fionn Shi benefit from a little bit of maybe defending from Chico up front, they've gotten a little closer. Back behind again, Gassi Lee closing up, and yeah, we're racing for the lead again. Brown back to the low side to park it. Ardiles in second. Fisher has gone from the back all the way up to P3. Fionn Shi right there, and then Chase Gassi Lee has a shot to also get up in the mix once again on the Nash Motorsports machine.
Shi puts it back down the inside of Ty Fisher through green corner. Top 5 drivers getting right into it here now with Brown leading the way. Ardiles, look at this, another low line further back for Fionn Shi. He'll go to the inside. That's got Ty Fisher there as well. I believe is that who else is up in there into the P5 spot right now?
Chase Gassi lead to make that P4 no. Woo! Now he's up another one, and Fisher back to 5th. So Ty's like, all right, let's go back forward. Chase gives him a little thumbs up, pulls back in line. And as long as Ty honors that, you've kind of got to build some trust when you tell someone forward. And
agreed.
You've got to push them at least a lap, right?
I was going to say,
Yeah,
you can't ask for it twice.
No. The moment you point forward and then dive bomb the next turn, the very next time, they are definitely going to start defending from you. But he's, at least made it half a lap.
Like
and,
that.
obviously doesn't think it's good enough, so he's gone back by Chase. And that's allowed Jackson Wolney and Alexander Vanchev to, kind of close back in now. Rob, I will say, I remember this event that you and I called here last year, and specifically what stands out was that Pro X30 main where it was Morgado, Turney, Blake Nash, and Ryan Norberg. And it looked from my vantage point and yours as well that they just didn't want to work with Blake, right? They wanted to work with each other. They respected each other. They wouldn't push him. Talked to a few of them, and they're like, every time he got in front, he wouldn't make it more than a couple laps before he'd drop a tire, make a mistake, and that's why I'd go. And while, again, from our vantage point on these cameras, it looks like roughly they're all on the same line. They're all running around the same lap times. But that little difference that the top-level drivers can see, they're going to notice that and say, that's it. That little inch off, 6 inches to a foot off the apex, that tiny bit of a slide, just missing the corner compared to what you did or what you should do. All right, no more, no breathing room, no, I guess, wiggle room or room for error. That's it. They're going to go. So
I'm not going to give you the consideration, right? If you're up here and you're running perfect lines and not making any mistakes, I'm with you. I'm pushing. But if you start getting messy and making mistakes, I'm going by, right? You almost see the same thing here with Ty Fisher. He's back on the throttle again. He's working his way back for it. I think he's up to, P3 now potentially? Is that third? Yeah.
Yep.
And you can see the leaders pulling away a bit, Brown and Ardiles. It's over a half a second back to Fionn Shi that last lap. But you can be guaranteed the guys behind him are saying, listen, we cannot let these guys pull away. And so Fisher up into the 3rd spot. He got overtaken a couple of times there with guys behind him, whether it was Gassio Lee or Shi or Wolney. Now he needs to get up front and kind of set the pace. They need to trust him as being the guy who's fast enough to go reel in the leaders.
Oh, wow. Big late move there from Jackson Wolney to go on the inside of Chase Gassi at lead. That was one heck of a send there. And now Alex Vanchev closes in on the driver that was just a moment ago in 5th. And he's on the cusp of maybe dropping all the way back to, 7th, 8th. Bristol Borman right there in the 9th spot ahead of Dean Peterson. I mean, this, it's not packed up super tight, but one bad corner, one pass costs you a couple tenths, and then you're already right backed up into the next driver on the leaderboard. So Gassi Lee back to 6th and only 2/10 of a cushion to Vanchev. He'll at least hold the spot through turn 2 and needs a good corner here. In the same way, Ty Fisher, okay, you've gone by Fionn Shi, but you haven't pulled away, and you haven't made a dent into the leaders. It was 1.7. It's gone up to 2.3, but even still, with that pass, they were, 2 to 3 tenths better. Now that they finally have started to run some lap times, Turner Brown and Diego Ardiles up the road, about 4 tenths apart, and no one even close.
No, lap times not at all. Still, every lap's been 2 tenths, 3 tenths, as you had said. So leaders pulling away, Brown and Ardiles. Remember, Jackson only comes in as the point leader by 22 markers over Diego Ardiles. Again, you look at drops. It's been a really consistent season for Wolney. His lowest point total of 225. Ardiles would be dropping a 158. So right now, that round number 4 from Cincinnati would be the drop for Ardiles. So indeed, Brown, he's dropping a 106. He's got a couple of rough ones. He did not have a great season opener at the Winter Nationals. So indeed, work to be done for him. He needs 2 really good races. And a couple of race wins here would be huge for him. You never know how it would all play out when we start doing those calculations to find out where the drivers will end up on Sunday.
Well, he at least made one more spot up right there, and thankfully he's going to get a little gap as Gassi Lee makes that same pass just a couple turns later on Fionn Shi. So Jackson Wolney now to fourth, now third. Big move there to the inside of the shark fin. And 1, 2, 3 in the title fight. 1, 2, 3 on the racetrack, not in that order. But at least Jackson Wolney can kind of stop the bleeding if he's able to finish on the podium and kind of manage the day, as there's a, oh no, Fianchy's got the bumper trap behind the tire. Fianchy trying to get back around, I believe, Chase Gassiet-Lee or Vanchev into that green turn, and he's trying to find his way back onto the racetrack, as now Fisher's gone back by Jackson Wolney to retake P3.
Wow, a lot of action here. 10 laps down, still 6 more to go before we cap things off here with the drivers in X30. As I said before, after this one here, we will kind of cap things off as we've got the drivers in the Mini Swift category up next before we go to the second heat races for the pro drivers in Pro X30 and Pro Shifter. So again, 2 more, or at least 1 more or main event race rather after this one. But again, still 6 laps to go here. Make it 5 laps as they come back across the line. And this may be the best battle on the racetrack right now, Xander. This fight for the final spot on the podium. Wolney goes back through, but probably good to note that we believe that Fisher very likely with a full pushback.
And if you're Jackson Wolney, how much do you kind of take that into account? You can sometimes see, on other drivers as you go by them, or if you look back, or maybe get some signals from the fence line. The SCR team, I'm sure, is on the fence, both cheering on Diego Ardiles and also trying to let Jackson Wolney know of what's around him and keep an eye on their drivers. And in the same way, Ty Fisher's group, Chase Gassiet-Lee with the Nash crew, all trying to give as much intel as they can without overloading their junior pilots here. So maybe you go for it more, maybe you don't. If you don't know, again, as well, how much can you afford to just go back and forth before more drivers get in the mix and we have a moment like with Nick Eggleston and Javier Chaparro or others where once that pack gets 5, 6, 7, 8 deep or more, it's a ticking time bomb, it feels like. It explodes at some point. You just don't know who ends up being the unlucky victim or victims that get crashed. But 3.5, really 4 laps remain. And the game of inches up front has started to get a little closer, Rob. We're still keeping a keen eye here on third, but check this out if we can set our next station to move up to Turner Brown and Diego Ardiles. There it is, new leader, Diego Ardiles through in the shark fin. Chico's going to try and answer right back, door to door, tire to tire into the infield, and it goes back the way of the 768.
Yeah, Brown wants the lead, and he's not going to let himself go into second. Whatever he can do to get back by, he's done it here through the first 3 quarters of this race. 12 laps down, 4 to go. Again, the 3-quarter mark, just 4 laps remaining, and there we go. Back to the inside comes Ardiles. Let's look for a big over-under coming from Brown here, and he settles back in. Trying to go back to the lead, Ardiles.
And I think this is just so early for Turner. I mean, I get it. You don't want to let Diego get away, and you want to beat him. I mean, these are, again, for a minute, former teammates, and then they both kind of switched flags that they're flying. There's, I'm sure, just a bit of a, competitive rivalry and edge to beat the other driver that's been some of the best in the junior class. But by doing this, both of them, look, Jackson Wolney's right back there in just a lap, and we've still got 3 laps to go. Here comes Wolney almost to the inside of Chico.
He's the championship leader. They already had him locked and loaded. He was going to finish potentially third. Now it opens up. Here's the big outside move for Jackson Wolney. Watch yourself on the outside of the racetrack. Turner Brown's going to get on the outside looking in. Gassiet-Lee, Fisher, Vanchev, everybody into the fight right now. 6 drivers in the lead group.
And now with Gassiet-Lee on the outside, does that hurt him for this next corner? He's going to go low to block. Fisher's going to follow. Just barely Chase is able to keep it off the back of Turner Brown. And now walking on Max Weiland. Haven't talked about Mad Max yet. And Jackson Wolney, through all the fighting between Ardiles and Brown, was more than 2 seconds away up until 2 laps ago. And now he's looking to flip the script of what we were looking at. The points leader, although granted, 1 corner later, Ardiles back to the inside. Now Jackson's on the outside. Turner's going to try and follow through one of them. He's got nowhere to go. It'll go Ardiles, Wolney, Brown. 1, 2, 3 once again coming to 2 laps to go.
This is not what we would have expected. It looked like it was going to be one of them 2-driver battles through to the very end. Now the fighting we've had has brought everybody back into it. Look at this. Brown going to go to the inside here. What a strong move to the inside of turn number 18. He's going to try to bring Gassiet-Lee with him. They'll be side by side. No. Wolney coming across the bow from left to right, holds the spot. Gassiet-Lee had to check a little bit. They'll come up here to turn number 3 once again. Big wide move to the outside. Here goes Checo. Oh, he gets driven off the outside of the track. Contact on the X of the corner. Brown goes off the racetrack.
Ardiles gave no room there at the end of the turn, and I'm sure that's going straight to the race control room. Lap and a half still to go, and once again, Jackson only picks up the pieces as Fisher and Gassiet-Lee go at it again for P3 now.
Are you kidding me? Contact between the two drivers who had been out front by a couple of seconds. They could have drove to the end and wrapped it up on the final circuit, but instead they fight early. They bring everybody back in, and when, like I said, when you start bringing more people back in, the odds of that chaos coming increases exponentially, and it happens, of course, there. And we see the drivers have trouble. Brown goes off the racetrack. It goes back to Jackson only up front. Fisher continues to fight. Vanchev is now up into the scrap. We haven't talked about Alex Vanchev for the entire race. He's now up into, I believe, P5.
What a charge back for Alexander Vanchev again. Let's look at where these kids started as they head for the white flag. Vanchev is up 13 spots. Woo! Fisher's up 15. 6 up for Bristol Borneman. Brown is still going, and this isn't over. Again, Chico's got to keep his head down. He's got to calm back down for a second and drive back up as many positions as he can, get back, because who knows what the officials may say about the contact, but P8 right now, that would hurt. If he can get back to 5th, maybe a little bit less. But either way, look at the lead for Jackson Wolney. Now it's up to 7/10, Rob. He's almost out of frame from Diego Ardiles.
And listen, you go back 3 or 4 laps ago, and he was trying to battle for Fisher, just trying to hold on for a podium, maybe 3rd. Instead, with all this chaos, the leaders battling up front, Jackson Wolney, who comes in here with a 22-point lead, potentially going to get his 2nd win of the season. Wolney for Speed Concepts Racing emerges from the fire and is now leading. Again, just a couple. Oh, this is the final lap, in fact.
Yeah,
Big
this
run
is
here.
It. Out of turn 14, Jackson Wolney. He's tucking. He knows he's got a big gap. No defending needed. Jackson Wolney, the points leader, avoids the chaos, keeps a cool head. He'll win round 5 here in Newcastle. And Diego Ardiles will provisionally complete the SCR 1-2. Chase Gassiet-Lee onto the podium. And if, let's say, they do get involved and a penalty heads Ardiles' way for the contact with Turner Brown, Chase Gassiet-Lee will be right behind to be promoted to 2nd. Ty Fisher just off the podium. It would move him up, but we know that he may have a pushback coming. I'm sure this is going to take a minute. I'm sure there'll be protests. Everyone's going to be looking at our footage, their footage, race control. Well, let's take a look here. There's your results now as we are ready for the mini Swifts and a little cleanup. We've got a short Coastal Link custom printing race recap. Let's break you through at least some of the major moments. First and foremost, Ardiles and Wolney leading us to green here down to turn number 1. And right from the start, as they made it through the first turn, it was already going to be a fight because they were still 2x2 on the exit. And more importantly than anything else, looks like we just lost that for a second. We'll pull that replay back up here in a moment. There is, look, let's start that over again. Let's try that again here, Rob. This time I'll give you the start.
We'll reset it, right? As you said, very nice to see them get through cleanly in turn number 1 to kind of set things up. No one ended up going backwards, but quickly we saw the group kind of set up. The driver on the move we know was Turner Brown. He made a big move inside of Wolney early. Then they went back and forth. Here's the contact between he and the driver right behind him and Diego Ardiles. Things got exciting up front. These two drivers who have been battling all year long, end up finding themselves up front. And surprisingly, I thought they were moving forward. It was Ty Fisher was the guy that was really on the move.
Yeah, I mean, he drove from the back of the grid into this pack, and he got there pretty quickly because these two continued to dance through the entire race. There, for a moment, this gap was huge, and then in that one lap, it all went away. Jackson Wolney with this awesome around the outside move almost got the lead there, but really where it came down to was the next time they got back around to turn 2. First, you see Wolney get to the lead, and you're like, all right, the points leader has got it, but he's still got to fight for it. But this big moment, Ardiles sending Brown there as the two collide at the exit of the corner. Turner went to the outside, and, well, we'll leave it to the officials, but Jackson Wolney, he was able to avoid it all, and I don't think he had a scratch on that go-kart, man. That was a great job avoiding a lot of the fray.
Yeah, as well. I'll tell, like I said, with 4 laps to go, this is two drivers battling it out, old school. Let's push our way away, make the right moves, and get the job done. Instead, they started battling early, brought everybody back into the fight, and those guys should have both been on the podium instead. One of them's down in 8th position, and one potentially is going to be called to the stewards room to find out what's going to happen at the end of this one.
Well, we'll see if maybe with all the time that it's probably going to take here for these X30 juniors to begin to roll the scale line, maybe our guys in the scale area are going to be able to maybe chat with Jackson beforehand. Now, granted, look at that. Ty Fisher does have the number 3 cone, so evidently one side may be pushed in. Hard to say on the
Interesting.
front, but yeah, it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't as loose. Lineup up for you here, folks. In just a moment, there's a look at it, and let's bring you the starting grid for your mini Swift field here. Ashton Woon on the inside, Rocco Simone on the outside, and then Grayson Walcott, Royce Vega on row number 2, Nico Orbezo and Ben Gleberman on row 3, Braden Wagner, Troy Ferguson, Anthony Mazzuccolo, John McClellan, and on back through the top 10 as they begin to form, Rob.
Into the tram lines to get things underway. A 14-lapper, as I said, for the drivers in the Mini Swift category. Ashton Woon, Royce Vega, Troy Ferguson, Josh Bergman all in the championship fight. Green flag flying underway. Green, 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 the fight into turn number 1.
So they are away and racing through the first hairpin, and Ashton Woon's going to get away. Now, again, the Mini Swift class, no different than the X30 Juniors, had a few bits of calamity in their pre-final, so we'll keep some tabs on some of the drivers trying to make some hay on this opening lap and really move the needle forward. For the moment, Ashton Woon leads us as we head out of the infield and towards the green corner now with Simone behind. It's actually Grayson Walcott going through to the lead. Parolin versus Parolin there with the USA group, and then the Super Tune USA team first and second, and then right behind is Nico Orbezo, who's going to follow Ashton Woon back to the lead there, or at least following Ashton through. He'll stay back in third.
Yeah, so let's get things underway. Now the opening circuit just kind of settling in. The drivers getting into that train. We'll find out who gets the initial overtakes early, who's moved up in the opening laps. Otherwise, they roll out of turn 15 back to 16. Pretty clean and green all the way through the field. A couple of moves down into 16 here. The right-hander at the end of the straightaway. Otherwise, things are looking incredibly good here right now. Opening lap, Sander. Like the way things are starting here for the drivers in Mini.
Yeah, thankfully, it's a lot less chaotic so far on the opening lap than our X30 Junior classes. They go to the normal line, and the points leader coming into today, Ashton Woon, leads us. Now, the points leader going into X30 Junior Saturday is Jackson Wolney, and now he's going to end the day provisionally with an even bigger lead in one of the craziest main events we've had probably all Pro Tour. Let's go down to the scale line and catch up with him, Dave.
Yeah, Jackson Zander was just saying it. A crazy final. You extend a points lead. A pretty good day for you.
I think it's a great day for me, yeah.
So tell us about that race.
In the beginning, we were all it was just blocking. We were just checking up every corner, and somewhere in the middle, something happened. Somebody got into me, and it was looking pretty bad. We were pretty far back, but I kept pushing, and I ended up catching up.
How gratifying is it? I mean, I assume you're not totally thinking about points out there, but it's certainly good to get a points lead and have a good points day. I mean, how important is that for your championship battle?
I think it's very important. I mean, right now I have a pretty comfortable lead, I think. And, I mean, I'm just happy to get a win, so.
That's spoken like a true race car driver. That's Jackson Wolney, your winner in X30 Junior.
Well, to be fair, similar to James Overbeck, for Jackson Wolney, the win earlier in the year, Rob, was his first national win as well, and it was a long time coming after many, many podiums, beginning all the way back with his first national podium back in January or February, one of the two Winter Series in 2023. So for Jackson Wolney, winning is still new, but now he's on the cusp of winning a championship in the same way for James Overbeck and K.A. Sr. Those two drivers, we could have a number of first-time SKUSA Pro Tour champions tomorrow in our ladder classes. And, well, this one, it's got a bit of a gap for Ashton Woon. He's doing what he needs to do to try and lock it out, or at least make it really easy on Sunday. But this pack here, they are not letting him get away. Big move for Rocco Simone to go to the lead. Grayson Walcott to second. Orbezo is there. Royce Vega, who's in the championship fight, is there. And Josh Bergman, back in 23rd after having a rough end to his pre-final, has a long way to try and catch the next couple.
Yeah, one more point, obviously, to wrap up with Jackson Wolney. These are the breakout performances, right? These are the breakout years, Sander, where you've seen a driver do well. They've knocked some podiums out here and there, top fives. But to step to the forefront, grab some wins, and end up with a championship, that's that breakout deal that puts your name in the middle of the discussions when you're talking about some of the top drivers in the sport. So kudos on to Jackson. He's got to cap things off. Still one more race, but a big victory for him, taking full advantage of what kind of rolled out in front of him.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that you take away from that for Jackson Wolney, not only was he making the right smart moves, he kept a level head. Yeah. You could tell it's a hot day here. We had a hot day We had a really hot summer at a lot of our major events. It's actually kind of more par for the course, but still a hot summer day with a lot on the line. Everyone wanting to kind of get that last one up in the Pro Tour regular season before the Super Nats and the rest of the National Tour. Only a couple races really left. These kids will face each other again before Vegas.
Yeah.
So Jackson, to me, didn't get, hot-headed, didn't get that red mist. Just was smart, kind of took the race as it came to him and made the ultimate opportunistic moves that weren't, going to go awry and cause him a penalty. That's how you win the championship.
Play the cards that you're dealt, do the best you can with them, and then when things start coming your way, make sure you capitalize, and that's exactly what he did. He got the opportunity, he maximized it, comes away with a race win, and puts himself in a great spot tomorrow to potentially walk away with that X30 Junior Championship. Up front, we see Rocco Simoni going to the lead in the 109. A little three-driver breakaway right there. Simoni leads. Ashton Woon to second. Let's put Woon back up into the lead. These drivers don't seem worried about the guys behind them right now. It's 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th are all together as well. Vega, Wagner, Orbezo, and Samet all right there. And again, if they keep racing up front, those guys are going to come back in. We just saw that with X30 Junior.
The good news is, at least for the mini Swifts here, only 14 laps, but we're also only working lap number 5. So there's a lot of time, even with the passing they're making, both in the first group and the second group, to get that out of the way and say, all right, we're going to go. Now again, there, Orbezo dropping a tire. That kind of goes to what we were mentioning earlier. You make that one mistake and the kids behind will go, but they also know that if you don't make mistakes, if you hit your marks, the difference of me being a half-tenth better than you, Rob, in a class like this with only 9 horsepower is marginal compared to the ground we can make up for 3 to 4 tenths a lap pushing on the straightaways. So that's why you get a lot of these packs like this. Lacha and Katowski, though, going to trade the lead of this group. This is back for 10th. Nico Katowski going on by.
Yeah, good move. He got a better run, strong around the corner, could have pushed all the way down. But again, the mindset is, hey, listen, I'm faster than you. I know I'm faster than you. You're making mistakes. Let me get out front. I'll drag you to the front. Come with me. We'll see how that plays out. Otherwise, back up front here, Ashton Woon still leading. The gap back to that group is, I think, quite a bit bigger than it was a lap ago. So, indeed, Woon, Walcott, Simoni up front, Wagner and Vega leading that next group. And they're racing just as hard in the back. It's not like they're lined up right now, Xander, thinking they could pull away.
Oh, man, Easton Kubinski on the AEM Cosmic. He had to start at the rear after an issue in the pre-final, and now Kubinski goes off to the wayside here in the middle of turn 2 and turn 10 or so.
He was up to 24th as well, Kubinski was, so tough one for him.
What a bummer. That young man has been really fast throughout the latter half, or this middle portion of the national calendar. Sadly, Saturday will not go well. The good news for all the semi-pro categories, tomorrow is a fresh start and a new hand that you get dealt beginning with qualifying and how that plays out for you. Coming to the line this time here, we'll go 6 down, and we'll have 8 laps to go, Rob.
Xander, quick update here. Looking at the live timing. Troy Ferguson got 1 lap in the books. That is it. A driver who was in the top 3 in the points coming in. This will have to be his drop race. So I don't know that there's enough chance for him to still win the championship. This will be the drop. He'll have to have a fantastic day tomorrow, but nonetheless, one of the drivers in the championship fight, along with Woon, along with Vega, and along with both Bergman and Simoni, Troy Ferguson out of this race.
Yeah, he'll need not only, again, a good day tomorrow, but he also needs kind of, either a bad day for Vega and Woon today, or potentially even something else in the works, like a bad day tomorrow, but a bad all the way through the day, not just one bad session, because they've still had a good pre-final, and who knows exactly where the drops may lie. He may be locked out regardless because of what his previous drop was looking to be. But Ashton Woon leading the way back to Rocco Simoni and Grayson Walcott. We've been kind of watching a couple of the different groups. This group here is Macha, 10th on back with Katowski, John McClellan, who has now clawed his way back up into the top half of the field, and then Kason Hodge, that is Tucker Trebe right there, who started on the front row and ran well in the practice and then qualifying sessions. The next pack has Vega, Samet, Orbezo, Wagner, and Ben Gleberman from 4th back to the 8th position.
Yeah, watching this lead group try to pull away again, Woon and Simoni. Let's see whether or not they all, look at the gap they've developed right now. You look a little further back, 2.7 seconds. Woon, Simoni, Walcott, 2.7 back to Royce Vega, Marco Samet and Orbezo, as you had said. Gleiberman, Wagner, Katowski, and McClellan's your top 10. But again, we're starting to develop those little groups you normally do as drivers start to settle in midway through the race. They find out who they're with. They feel who the partner is. They just get in there and push and then see how things play out. Then go to work after that and really start positioning themselves. But otherwise, here's a strong 5-driver battle here right now. Is that actually third on back?
This is third on back right here.
Fourth.
Royce, Vega, fourth just off the podium.
Yep.
Vega, Samet right there on the blue-yellow LN kart, and then Nico Orbezo's RPG Cosmic right behind Ben Gleverman on the RPM Nitro kart, and then Braden Wagner, he's easy to point out on that white helmet and black and white GFC kart. So this is fourth back there, and like you said, Rob, they're not making any gains, sadly. They lost another 7/10 last time by. At least this lap, it looks like they've lined up again, but so have the leading trio. Ashton Woon, Rocco Simone, Grayson Walcott. They're working together beautifully. No moves up there either.
And let's look at lap times when they come back around. You mentioned 7/10. That's where they were gapped last time by. They put lap 8 in the books. Woon is 16.6. Simone is 16.5. Walcott actually goes 17.1. But then you go back to Vega, 16.8, so he lost a couple of tenths of a second there. Not as much as they had before, because Samet did a 16.8 as well, so did Orbezo, but they lost a couple of tenths of a second on that lap to the lead group. They're finally, as you said, though, kind of lining up a little bit here.
Yeah, but also they did make a move as you were going through that. Samet and Orbezo went by Vega on the straightaway, and I think that was partly because they were seeing visually what you just were able to check in on as well and confirm with the official lap times, and that was they did not make any headway with Royce at the helm, so maybe it'll work better with Marco and Nico trying to lead the way in fourth and fifth. And, for a moment, it looked like they weren't going to be on the podium, but like you said, a big bobble for Grayson Walcott on what could be a rookie and first career national podium, for sure first career SKUSA Pro Tour podium on the Parolin. He had a huge mistake, and now he's on the cusp of losing the draft. So while this group exits turn 14, the leaders headed to the last 90s. Let's go check in on the gap and what it's looked like now for Ashton Woon and Rocco Simone back to Grayson Walcott. I believe it may be, Walcott's well out of the draft now.
It's a full second, exactly that. He's a full second back, and they're lining up. So that podium position, that third spot, I don't think we're going to see Samet or Orbezo or any of these guys battle it out for the race win. But, man, that last spot on the podium, Xander, could be up for grabs because they're not that far behind. This last time by, they were about 7/10 quicker than Grayson Walcott all by himself.
5 laps to go, and I don't think we'll see these two pass until the very end. They're doing a great job building the gap. 2 veterans in the Mini-Swift class that have been through this position before. Rocco Simone, Ashton Woon. Let's go side by side as well to hear from another veteran who leads the championship going into Heat 2 and had an issue in Heat number 1. Diego Ramos is standing by with Dave.
Yeah, Diego, first of all, you're leading the championship, but you suffered a bit of a setback earlier today. Tell me a little bit about the mechanical failure and exactly what happened.
The nut in the kingpin, I don't know if it was loose or broke. Just got loose, and then I lost the front left.
Well, that's difficult, but you get a second chance today. What do you have to do to get to the front and pass a lot of these really strong guys and have a good points day?
Just a bit lucky, I think, in the final. Now we just need to do a good race. Make the max points that we can, and then tomorrow just push again harder, and then because it's not over yet, I still need the shot, and I will do everything that I can to win this.
A big talking point before I let you go are the track conditions. Obviously, you haven't been on the track in a few minutes, but it seems like it's getting quite a bit different. Kind of what's your observation about what you've seen from the other classes so far?
I saw that a bit in the afternoon. The track got a bit greasy. It's probably going to slide a bit more, and also with the old tires, but we'll see.
Diego Ramos, he's trying to protect his points lead. We'll see if he can do it later on.
Thank you, Dave. And as mentioned by Diego Ramos, we're getting to that later part of the day where everyone's anticipating a bit of slipping and sliding. For now, it is locked down for these two, though. A big time gap being built, even just over that last lap and a half while we were chatting with Diego, up to 3 seconds. And I think in just a moment, Grayson Walcott's going to get swallowed up by that big group, Rob.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that. We know that they're kind of getting there. They're probably, again, their laps are winding down. There's only 3 more laps to go. Lap 11 in the books. We'll see whether or not Walcott's got what it takes, but they're not that far back, maybe 0.6 of a second. This last time by, Orbezo was about 0.4 quicker. So, yeah, let's say they're going to catch him this lap or next lap, and we'll see what Walcott's able to do. There they are right there. You can see them kind of closing up on the back of that Parolin driver all by himself, no help whatsoever. And the train is coming. I think all of us racers have been in that situation before where you're by yourself. Everybody's coming, rolling up behind you. And you're doing the best you can, but really it's what do I do when they get there, right? He's already thinking about going on the defense, see if he can't come away and not get totally freight trained. That would be the key for him. Right now, watching it, coming back over the hill, might lose a spot to the inside unless he pinches hard. He'll go to the outside and have the spot. May lose at least one spot here. There you go. Nicely done. Be able to tuck him behind Orbezo. That's about the best you could probably do at that point.
That's all you can do, right? Just get back into line, try to get that momentum back going, defend a bit, maybe even send it a bit there with a nice move. How about that? Get your elbows out for your first podium. As sadly, Marco Samet gets shuffled out into the dirt. And here comes another group that will go around the 175. So with Grayson Walcott now beginning to defend down to the inside here, headed to 2 laps to go. 2 laps remaining in this Mini Swift main event. Battling for the win. Rocco Simone, Ashton Woon leading in the battle for the podium. Grayson Walcott, how bad do you want your first SKUSA Pro Tour podium, Rob?
I love that he came. Oh, around goes
Orbezo.
Coming out of turn number 1, pitched it down, maybe some contact in the back. Around he went. I was just going to say, it was great to see Walcott come right back aggressively, but Orbezo coming out of turn number 1, contact from the back, loops him around. Here's the battle again. White flag will fly this next time by. We saw Simone take over the lead, but they come back over to the scoreboard corner, and again, Woon goes back to P1. So a couple of great storylines here. Amazing fight up front. Here comes a big over-under from Simone to see if he can't find a way by. They'll see the white flag this next time by. Walcott do whatever he can to see if he can't hold on to third, but Royce Vega, Braden Wagner, Ben Gleberman, all in the fight.
It could be any one of them standing alongside these two if these two are able to still make it to the checkered flag. They are throwing all kinds of maneuvers at each other. High, low, over, under, defending. Here's a run, Simone. Great crossover out of turn 14. He'll get the nose down low and complete the pass. Back to the lead for Rocco. Coming to the white flag this time.
Look at the over-under here coming from Ashton. High, low, trying to get a better run out of the corner. Always going to go around the outside with the white flag flying. Around the outside, no, not quite, but he'll tuck right back in. Final lap here for the drivers in this Mini Swift category. Who's going to come away with the win? If it's Ashton Woon, it's very likely he'll potentially lock this championship down. He's already got 2 wins, having swept the action in Cincinnati. Oh, no, contact coming out of turn number 3.
Wow, how about that, Rocco Simone? And I don't know if he pointed Woon by or if the momentum broke for both. I think something in the mix, but somehow not only did they not crash, but they both stayed even. And Woon and Simone now back to work again, but Ashton Woon back to the lead, bogged it down a little. Here comes Rocco as there's contact further back. The 107 Cosmics around, somewhere in the midfield.
That's Manzano.
Woon defending here in the green corner.
And again, here we come, the last half of the lap. Woon going on full defensive. Look at this move to the inside. Thinking about coming down over to South Tower corner. Can't quite get it done. Right to the very bottom goes Woon. Big over-under outside run. Again, coming to the inside comes Simone. What a fantastic battle between these two talented cadet drivers. Woon's got the spot so far, but remember, that we get another over-under. This is what we saw before. Not quite through the apex there. Here they come down over to turn number 16. Big outside run here for Simone. Woon to the inside. He's looking over the shoulder. Are we going to get one more over-under, or are we going to get a third victory for Ashton Woon? Triple it up for Woon. He wins here in round number 5.
What a performance for Ashton Woon. And he, wow, look at that, Braden Wagner. Braden Wagner wins the fight for the podium. Bergman 4th. Josh Bergman, how many spots did he just make up in this main? 24 spots for Josh Bergman. He entered 4th in the points, just a couple back from Troy Ferguson. Josh Bergman with one heck of a Saturday.
Look right behind him.
Enzo De Janeiro, yeah, turn
Plus
around.
26.
Yeah, what a debut. Qualifies on pole, crash, comes back, gets a top 5.
Man.
Talk about a roller coaster Saturday. Let's take a look at this Coastal Link custom printing recap here for the Mini Swift drivers. Right off the bat,
Ashton Woon, Rocco Simone, Grayson Walcott. We had about a 5-car group in the beginning kind of battling for the lead, and then things kind of got, spread apart. Walcott, as he got caught by that next pack, was starting to, defend a little, try to hang on to third because he knew his days were numbered.
Let's have a look at this coming out of turn number 1. Remember, this is where Obezo goes around. Hopefully we can see that coming through here. Is there contact from the back? A little bit. Yeah, there. He kind of didn't quite get down to the apex, and the driver behind him, just a little bit of contact.
And then this right here, check this out. Oh, Rocco had no idea. And there, he kind of puts his hand up. Okay, that was more of a shrug, I guess, to Ashton Woon, but I think he was more surprised. Ashton got alongside him, and ultimately at the end, Woon able to get the win. What a Superman level move around the outside in turn number 2. Again, Rocco had no idea that Ashton was going to be able to get alongside him with the run.
That is back-to-back-to-back Jacks. 3 straight wins. He dominated Cincinnati, won both races there. Ashton Woon, 3 straight victories here in the Pro Tour, very likely locking down the championship. He does have a 162, so he may need to come back tomorrow, although because Royce Vega didn't have a horrible finish. But again, what a great run there for Ashton Woon trying to get that championship.
Well, here's a look at Austin Garrison. We were looking to maybe talk with him before the race was over, but ultimately that race was too good to miss. He'll roll off P3 and a decent run in heat number 1 for AG92, but not necessarily the quickest. That honor definitely has to go to the blue, purple, and pink RPG Cosmic duo of Hayden Jones and Ryan Norberg. Jones, a big point swing with Diego Ramos leading him by 46 markers coming into today. Neither one got the pole. That went to Ryan Norberg, so he pulled himself up from 97.5 back to 87.5 back. And then Ramos having a mechanical failure in heat 1, well, all of a sudden now about a 30 to 40 point swing, more or less, means he and Hayden Jones are, well, just about tied at this point here, Rob.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about the way this is going to play out. And still a long way to go till we find out who stands on top of the podium here. Is heat race number 2 about set to go. This is a driver who's got to come back in a big way here right now. You heard from his interview with David Land, a kingpin issue on the number 85 Burrell Lart. Work to be done for Diego Ramos. He's got to put his head down, do the best he can to salvage a solid starting spot for the race.
Can he at least stay in the top 3 or stay in the top 2, or could he not only win this heat to get the maximum heat and grid points haul for the main, but also keep Ryan Norberg and Hayden Jones from making more progress into his championship lead? That was the mulligan, heat number 1. The 46-point lead he had, that's gone. And for Ryan Norberg, had it not been for all the woes in the last 7 laps of that Cincinnati final, it might have been him leading the points, but he has been perfect so far here on Saturday. If he can get another heat race win, it could be a Ryan Norberg, Hayden Jones, Diego Ramos, nearly evenly matched main event tomorrow. Yes. And again, Brandon Carr, Paulie Massimino, they were still close enough in heat 1 that another consistent run in heat 2, and then avoiding chaos, having a spot where they outrun those 3 drivers in the main, they're still in the mix. Again, they entered this weekend 3rd and 4th, but they did not have a good quality effort. They started a little further back.
Again, it could end up being Norberg versus Ramos, a head-to-head run in the main event tomorrow. So a lot of stuff still to play out here. This 10-lapper is really going to kind of set the stage for the main event tomorrow. Of course, a warm-up for these drivers in the Pro Show tomorrow. They'll cap off the weekend with what should be a thrilling main event. We expect 2 great ones as well, not only in the Pro X30, but the Pro Shifter category, which will come afterwards as well. We got 20 more laps of racing for you to cap off a Saturday here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. 83 degrees and humid, not surprisingly, here trackside in Newcastle, Indiana. Almost time to get set to go with the drivers here in Pro X30.
Just a few more moments away here for this field, and there is the 1-minute marker, so the engines will fire for the Speed Concepts Racing Pro X30 drivers. Let's look once again here as they will line up on the racetrack for their heat race, their second of 2. Same order as heat number 1, and it's, of course, Norberg, Ramos, Garrison, Hayden Jones on road 1 and 2. Johnny Ports, though, a consistent opening heat race is going to keep him in the hunt, and he's got, again, a great inside
third row starting spot here for Heat 2.
Yeah, you go row 4, 5, and 6. Nicholas Terlecki on the inside starting in that 7th position. Alongside him, Harley Keeble, who looked really good in the opening heat race. He and DeTulio nose to tail for Inter MS on the outside of row 3 and 4, respectively. Dino Bonilla will start on the inside of row number 5, P9, alongside one of our championship contenders, TKG Kart Republic driver Brandon Carr. Then just outside the top 10, row number 6. These are the drivers that came through the Super Bowl qualifying. Gia Cicero for Rawlison Performance Group and Paulie Massimino for Brandon Jarslicrack Racing and Mike Doty Racing.
So back from Paulie Massimino on row number 6, you have Santi Fernandez and Aiden Levy, the two drivers that were left on the sidelines for Super Bowl. First drivers out of their quali groups, and they roll 13th and 14th. Once again, Levy picked up a number of spots in his opening heat race. And back from Aiden, well, you've got Lucas Nanji, Brett Rivetta, who had that scary flip on the start of heat number 1. Alex Feldstein, Emma Scarborough, Gabe Belanca, and Josh Holtz, the top 20, Rob.
Yeah, back there is then Cooper Lyle, Brian Garcia, Sidney Castles, Fernando Barroso, and Austin Perrin capping off the 25 drivers we have here this weekend to go at it for the final round of this year's Pro Tour again. The round 5 for the other categories, semi-pro categories. Of course, the Pro Show running just the 3 main events on the year, but of course, high points for qualifying for those. First, obviously, the pre-final to start the year. Then these 2 heat races here for Cincinnati and Newcastle. And again, great opportunity for these drivers to step into the spotlight and have that opportunity to have these drivers. This is where you want to get to, right? That's the key. Like, you can't run both the X30 and the KA. You can't do pro and semi-pro. If you want to become a pro driver in the sport, this is where you're going to be, and this is what this has done, and really put the spotlight on some of the best drivers we have, of course, in North America. Norberg and Ramos still in the front row. It's just dialing in so nicely for what should be a fantastic battle here for 10 laps.
There's a reason, again, we mentioned back in Heat 1 why Ryan Norberg has won as many titles as he has. He has been able to still, in some of the deepest gaps, pull himself back up into the championship fight. He's done that so far today, already 60 points scored, max total. Can he close it out with another 50 in heat number 2? Or can Diego Ramos? He was 0 for 2 trying to get the jump or at least lock into the lead by the opening couple corners from the outside lane. What does his start look like, especially with maybe a little more desperation in this second heat race? We're ready to go for Pro X30 as they get to the lanes here, Rob.
And indeed, here we go at 10-lapper. Heat race number 2 for Pro X30. Dialing things in. Flag is out. Green, green, green. Underway and racing into turn number 1. Very similar to the start in, actually both starts that we had. The drivers here in X30, Pro X30, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 carts off. Coming through turn number 3, the opening corners to 2-3, and then they're back at it. Norberg with a good start, though, takes the position, settling in now and getting things underway. Norberg, job 1 done, lead from pole, get through scoreboard, and have the lead to the second half of this first lap.
Another round of racing, and I think it was so much dirtier that the outside lane just had, no grip trying to hang on. Ramos barely kept it on the racetrack. He actually dropped a tire on the exit of the corner. He's back to 4th. It's Johnny Ports up to 3rd. Garrison all over Ryan Norberg right now for the lead in 2nd. And Lucas Nanji, the number 80 TKG Kart Republic, was the one turned around, but it also forced a number of drivers to go wide, like Aiden Levy, Brett Rivetta, and the whole outside lane just had the wrecks kind of go right into their path. So
yeah.
1, 2, 3 for these 3.
Yeah, you see Ports coming down that back straightaway there, just kind of pointing and saying, let's see if we can't get away here, let's go. And again, we talked already about how many times, if you do that, you tell me to go, you better stick with me. You better not just roll by me, otherwise I'm not doing it again. These front 3 drivers could, if they do it right, pull away. Already, though, Norberg not opening the door on Garrison, knowing that he would probably put that Speed Concepts racing machine down to the inside. So, although while he's not running the open lines, he's hoping for the opportunity to potentially pull away from Diego Ramos.
Johnny Ports there, a little over-under maybe. Now going to look low. He'll force Garrison to block. Garrison did not expect Norberg to take the corner the way he did, and that's going to give Flying Ryan just a little bit of breathing room now. Yeah. And it's also going to back the pair of them into the 85's wake. Diego Ramos, again, needing to maximize the points here in Heat 2. He cannot afford to give up more on the gap. At least he's ahead of 2nd place in the points, Hayden Jones right now, but only by 1 spot. So those two, again, still in lockstep. And neither one of them wants to see the number 2 win another heat race and get another max point score.
No, not at all. Jones, you saw there, P5. DeTulio runs 6th. Terlecki 7th. Brandon Carr 8th. Bonilla now up into 9th spot from starting outside the top 10. And Paulie Massimino into your 10th position. Great ground level shot as the drivers come through that very tough part of the racetrack. Through back into this corner here, back through and over again to the start-finish line.
as they exit the 90s. Ramos going by Ports for third is only going to last about straightaway. Ports back by, Jones by. Yeah. Here comes ADT and Diego Ramos, knowing that this is not going to be an easy fight, unfortunately, is going to have to go back to work. In the same vein, Austin Garrison, Ryan Norberg, the pair of 25-year-olds starting to pull away a little bit out in front.
And Xander, no help at all up there for Diego Ramos. Does not have the help of a PSL karting driver up there. Norberg's got a couple of teammates in Ports and Jones. Garrison's by himself as well, but then you've got DeTulio and Harley Keeble when they're out there together. No help at all for Ramos right in the middle of the scrap.
Yeah, and behind as well, Ramos, not only help to, fight amongst the RPG grouping, but look how close this whole pack is. I mean, Ports back to about Santi Fernandez in 11th. That's the next of it, the SCR group's drivers here, teammate to Austin Garrison. Paulie Massimino's in that freight. Looks like a move back there. ADT getting by on Hayden Jones, and on Ramos, He got by on Ramos, so Ramos now, another position, another bit of points he's given up to both Hayden Jones and Ryan Norberg. He does not want to see that get any bigger.
Just going in the wrong direction, right? It's the trend you got to stop. You do not want to see yourself continuing to go backwards, whether he's waiting for the cart to come in, whatever it may be. He is just not going in the right direction right now, especially with Norberg out front, although the gap is not massive between he and Garrison, as we know. Ryan Norberg's coming here to do one thing, and that's sweep every point possible. Qualified on the pole, won the first heat race, looking to win heat race number 2. That would be 110 points right there already, right? Then looking to the main event tomorrow afternoon to potentially come away with yet another national championship.
It would be one heck of a story, one heck of a really just a life lesson, I guess, for all the young kids and drivers, that it's never over till it's over. You can never give up, and you continue to work hard and put in the effort that, yes, there's going to be things out of your control, like a reed cage, or reeds breaking when you're leading and battling for the win in the main event. There could be crashes when other drivers and you kind of get together that take you out. There could be as well a GoPro that falls off and DQs you from the event. And still, you need to clear your head, and if you work hard enough and everything falls the right way, you still might have a shot to win the championship. And Ryan Norberg is proving that, and he's going to have, if all things hold, a very good shot at another title tomorrow.
Yeah, halfway next time by. Norberg leads, Garrison, Ports, Jones, DeTulio top 5, Ramos 6th, Carr, Massimino, Terlecki, and Fernandez. Now the top 10. Harley Keeble falling outside the top 10. He went to 12th spot. Gia Cicero down to 13th. And as well, up front, all we're seeing right now is Norberg put good laps down. 109.3. Who's faster than him out there right now? 109.2 for Ports. Ports looks like he's the fastest driver on the racetrack at this point here. Diego Ramos, 109.4. So very similar lap times. But up front with that open racetrack, and you mentioned this earlier, that's one of those guys you don't want to give open racetrack to. Ryan Norberg, when you allow him to run that full racetrack, not having to defend, not having to cover any corners, he's going to hit those marks lap after lap after lap. He's a machine. He'll knock it out, and he'll continue to pull away. Last time by, he was quicker by 0.2 from Garrison. Call it over 0.6 of a second to lead now for Ryan Norberg.
And with Ryan Norberg running as good as he is, Hayden Jones now going to make the move on Johnny Ports to take over third. You got to give a lot of credit still as well to Jonathan Ports and Hayden Jones. Yes, maybe they're not as active as Ryan, so maybe he's got the little edge on the outlap or the cold tires or that extra bit of setup know-how. See, Brandon Carr has already worked his way around Ramos. That's another spot, but oftentimes when Rawlson Performance Group has been at its strongest, is when they've had so many superstars at the front of the field that maybe Hayden's a little better in turn 14, Johnny's a little better in 17, and the three of them, especially led with all the expertise they got onto that group, can maximize that, learn a bit setup-wise, learn a bit on gearing, and get ahead. And having three drivers really fast, really consistent, Bonilla as well making some strides back forward. He was good throughout most of practice day. That helps. That's a huge benefit. Whereas Austin Garrison, is just him and Santi Fernandez. DeTulio's got himself and Harley Keeble. Brandon Carr is all by himself, really, in the TKG group. He's got Cooper Lyle and Lucas Nanji, Gabe Belanca. And, well, there's a look. The two teams that are fighting for the championship here, at least on screen, at the top, have two of their leading drivers looking on in Pro Shifter. That's Mateus Morgado and Marin Kremers right there down by turn number 17.
Yeah, here's that scrap car behind him, Ramos, Massimino, Terlecki, Bonilla all lining up here right now. And You know, the crazy thing is, we'll talk more about this tomorrow as well, but, you know, we're closing, Xander, on the 70th anniversary of karting here in North America, right? Started, of course, in California with Art Ingles back in 1956, so closing on the 70th anniversary. For me, it's one of the things when you look back at some of these amazing names, right, that are legends in our sport, whether you're talking about a Lynn Haddock, you're talking about, you know, other families that are literally the stars, or Laurent Emmix, you know, that kind of thing. We're living in some history right now, because there's no doubt in my mind that you take a step back and you say that Ryan Norberg is one of the living legends in terms of our sport. The amount of national championships this guy's run, the amount of years that this guy has put in, and what he's done over his body of work is going to put him and his name up against some of the best drivers ever in the sport.
Without a doubt. He has absolutely been a huge mentor to many, and right now, two of the drivers he has helped develop are just being able to get away from ADT. DeTulio there, you saw him look to the heavens as he was so frustrated with himself, dropping a tire, trying everything he can to keep up with Hayden Jones and Jonathan Ports. The previous lap to that, DeTulio was the fastest car on the racetrack. I mean, the Interim Kart Republic group, they have got him rolling pretty well, and while Harley Keeble did not have a good opening lap through all the chaos, he also has been very fast and marching his way up the grid, and he's right now, I think, working on Nick Terlecki and Paulie Massimino now. Let's see where he's at. Just behind this group, there's Carr, Ramos, Massimino, Terlecki, and there is the Brit Harley Keeble right there at the end of the top 10, just ahead of Donovan Bonilla. With 3 laps to go, depending on how this group races, I mean, he might be able to get a few more spots and join DeTulio back up in a good result and potentially a good start spot for tomorrow.
Yeah, again, look at this battle here. This is fantastic. This is a 6th all the way back to 10th, maybe almost 11th if you throw Bonilla in there as well. You got to go about a second back to Fernandez after that, but that's that battle. 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Carr, Ramos, Massimino. Oh, there's a little trouble there.
Massimino on Ramos, and Ramos did not want to give it up. He ended up having to eventually jam on the brakes and lost an additional spot. Nick Terlecki now pushing Paulie through. Let's see if he's going to stick with him. He will. So Massimino and Terlecki now by. And again, for a moment there, you had your championship contenders. Norberg enters 5th. He's leading. Jones enters 2nd, 3rd. Then Carr in Massimino and Ramos all 6, 7, 8. Now Ramos back behind Harley Keeble, who gets around him as well.
Yeah, that's Ramos back to 10th. White flag will fly next time by to Ryan Norberg. Over a second advantage now on Austin Garrison to keep the momentum fueled heading into Championship Sunday. Will he come away with another victory here and lock down the pole position for the main event tomorrow afternoon? We'll see that in about a lap and a half. Norberg with a second lead on Garrison. There he is right there in the RPG number 2. He would like to replace that with the number 1 in 2025. Things are moving in the right direction for sure, but still the main event to be run tomorrow. You go all the way back to that driver right there, the number 29 machine, Donovan Bonilla, 11th position, and you look at the entire field separated by 5 seconds back to the top 11.
1 lap to go for this group. This is the tightest pack towards the top of the boards that we're keeping our eye on. Can Massimino and Terlecki track down Brandon Carr? At the same time, I will say, probably going to eat my words there, Garrison did not get a good exit out of turn 2. We've got a fight looming for 2nd, and if Hayden Jones can get this, I think without a doubt, not only would it give him the lead, but it would minimize any chance of Norberg having a really big haul on him. This could be another critical couple points with a big over-under. Can Hayden get it done? He's got the nose down low. Jones to 2nd, Johnny Ports to 3rd, Garrison to 4th. Here comes DeTulio.
Yeah, big old freight train there. Nothing he could do. He hung on the outside there. Remember, Garrison's battling to stay in the top 10 to make sure he's a part of that circle of champions next year. That's one of his components. Currently 9th in the championship coming in, so good results here in these heat races will help compile some points for him. But again, good run there for both Jones and Ports to make it an RPG 1, 2, 3 right now. Final couple of corners. He'll work his way out of turn 16, 17, and 18 and knock another win down. Back-to-back heat race victories. Ryan Norberg locking down the pole position for the main event tomorrow. Round number 3 of this year's Pro Tour here at the Summer Nats. Norberg, Jones, Ports 1, 2, 3. Garrison 4th, DeTulio 5th, Carr 6th, Massimino 7th, Terlecki 8th, Keeble 9th, Donovan Bonilla by Ramos as well. Diego Ramos, your point leader coming into the weekend, 11th in heat race number 2.
Talk about a massive hit in the point standings. Again, nothing like a gut punch here right before you have the biggest day of the season, the final day where there's still 200 points up for grabs, and you could tell it was a bit of a deflated Diego Ramos when he spoke with David in the session before. He's feeling the pain of that mechanical failure again. This was a driver that hovered the top 4. I don't think he fell further than maybe 5th throughout the practice sessions. obviously transferred through Super Pole. He qualified second. And then from Heat 1, it's been a downward slide. And now, all of a sudden, we've got to go to the calculators once again and see where the points will line everyone for tomorrow. How about a recovery drive from a number of the drivers as well? Levy, Garcia, Cicero, Fernandez all kind of went wide in that first turn carnage. And still, even with the spin, everyone else able to cross the line. Lucas Nanji was facing backwards. He drives back up to P20.
Yeah, nicely done for Lucas. Had a chance to chat with him a little bit earlier today. Early, young in the sport, has not been in a long time, doesn't know this racetrack that well. Again, Xander, here's your Coastal Link recap as well.
Let's take them down to turn number 1 here. Norberg and Ramos leading the way, and this start not as clean as the first time. The outside lane struggling for grip, and Lucas Nanji getting turned right in front of everyone. Aiden Levy looked like Rivetta went wide. Holtz, Cooper Lyle, and Gabe Belanca as well going wide. But early up front, it was Johnny Ports starting to bring the fight to the rest of the field, and Diego Ramos on the other hand sliding backwards. This moment right here, Paulie Massimino forcing the issue to get by. Ramos trying to force it to hold the spot. He knew he was just hanging on. And this moment as well, if Hayden Jones and Ryan Norberg 1-2 in the title with Jones as the winner tomorrow, that would be one of the potential moves that maybe made it happen.
Yeah, that was really big to get by Garrison there late in that run. And again, the move was decisive enough that Ports was able to follow him through to go 1, 2, and 3. There they are. They're all some performance group drivers coming across the line. So, again, you've talked before already, Xander, about the fact all this different data that they're able to have, right? They're able to figure out their chassis, what they want to do. When your drivers are good like this, you continue using that group power to move yourself forward. I think they're going to be in a great spot tomorrow. Norberg's obviously feeling really good. He's going to start on the pole position, and very likely he's going to have a bunch of his teammates around him when they get ready to go roll off the grid and get that green flag. That's going to be key for him. He's not going to be surrounded by guys that may want to get into him on the opening corners.
Well, while we've got all of the footage from Heat 1 for Pro X30, folks, we robbed you with some tech difficulties that swarmed us in the first 6 laps of Pro Shifter Heat 1. It was phenomenal, and also it brought back the re-debut of our Kart Chaser onboard camera. We're going to ride onboard Alan Isambard for a good portion of this race and be able to pull back replays of passes and moments. Hopefully the Sodi USA driver can march a little further up the grid, as I'm sure he'd like a little better result than where his opening heat race gave him. But we're ready for the start for the final race of the day, Pro Heat number 2. And Rob, let's take a moment to go back through how they will line up. Marcus Kijak and AJ Myers, the front row. Myers from that outside lane did get the whole shot in the first heat.
Yeah, very impressive for Myers. Marian Kremers alongside Mateus Morgado, a couple of world champions there for RPG Kremers and PSL Morgado. Billy Musgrave as well, the factory car driver, will start on the inside of row number 5 alongside Annie Rule. Tremendous job in Super Pole. Qualifying the young lady for Magic Kart will start P6.
Back to row number 4 with Vincenzo Saracino, a great quality effort for him, and the Kiwi kid who has been sensational since March, Jay Irwin on the outside in 8th. Talon Yockel and Sam Dicker completing the top 10.
Outside the top 10, you'll have Ian Quinn starting 11th alongside Californian Michael Avancino. Back to Alan Isambard with that onboard camera there. The Sodi Kart USA driver taking essentially the spot for Danny Formal, who was injured in practice, hurt those ribs. He's out of the out of the weekend. So Isambard going to launch there from the inside of row 7. Kyle Wick on the outside, the GFC driver pushed forward. And we'll need more of that if he wants to try to find himself on the podium come Sunday afternoon.
Gavin Bailiff rolls the inside of row 8 alongside Wick's teammate Jacob Gulick. Gulick and Wick enter this weekend 3rd and 4th, close in the points. They need a big run today. Let's look at the back half of this massive Pro Shifter field. And the names just continue to go all the way down to the 18th row. It is the biggest field of shifter karts outside of the Las Vegas events here in the U.S. in nearly 8 years. We've got an onboard camera. We've got 35 of them ready to launch off the line. And there you can see the quick adjustment there. Alan Isambard reaching down. He can adjust the front to rear brake bias. He's going to slowly get himself into his good spot, pop it into neutral for a second to wait. And then when it's time to launch, he'll pop it first gear, hold that clutch, and release off the line. But we've got to watch the live start to see the whole shot as well for Marcus Kijak and AJ Myers. Can the Magic Man get the whole shot for the second heat in a row, or will the SRP Factory Maranello driver, the Supernats 25 runner-up, get the jump down to turn number 2, Rob.
Indeed, drivers lining up. We saw what Myers was able to do in race number 1. Can throw here again. Again, there's Aaron Likens getting ready to get things firing up here again. Here we go, folks. 35 drivers all set to go in the Pro Shifter category. 10-lap heat race number 2 to set the grid for the main. Aaron Likens getting ready to throw that flag, and we've got it. Green, 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 and the whole shot again goes to A.J. Myers. He'll lead him into turn number 2 to 3, and away around the outside, Kremers, and around goes Kajak.
Kajak, Irwin, big contact, multiple drivers up and over. David Williams, Liam Jones, the 91 of Mario Gill involved. Hunter Pickett's involved. There is more carnage. Kyle Wick is out. There is all kinds of chaos. About half the field there in turn number 1. And it's Myers to Marin Kremers, Mateus Morgado, Billy Musgrave, and look at the carnage across the racetrack.
Yeah, a number of drivers were there. One got driven up and over top of it. I wonder whether or not we see a rev, but that driver looks like he's already out of the kart and potentially trying to refire. So a number of drivers mid-packeting involved in that one. At least Stein's one of the drivers that might have went up and over top of a guy. Up front, though, there you go. You got A.J. Myers as your lead. Let's take the opportunity to stack him and pack him here. One driver slowing, coming out of there and trying to catch back up and rolling.
That's Sam Dicker in the 72. He's going to blend right in front of Michael Avancino, the Australian, trying to get his original place after going wide. He started 10th, and I don't know what the officials may say about that, but he just launched now in front of Talon Yockel. So what a crazy start. Here's on board Alan Isambard. Let's watch him down the front straightaway, right behind Jacob Gulick. He's watching them all try to get around Dicker to the inside for Ian Quinn, and Dicker's going to go off there. Looks like they were all able to get by, and a big wide run for him as well. Morgado up to second.
Yeah, great to ride along with Alan Isambard there. A live shot here from the onboard, but here is your leader right now. Myers, Kremer, Morgado to third, Musgrave fourth, Saraceno right there in fifth. Little gap back to now Avancino in the sixth spot. Dicker, I don't believe he's in that position. Yokel, Quinn, Gulick. A couple drivers falling a little bit to the tail of the field at the start of that one. Going to the bottom, who was involved? Josh Conker, David Williams, Matthew McCoy, Ansel Baldwin, Cameron Reed, Kyle Wick, very likely Cooper Beckler potentially as well. A number of drivers involved in that one and being able to continue on. But A.J. Myers up front. There's Isambard in the middle of a great scrap right now. Isambard battling it out with Hunter Pickett.
Then Dicker, then Remo Ruscetti with a big move on the inside of the 72. And who knows where it'll go. Dicker back down the inside, fighting with the Ital kart. Meanwhile, the two titans in the championship fight, Mateus Morgado and A.J. Myers, first and second here in heat number 2, as Marin Kremers is coming under pressure from Billy Musgrave. And again, what a performance so far for Vincenzo Saraceno, P5 for the 71.
Yeah, that is big for Vincenzo. Get in there, fight with the big dogs here in the sport. Get you that confidence, that momentum that you need right there on the back of Billy Musgrave. He's got Michael Avancino and Talon Yockel behind him. Gulick, Quinn, and Pickett round out the top 10.
Through into the green corner here. Michael Avancino, Talon Yockel with some separation forward and backwards. There you can see Isambard leading the pack with Sam Dicker involved, but we've got kind of a spread out group. It was a back and forth battle in the closing stages of Heat 1 between Marcus Kajak, A.J. Myers, Billy Musgrave, and then it kind of brought Mateus Morgado and Marin Kremers into it late in the going. But here in Heat 2, all about the Magic Man. He's got a nice little gap and is trying to sweep the day's potential points, make it a real heads-up fight between himself and the rookie Mateus Morgado tomorrow afternoon.
Indeed, Myers drawing on all the experience that he has here at this Newcastle racetrack. You go back to the early days when he and his dad Mike showed up here with a TB cart in the back of a pickup truck, came in and won both races, put it back in the pickup and drove back down to Florida. It was a really impressive run there. And again, back on board here with Isambard, with Dicker going to the inside, and they come back here into the shark fin. Awesome to hang along with that ride.
Back towards the front of the field. Look at this. Mateus Morgado has gone by on A.J. Myers. We'll be able to get the replay, I believe, of that pass for the lead in a moment. But look at this as well. Back behind, Avancino, Yockel, Jacob Gulick from row number 9 has clawed his way to 8th, and he's looking for more. But Mateus Morgado has gone around A.J. Myers, and we'll pull that up for you so you can catch that pass as well.
One driver we're missing there who started up front was Annie Rule. She started 6th. Not sure what happened to Annie. She might have got collected in that event and is off the side of the racetrack. I don't see her on the order. So Annie Rule definitely, yeah, there she is down in 30th spot. So Rule, one of the drivers involved in the incident. Kajak, we know, involved there as well.
Here's a look at the pass right in the shark fin. Morgado inside, little elbow grease to kind of catch AJ off guard, force him to hesitate, and it bought him just enough time to get away. So now
The Brazilian leads the way and is trying to flip the script from Heat 1.
Like I always say, own the apex, own the exit. Dove it down to the bottom of the tight apex there in a decreasing radius corner. Had the inside and was able to get the power first. Like you said, a little bit of elbow grease. Had to be a little more aggressive with it to finish it off. But nonetheless, Morgado has gone to the lead. Myers knows he's in the middle of a championship fight with Morgado. This thing is long from being done. Only 63.5 points separate them coming back to Sunday. But again, Myers wants to get back up front. He wants to score max points, do the best he can to potentially come away with the championship. At least give himself a chance to go head-to-head to fight on Championship Sunday.
This would at least not be the worst result in the world for AJ. Now, if he starts to fade backwards, if he matches Morgado in third, obviously that would just break even. He'd still be about 58 markers back going into tomorrow. But, finishing second would still be a net gain of a couple points on the day. And every point matters. We learned that last year in the Pro Shifter Championship fight. 4 drivers ending the season 8 points apart.
Yeah.
And all off one pass with a couple laps to go. It was Marian Kremers by 1 point over Kyle Witt.
Yeah, unbelievable action last year. That's how things can change. One pass back and forth changes everything as the race goes on. One driver goes back a couple of spots, everybody else back in. Musgrave getting real aggressive there, trying to find a way by Kremers as well. There's Myers in second, Kremers third, Musgrave fourth, Saraceno fifth. And coming from the back, Michael Avancino. The California driver puts his name in the fight here as well. He is currently P6.
Yeah, we could see as well, just kind of out of frame a little bit in turn number 2, that Vincenzo Saraceno had a big rear lockup into the corner, really smoked the tires. They'll have a new set for the main tomorrow, but that's going to hurt him. He's going to be fighting to just stay alive right there in 5th. And like you said, Michael Avancino, what a run for the Ron White Racing CRG driver from California. He has only really been behind the wheel of a gearbox package for about maybe 2 seasons at the most, and he is looking like a wily veteran right there in P6. As they all chase the number 1 plate at Kremers in third. And look at the gap. It has absolutely opened up at the front of the field. Morgado now by about 6 or 7 tenths.
Yeah, Mateus Morgado, as we had said before, folks, has been the dominant driver here in this Pro Tour, winning both main events, both the Winter Nationals and the Spring Nationals. Does he do the triple, win all 3 races to come away as your national champion in SuperKarts USA competition? We'll see. Still a lot of racing to get done tomorrow, but again, AJ Myers, as Xander had said, crucial for him to maintain P2 right now. It'll be a net gain if he's able to hold on to second. A P1 and a P2 would give him a net gain, allow him to close up on the championship points to Morgado and give him a better chance of potentially coming away with a race win in the title tomorrow. Other than that, right behind them, another former world champion, Marian Kremers. You've got a driver with a ton of Super National success, Billy Musgrave, right behind him in his own kart, the factory kart. So many great storylines here in Pro Shifter.
Yeah, you would need a lot more hours of broadcasting to really break it all down. But we're going to have a good lengthy main tomorrow to continue to put the spotlight on all of these superstars. Musgrave, another big run, and Kremers heard it. He covered the inside off there in that quick little left 90, and he's doing a great job of kind of defending as well, putting the pressure on AJ, and that little bobble from Billy coming onto the straightaway is going to give Marian finally some breathing room to focus forward once again.
Coming down into the braking zone of turn 2 and 3, getting through that corner, we saw Kajak get spun around in the opening circuit. The whole shot, of course, went to Myers. Kajak had some trouble coming out of the corner, had a lot of wheel in it to stay to the inside of the racetrack, potential contact in the back. Driver had a bit of trouble further back. David Williams locking things up coming down here in front of us into turn number 16. But laps winding down. Xander 7 laps down, 3 laps to go. Musgrave gets himself back on the bumper of Marian Kremers, and Myers wants that. Please, Billy, come on up there. I want the challenge here, so that Kremers doesn't have 100% focus on trying to go to P2. And
for Billy Musgrave, too, we touched on it in Heat 1 a little bit, to get a couple top 5s in these heats and at least bring a top 5 or at minimum top 10 finish tomorrow should safely leapfrog him into the Circle of Champions, get his 2025 season funded. That'll make the trips a little bit easier to know at least part of the budget is already accounted for the following season, as well as a little cash to take home back to Southern California. But he's right now just focused on the number 1 plate in front of him, how he can get around him, because he has been unsuccessful so far, but he's got a big run right here.
No doubt about it. Billy Musgrave, again, one of the drivers on the outside looking in. Danny Formal, who will not run this event now, is going to fall outside the top 10. Guys just on the outside are Vincenzo Saraceno having a good run. Justin White, Charlie Steins, Billy Musgrave, Ian Quinn. These drivers just on the outside of the top 10, potentially trying to get themselves up into that Circle of Champions next year. So again, everybody with some different motivation throughout the weekend But again, they'll see the white flag this next time by. You can see Myers doing whatever he can to hold off Kremers. We'll see if Morgan throws a haymaker before it's all said and done. But up front, almost a full second, Mateus Morgado leading the way.
And as well, the man in 10th, Filip Nimkovic, he's not having a bad day, but he just got shuffled back down to 16th. So, again, there and so on the results page, but it was so close, just 5, 10, 15 points separating all the drivers from 8th or 9th back outside the bubble. It'll be fun to watch both the championship fight between Morgado and Myers, as well as the fight to secure yourself into that prize pool and a guaranteed 2025 season. Now, white flag in the air. They've all rubber banded, and they've all lost a lot of time to the young Brazilian there, Mateus Morgado, through turn 2.
Yeah, Morgado's got open racetrack, and he'll hit all the marks. It'll be a qualifying lap for him here, although the tires, of course, going away as we know. But again, we'll see how it plays out further back. The battle right now is for second. It's whether or not Kremers can find anything on A.J. Myers. He needs to stay in front of Kremers for any opportunity to call this day a net gain. Otherwise, he'll stay even with Morgado. He'll cover off to the bottom. Here comes Musgrave thinking about the inside as well. Billy trying to go to P3.
Kremers will hold him off there through the kink over into the cell tower hairpin. Now he may kind of have to go a little narrow, and they all do, and they're going to stack up. Avancino, Gulick joining the fray here. What a charge forward for Jacob Gulick on the number 3 plate back in 7th. Looking for maybe one more, but I think it's all going to just accordion to the finish. And Mateus Morgado, 3rd in heat number 1. He'll cross the line as our winner in heat number 2, cruising to try and secure his first Pro Shifter title. Myers, Kremers, and way off, Michael Avancino went off there in the last turn, way off to the far side. He was able to get across where the loop should have been.
Yeah.
Well, this is again the benefit of us not being the only ones with cameras here to figure out exactly who he was. The Supercarts USA Race Control will be able to take a look because that loop only goes across the asphalt. Over many years, Rob, going the other direction down at the end of that long straightaway. Plenty of finishes there at this timing loop. Lots of guys going in the grass, so they're ready for it, but that's going to make our results provisional. Michael Avancino, big moment there in the last turn.
Yeah, it looks like Avancino's falling to the tail of the field, but that's not where he'll be. He'll be either in probably 6th or 7th, not exactly sure where he came across the line. More contact and chaos at the end of that one as well. What number did you pick the numbers up on those carts in the last bit there?
Well, I think this is from out of turn number 2 from the start, recognizing a couple of the numbers
and
there.
We're not going to see him here at all because they didn't even register on the live timing that we're looking at.
So I was mistaken early. I mistook what was, I thought, the 36, and I believe it actually may have been the 96 or something of the sort. Hunter Pickett, obviously, consistent run. He picks up a number of spots, I think about 9 or 10. To end up in the top 10 there.
Yeah, Mario Gill in the 91 as well.
Mario Gill for sure. Charlie Steins obviously there in the GP cart. Heavily mangled front nose cone. What a crazy race.
So there's your results. 1.2 seconds the margin of victory there for Mateus Morgado as he ends up getting the victory over A.J. Myers, Marian Kremers, Billy Musgrave, and Vincenzo Saracino. Great run for him. Jacob Gulick in 6th, Helen Yackel in 7th. Quinn, Bailiff, and Pickett end up rounding out your top 10. Here's the drivers outside the top 15 that obviously had a lot of issues, and there's drivers that are just ready to get those carts put up on top of the truck and bring them back in. There's A.J. Myers in the paddock. Saracino as well. Got to be happy with that result. Overall, interesting up front, but let's have a look at the recap.
Yeah, how about this here? First of all, this start. Let's ride on board Alan Isambard, what he saw. Great start for Kyle Wick on the number 2 to get ahead, and then Marcus Kajak in front of the field. I mean, whoa, talk about close reflexes there. All of a sudden, there's about 5 carts piled on top of each other. Then you had this pass for the lead. Ultimately, the pass for the win. Mateus Morgado hunting down A.J. Myers, getting by him, and then at the end, A.J. trying to fend off Marian Kremers, who was giving him all he could handle, and then some. Musgrave putting the pressure on, but no pressure on that last lap. Mateus Morgado was awesome following the field all the way to the finish.
Yeah, I think A.J. might owe a little fist bump there to Billy Musgrave because he was starting to put the pressure on Kremers there at the end and allowed, I think, maybe a little bit more breathing room for A.J. Myers. But you see the chatter between some of the top drivers here, folks. The best we have here in North America, A.J. Myers, as we said, Mateus Morgado, Marian Kremers as well. I'm not going to say that David Lamb, one of the best drivers, but...
No, we definitely know that here. Thankfully, he doesn't have his headphones on, but he loves so he didn't hear that. But, yeah, definitely not one of the best, for sure. In all seriousness.
I've seen him race.
In all seriousness here, lots of cleanup to get off the racetrack from a lengthy day. Thankfully, really only one red flag on the day with Brett Rivetta We had a couple other moments throughout the races in the pre-finals early. Brett obviously was okay, was able to get back out there. Sadly, his luck didn't turn around in the second heat, having to go wide when Lucas Nanji got spun.
Indeed.
But there was a lot to break down. So we're going to let the scale line roll, take a quick break. When we return, we'll chat with a few of the top finishers from our Pro Shifter final heat. And nice and ready here to go down to the interview station here. Let's send it on down to David Land. Dave, take it away, buddy.
Mateus Morgado, I almost feel like I always say this in our interviews, but dominant performance out there. You had a little bit of a battle with AJ. The first turn especially seemed to throw a lot of guys off. I mean, just kind of talk through that race.
Yeah, I really don't know what happened in the first corner. I just see kayak spinning, and when I saw he was like reverse and I was coming there, so I was like really afraid not to crash there, but thanks God everything was okay. And yeah, we had a great speed. Since the beginning of the week we have a great speed. I think we put everything together now and we show up a bit, so really happy. It was a nice battle with AJ, with Marin, everyone that have respect. So this I think is what really matters in this sport, respect. And yeah, really nice race with them.
You have a great opportunity at a championship tomorrow. Is that something that's sunk into your head yet, or is that something you're trying to not think about?
I don't think about that a lot. At the end, I want to win the race. I want to win the championship. Obviously, my goal is to win the championship, but I will do everything I can to win the race as well.
That's Mateus Morgado. He's in championship contention tomorrow, and he put himself in a very good spot today.
No doubt about a very good spot today, Dave. That's a great point for the number 62 to get that heat race win. He basically knocked it down to, I think, either 2 or only 5 points at the most that AJ would have made up on him through the heat races. So that's quite a bit of points made up. And the view for Alan Isambard here for the rest of the field, well, at least for him, he was able to cross the checkered. So no broken parts, but definitely they'll go quickly up and onto the kart stand, back to the pits, pull the data, pull the video, and take a look. Big thanks to Alan and SOTA USA for allowing us to ride along with them for a couple of moments. And, man, was that a great view watching him try to get through that first turn, Rob.
Yeah, the reaction time we saw came around the corner of turn number 3 there, and immediately was able to pull to the inside. So just split-second decision for Alan Isambard kept him out of the middle of that incident and allowed him to work his way up to the result he ended up with. But, wow, what a fantastic day. Round 5, as we know, for 6 of the categories. They locked and loaded there, more points onto the championship battle. Qualifying in a couple of heat races for the Pro Show. I'm super excited for those main events tomorrow afternoon. But and again, a couple of championships we think potentially locked in. We don't know for sure, of course. But again, there's your lineup for Sunday, Xander.
Yeah, we once again kick things off for free, just as we did today. Warm-up. The warm-up will be a little shorter. Again, not 9 p.m., but 9 a.m. for qualifying down below. That will run just the semi-pro class warm-ups and just the semi-pro classes to qualify again. Semi-pro divisions will have their pre-finals before the lunch break this time. And then it will be the warm-up session for the Pro Show divisions, Pro X30 and Pro Shifter. We'll take our lunch break. We'll come back with the semi-pro main events for round number 6. And then at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, 12:30 p.m. Pacific, we go back in front of the paywall for free to view 2 very tightly contested championship battles. A wide open fight that we've still got to do the numbers on for Pro X30, and a fight that's still going to come down around maybe 55 markers, more or less, for AJ Myers to Mateus Morgado. And to put that in perspective, that's about the run from 1st to 4th. So this is still all to play for.
Yeah. The Pro X30 one blows me away because I just think it's going to be so tight on top. I think it's just going to be what you do on the racetrack and potentially who you beat. It could be a little bit more permutations in terms of the math, but it's just going to be fantastic. And if indeed Ryan Norberg is able to come back from where he was, the issues he had at the Spring Nats, it'll be a heck of a story. But everybody in there is trying to win a championship. They're all well deserving of it. Same goes when we head into to the Pro Show and the final race of the year for Pro Shifter. I think that's going to be a battle as well. So many drivers have shown great speed.
AJ Myers is obviously one of them. We didn't really get to chat with him at the end of heat number 1. I know he's making his way over to David to be able to talk back with him as well. And a big kudos again to Marin Kremers. What a crazy 7 days that man has had from flying over here, then flying back across to Europe for 2 days of testing, then going to the airport at midnight over there, a 3 a.m. connection, a delayed connection in the U.S., eventually getting into Indiana last night around 7 p.m., at least only enough to try and get some sleep. Who knows how he's able to handle the jet lag of all that back and forth, but he was on fire today. He was right there in the thick of it all, and, pressuring him in that final heat race as well was the All-American badass Billy Musgrave. And another top 5 for the factory car driver that should put him potentially already inside the top 10 on the Circle of Champions.
Agreed.
And more importantly, in the hunt with a great starting position for tomorrow's main event. He's standing by here with Dave.
Yeah, Billy, we were just talking about the Circle of Champions and how important tomorrow is. How important was today to stay in that top 10 in points?
Solid. I mean, I think, finally got all the little gremlins worked out on the cart. So, it's been fast the last couple weeks. Showed up this weekend, and the thing's been fast all weekend. Just made a couple little changes to keep it in the game. Honestly, I felt like our pace in that heat race, both heat races, honestly, is really, really good. The hard part is trying to get by, Marin and Morgado and, a lot of the other guys, even AJ, dude, they know what they're doing. So, you can be a tenth or two faster, but to get by is a whole nother story.
You and I were just talking before we went on the air about the craziness at turn 1. Kind of what was your perspective of that whole thing?
That was wild. I kind of had a front row seat to that. And, we got a good launch, and I think all of us were pretty even going into 1. AJ had it covered, and I think Marin had a good jump. And when he went to go roll the outside next to AJ, it looked like Marquez kind of released the brake to try to, nose out Kremers, and from what I saw, he just, as everybody slowed down, he had too much speed and just kind of ran right over AJ.
And so what'd you learn on track today that you can kind of bring into tomorrow? Obviously good speed. What do you have to do to keep it rolling?
Yeah, I think, we've been playing with the car a little bit, playing with gearing, little things like that. I think all 4 of us, we each have our own little sections of the track where we're faster than the others. So it kind of plays a slinky out there where it's like catch and come back, catch and come back. I think I know what to make a couple changes for tomorrow to try to make some moves, and we got a long race, so I think we're looking good.
The All-American badass looking to not play with slinkies tomorrow. He just wants a solid point stay and stay in that Circle of Champions. Back up to you, boys.
Thank you, David. Yeah, and indeed, Billy's got the hot rod there. Like he said, there's Xander. There's places that he's better than everybody has their spot where they're better. But he's been dialing this thing, and he said that the cart and the whole package has been getting really good over the last couple of weeks. You've been there to see it, so it's great to see Billy dialing things in. That factory car program is just so cool. Of course, they got all that the whole shifter program they're developing as well for the 65, the 85, whatever it may be. But the bottom line is that I think he's got a cart that can potentially battle it out as well. Tomorrow's going to be interesting, right? We'll see who really steps up and who's able to make those minor adjustments to potentially be the guy to beat.
And truthfully, for Billy, to cap off on him, I mean, really, the speed was there in Cincinnati. He was fighting in the top 5, had a mechanical on the main, had some more bad luck and gremlins in Orlando. It didn't feel like until really this month the luck kind of turned around with 1 or 2 kind of so-so results until that point, but the speed's been there. And I think for Billy, just as much as, he was talking to Dave, great points haul, puts himself in the prize pool, looking towards tomorrow. We're a lot closer, puts him up the grid. More than anything, I think he's just happy to say, I ran all the sessions, I got the most out of it, and we're in the fight. Now, in the same way, AJ Myers wins Heat 1, sadly comes up short in Heat 2, but he still maximizes the day and does make a little dent in Morgado's point lead. Dave?
Yeah, we're down here with the Magic Man, AJ Myers. Well, you started out in front, but you couldn't hold off Morgado, but probably more importantly, as we get down the stretch run of the season, a solid points day for you.
Yeah, unfortunately just missed that pole by like 300ths. That 10 points probably would have been critical. We're still right in it for tomorrow. I did all I could out there. Definitely 2 very wild races, 2 races I didn't want to be that wild, but we made it through, and I think pole for tomorrow, so front row seat, just got to bring it home and hope for a little misfortune to Mateus would be nice, but you got to race him clean in the end.
Well, it was almost misfortune for pretty much everybody in turn 1. I mean, talk me through that. Everybody else kind of has.
I had the whole shot, went down the turn 1, put it in first gear, and right when I'm about to turn the wheel to take the corner, just got a full bumper full of his front bumper, turned me around sideways. I think his front bumper was in my lap there in the middle of the corner. 2 weekends in a row, my rear bumper has come over my rear tire, and 2 weekends in a row, I've had to take it out. I came out of the shark fin, I put it in first gear, and knowing there's nowhere people to go, and reached back,
Marian said he broke for me not to hit my hand, and we got it out.
So one of the big talking points has been the prize pool for this pro show. How important is that to you to finish as high as you can and get the most prizes that you can?
Oh yeah, I mean, compared to the teams we're going up against, we're one of the more low-budget teams out there, and it would mean a lot. I mean, we're really locked into the top 2 right now, and there's a big difference to that P1. So just got to give it our all tomorrow and just see where the cards fall.
AJ Myers, well, he's usually going for P1, but I'll state the obvious. He's going for P1 tomorrow. Thank you.
He's going to have to here, Dave. That's for sure. It was a $5,000 difference he's referencing. Yep. 10K to the champ, 5K to the runner-up. But we did have a better look here. This is from far away on the far side angle of the shopakr.com replay, slowed down a little bit. Here's a look head-on. So AJ's going down into turn number 1 here, Rob. You can see Marian swing from the outside. Looks like Billy kind of gave a little bit of space, but even then he starts getting shoved, and the whole inside lane just kind of sends Kayak up and onto the right rear tire of AJ Myers. And then it's a miracle. Billy, Annie Rule, they miss it. There was big contact. That's how Rule got collected with Sam Dicker. Talon Yockel wheelied. And then who's the driver that goes up and over? David Williams up and on top. And just chaos with the our top qualifier getting spun in front of everyone.
Yeah, indeed. Did not go the way Marcus Kajak was hoping. But again, contact right there. They stacked everybody up at the apex. I don't know how AJ Myers was able to get out of it. Like he said, coming out of the shark fin, he reaches back and literally pulls it out, pulls the bumper and then push back over top of the tire. I hate when that happens because you never want to get that arm close to that tire. Guys have broken their arms like that before, but boom, out it goes, and he ends up coming home P2. So, like I said, in the end, all this does, Xander, is set us up for an absolute barn burner of a race tomorrow afternoon to find out who comes away as the national champion.
And again, all that for those watching here in the paddock, make sure to share it around Pro Shifter Pro X30 while they had their qualifying exclusive to premium members. Their mains will be free to watch on the premium member stream for the semi-pro pre-finals, the pro warm-ups, and the semi-pro mains. Semi-pro warm-ups and qualifying will be free to view as well. All of it free to view on replay, social media galore. It's the SKUSA Summer Nationals, and tomorrow we officially get to crown the 2024 SuperKarts USA IAME Series USA West champions. For Rob Howden, for myself, Xander Clements, EKN Kart Chaser, and the entire SuperKarts USA and Newcastle Motorsports Park crews, it's been a great day of action. We cannot wait to do it all again tomorrow, beginning at 8 a.m.